Hello, everybody, and welcome to Night 2 of Giant Bomb's E3 2017 coverage. I'm Jeff Gerstmann. Wow, we've got an action-packed evening scheduled for you for the next 1,000 hours. I don't know that we're going to go until the sun comes up, I think, one of these nights here. But we're starting the show with a show stopper. Welcome back to our set here. Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
I always love doing this every year. It's great.
Yeah. Wow, last year, you know, talking about Project Scorpio and kind of laying out the vision for kind of the future of the Xbox ecosystem, I guess.
Yeah.
And now here we are, a year later, and you've got an actual form factor and launch date and price and all this stuff. How's it been over the last year, kind of, as, you know, running this ship, as watching the reaction of people kind of getting used to this concept?
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, we obviously rolling into last year's E3, we knew the box that we were going to go build because we wouldn't announce it if we didn't. But we also knew we had some engineering work to go do. So there was some question about whether we would announce it on stage. I think we talked about that a little bit last year. But we also knew that we wanted to, and developers would start getting it through the year. So we felt, okay, let's just put it out there so we're not kind of in hide mode. And it was, we've seen some good momentum. We had obviously the Digital Foundry work where they were able to get a console and come up and visit us and talk about it.
It seems smart to get that out there rather than just let them leak it eventually, because it seems like that's how a lot of this stuff goes these days.
And also our show here, you know, I had Kareem out on stage. It was great having one of our head engineers come out and talk about it, but I didn't want to spend a lot of time at E3 going through speeds and feeds and all this stuff.
Sure, yeah.
So having Digital Foundry kind of tear the box down and talk about what they thought, I thought was good. And it's been nice. I've been using the box at home for a couple months now as my main console, which gave us a lot of confidence coming into E3. We've had games up and running for a while, starting in about January. So feeling good about the program. Still have to ship, right? So we've given the date, November 7th, the name, the price. We'll talk more about pre-order coming up, but we obviously still have to get done. But it looks good.
Yeah, and it's you know, it's giving people, you know, it's a very different market now, or I guess the console cycles feel weird now. You have Sony out there with the Pro, right? You know, you have the Xbox One X, you know, coming. And do you feel like that this is kind of just that this is the way forward, and now we'll see every 4 years or so that this is kind of how we're gonna go, or do you think that we'll kind of reset and you'll go like, okay, now we've got a whole new Xbox platform starting from scratch, not kind of, hey, this backwards compatibility, you know, Sony do the PlayStation 5 and we'll do it all over again? Or is it kind of going to be like this, like phones almost?
You know, it's probably not the answer I should say, but I don't know. You know, I'm watching. And one of the things that you mentioned, the games industry is different now, and that's absolutely true. Like if I look at the top games that people are playing on Xbox One today, many of those games are 3-4 years old. Right. And that didn't used to be the case. Like when I was back, I kind of bought a cartridge, I plugged it in my N64, I finished that game, took that cartridge out, put the next cartridge in. So you kind of had a natural recycle of the content, which meant I think that the generation step function that we had with consoles felt more natural. But now, I mean, you saw it, what was it, April, when Black Ops 2 hit back compat. Right. And what, it hit like top 10 on NPD sales. And you can imagine on Xbox Live, the thing was massive. Yeah. And that's a game that's people been playing for years. GTA 5 is a beast on Xbox One. Minecraft. I mean, these. So you get these games that actually stretch out over years, which didn't used to be the case. Yeah. And I think that does impact the platform and the hardware that we build. For sure. And that's something, you know, we tend to focus, or, you know, I think the traditional way to kind of focus on game sales and a lot of this stuff is we think about opening week. That's right. The same way the movie industry would do. It's like, what's the opening week take? You know, where are they at with it? What's the first month? And it really just seems like, or what are the pre-order numbers even? That's right. It seems like that stuff, while not unimportant, is just mattering less and less as time goes on. Do you see on the software side, it's just definitely like longer tail as we get more into this kind of software as a service and updates and this sort of stuff? It's even more impactful than longer tail. Sometimes you see things start small and actually get bigger over time. I think Ark is a great example of that. PlayerUnknown, great example of that. These games that come out and actually get bigger as more people play, and the virality of just people watching other people play or seeing their friends play, those things, it impacts E3. even, because E3, I mean, you and I know this, because E3 was traditionally about a bunch of game publishers bringing their games here so the retailers could come to see what was going to be good,
Right.
so they could put their pre-orders in, so we would then make enough cartridges and discs for the fall so that when the games hit, you could actually, they weren't sold out.
Right.
And that's where
Yeah.
pre-order came from and all this other thing. And now you walk the show floor and it's as much about Twitch and Facebook and Mixer and people and the influencers as it is about the actual games. You got a booth for a game like Lawbreakers, which is a service-based online game. I think it impacts everything that we do. And I think it's a good thing, but it does mean that you have to kind of have your head up and be reacting and trying to predict where this business is going.
Definitely. I mean, you've got people waiting in line in your booth to play Minecraft.
Yeah.
And that's not a knock on Minecraft. I really enjoy Minecraft, but at the same time, it's like that game's out. Like, I know there's an update coming, but like if there are games you're here to see, like Minecraft is out.
You're absolutely right. And I mean, it's ours, so it's weird when I talk about it too much. But it shipped in 2009, right? And our biggest month ever was December of this last year. And so it's another example of something that gets bigger. I think it's good for the industry as a whole, because it means that game publishers and developers can have more predictable revenue over a longer period of time, which keeps them healthy so they can invest in new things. And we see things like Anthem and Destiny 2 and other big things coming, which is great. One of the things I worry about, and I've talked about it a little bit, are the kind of single-player, story-driven games, because it's hard when so much of the gameplay that happens on a daily basis is on these games that are long and growing and service-based. And then you get a smaller single-player game, and how does it find its audience when so many hours are taken up? Because people aren't finishing the games that they are playing.
Exactly, and you get these comparisons that people have to make of just like, well, it's $60 either way. Am I going to get a game like Destiny that I'm going to play for potentially 400 hours or something?
I'm 700.
Or okay, that's I at some point had to do other things.
You're smarter than I am.
Yeah. Or am I going to get a 12-hour campaign?
That's right.
And I think that's been interesting to watch, because I think back to, when I was a kid, I wanted games that were going to last me a long time because they were expensive.
That's right.
I went and bought, I told the story, but I went and bought Strider on the Genesis for $80. Brought it home, finished it, and I was crushed. I was like, that was $80 I just spent on that thing.
I remember when the closing credits would come up on a game, and it made me sad. Like, I didn't want it. Baldur's Gate. I finished that game. I'm like, I love this game.
No, put out an expansion. What
and
are we
then
doing?
They did, right?
Like, okay,
but then now, people, and it's right that game designers have looked at that mechanic and said, hey, how do we go and just make a game around? I mean, Destiny is kind of one of the division, like these games that actually are just about perpetuating the gameplay, which, like I said, is, I think, a very healthy thing. But it does change the industry. It changes our hardware roadmap. It changes compatibility. It's one of the reasons I like bringing the original Xbox compatibility, 360 compatibility back. It's because I want some of those old games should also get played in this time. And even things like Game Pass for us. And I'm trying to think about how maybe I don't want to go spend $60 on a game that I think has a beginning and middle and end that I can actually see. I hope it never gets to that. But certain people might have that mentality. Maybe there's a different business model we can put in. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to try, because I want all kinds of games to be successful. I don't think we want to see the death of games that have a beginning and middle and an end.
Definitely. Do you think that Xbox Game Pass, I mean, so that is 100 games right now.
For $10 a month.
Yeah, and it sounds like games will kind of rotate in and out of that. Do you ever foresee, in the near future, do you think a game would launch on Game Pass? Or are you kind of strictly looking at it as like, anything that's like an Xbox One piece of software, maybe it has to be like, it'll be 9 months old or something like that before?
No, I want to see, I don't think it's for every game would launch in Game Pass. But I've said this before, I see what's happened in television, and I think we have some great television being created right now, high quality, good investment in the content, and it's because the business model of subscription has allowed people like Netflix, HBO, Amazon to invest in some great television. And Game Pass, games are structurally different than television, so I don't know if it'll be exactly the same. But when we announced Game Pass, Shannon Loftus and I were getting a ton of pings from external developers that said, hey, maybe this is the way that I can launch my episodic game. Maybe this is the way I can launch my... And it doesn't mean you wouldn't also be able to just go buy the thing if you wanted to. I hope so. Like, I hope the model there is we share back money, right, that comes through that system. So and if that can fund those kind of games being developed, single player, even episodic games, then I think it's a good thing, and I'd love to see it on more platforms.
Totally, it's something that I've been hoping that someone would figure out before too long is how to do something that kind of resembles this like Netflix for games idea. And it's something what everyone always says, like, this is what Nintendo needs to do instead of this virtual console one-off sale, like do a subscription thing. And it sounds like they might get into that. And then to see Xbox Game Pass come along and be actually downloading the games. Sony's had the streaming stuff, and it's similar.
It is. And if there's not PSN Now, I thought was something that was innovative for Sony to go and do. And I want to share what we learn with Game Pass, because again, as an industry, I don't want everything to turn into one kind of game. I think a diversity in the kinds of games that we can play is just a good thing for the industry.
Yeah, and it seems like we're maybe at that point if you think about it as the way that the console cycles went before, like this is the point where you really start seeing those wider games. You know, the more broad approach to kind of hitting everyone with different types of games.
Well, we tried to do that on our stage this year. One of the games I was really proud of on our stage was Super Lucky's Tales. Yeah. And it's one of those games that, at least from a style, happens usually later in a console cycle. Right. Turns out it's a real game, a little bit like Ori, like real game, difficult game, good challenge. But we had the 42 games, going all the PR stuff. But the diversity of games that we were able to get to show on our stage, I do think you're right, is kind of part of where we are in this console generation. And I wanted to make sure we had, from Metro to Lucky's Tales to Forza, I wanted to make sure that breadth of what this industry is able to create shows up on the stage.
Yeah. So Super Lucky's Tale, follow-up to a VR game.
Yeah.
It sounded like that there was some talk ahead of the press conference that maybe VR wouldn't be a focus, and sure enough, not really a mention, and that's led to some talk. Where do you kind of put your commitment to VR right now that it's been out in the marketplace for a while? How are you feeling about it?
I'm long-term bullish on, we call it mixed reality, but like VR.
Sure, right, yeah.
Well, we call it mixed reality not for any kind of weird naming reason. I do think augmented reality, things like Pokemon Go and virtual reality, kind of a completely enclosed, immersive experience, I do think there's convergence in technology that should happen in those worlds. So
it seems like we'll eventually get clear glasses that can black out.
That's
for
exactly
VR.
right. That's exactly right. So anyway, long-term, I'm a big believer in the category. I think it's incredibly immersive. I think you can deliver a feeling that, whether it's vertigo or a sense of new space and environment, that is just incredible. And I can't wait to see that come to mass market games and see what developers and creators are able to do. My view is in the family room environment, we're probably a few years away from it being something that will really work. I think the cords are kind of an issue. That said, I think the manufacturers that are out there it's great that as an industry we're investing, whether it's PSVR, whether it's HoloLens, whether it's HTC, Oculus. I mean, this is what the games industry should be about, is investing in new technology. Our investment is on the Windows side right now. We built Scorpio, and we said this last year, the power of the box is fine for having a VR, MR experience run on it. It's really that family room environment that we're struggling a little bit with, and we're saying, okay, well, let's stay more on the PC, where we're seeing action and developer interest, until we really get the art form of what it means to create great MR experiences. And then it can go to more places. I do think we need to lose the cords at some point.
Yeah.
I think we're a few years from that.
I've gotten pretty good at stepping over them. but yeah, definitely. You think about it like, oh, I'm completely immersed in this weird space doing this other thing, but somehow there's still some part of my lizard brain that knows that the cord is right there and has to step over it, and it breaks it a little bit.
Well, and in a family room environment, there's just more people. So I want to make... And again, it's not a shot on what anybody else is doing. I love what we're all trying to go do. And actually, the teams share a lot of learning. We've had the Sony team up. They've seen what we're doing with HoloLens. We talk to the Valve guys all the time. Because we're so early. I don't think this is a time for us to be competitive in this space. It's a time for us to share our learnings and try to get better. Because the market is years away, but we want to be ready for it, and we want to be kind of, as an industry, state of the art when it's actually here.
So there was a trademark for something called direct reality not that long ago.
Yeah.
When I look at that, I think of DirectX as being the thing that helped a lot of different graphics cards talk to a lot of different software. Is direct reality going to be an easy way for people to make games for any VR headset without having to worry about.
You're totally right. Like when we focus on Windows mixed reality, which is the version of Windows that we're like the API platform is actually not a version of Windows, just in Windows 10. But and then you start getting into more the tech side of it, of whether it's direct sound, direct audio, direct input, all under the umbrella of DirectX. I think it's important as the Windows platform company that we don't start getting people tied into, well, you bought this HMD, sorry, it's not going to work with these other things. Like when I buy a great monitor and I plug it in my PC, I'm not worried about whether Windows understands it and some games play on it and some games don't. I mean, these are all when I said the kind of multi-year journey that we're all on, I think this is all part of that. Windows as a platform has to natively support any HMD that you'd plug in. And we've been getting good feedback from the Oculus team and Valve about things that we need to do in Windows 10.
Yeah, it just seems like that's where that market is right now, right? I mean, it's, there aren't a ton of headsets out there, and, the fear is that if it starts to fragment too much, then, over the last few weeks here, leading up to the show, I played a lot of multiplayer VR games.
Cool.
And they're all a lot of fun. And I kept telling most of the devs, like, this is great. It's also probably the last time I'll be able to find another person to play this with, because that's just where it's at right now. If you're not Rec Room, where it's free and hot,
great.
Yeah, it's amazing. Then it's hard to find other players.
Yeah, and I worry. A couple of years ago, I think we had maybe an over exuberance around VR, which put more interest in it than maybe the tech and experiences could deliver. And I think that's a dangerous spot for us as an industry, because to me, this isn't something that's going to die. This is something that it's not going to be 3D
the tech works
or something.
Too well for it to die.
And the experience is way too immersive, right? It is going to happen. But you see it even in like where VCs and other people are investing, where it's like everybody's got to be VR, 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 and then a couple people get their hands burned and everybody runs away.
Right.
And I think we have to moderate the temperature a bit around where we are and not try to tell everybody this is the year of VR.
Yeah.
Because I think then when it doesn't happen, it's like, okay, then you get the biggest failure of E3 is VR, and it's like it's neither one of those things.
Yeah.
And we're somewhere in the middle. We're still learning. This will happen. So our focus is on the Windows platform, making sure that head-mounted display manufacturers can plug in. We have 4 OEMs shipping actually good HMDs at really affordable prices as well. I watched you guys when you did your VR thing. You were in, I think you had it on. Everybody was kind of watching you, and I like that you guys get in, use the experience, and tell people in kind of real-world, non-covered it language about what you see and what you feel.
It's been effective for us. And in a way that like talking about VR on a podcast isn't.
Yeah.
When we do that, we write articles about VR, and I've heard this from other outlets, the interest just isn't there. It's met with a rage that is usually reserved for mobile games. As like lame as that can be. And so we found some success with just like, hey, we're going to put these headsets on and just try
that was great.
stuff.
I watched.
Because that's the thing that people want to know. Like,
well, and you guys are genuine enough. I think people know that you're not going to over fanboy on one thing. You're also not going to be overly critical. Like you're going to give your honest opinion about how this thing feels, how the experience is working, what you like and don't like, and I think people value that.
Well, we try. Thank you. So that's the future.
That was to butter you up, so you go easy on me.
Well, that's the future. Let's talk about the past and making the past the present again. Xbox 360 on Xbox One has been really cool to see in a way that even I didn't anticipate.
Thanks.
And now you're doing it. You're going to bring original Xbox games.
Yeah.
Is that the official new term now?
No.
Now that Xbox
I feel
One
kind of
has cluttered
silly
up
even.
the language.
Yeah, that's the problem. Honestly, like the reason the reason this term I grabbed onto the term was because when you say Xbox One, like what do you the original Xbox?
Because people talk about the PlayStation 1.
That's right. Yeah, and I mean their naming lets you do that. Ours kind of like 360 one, like we're all over the place. So So anyway, I'll call it original Xbox. The original Xbox backward compatibility was something that was important to me. 360. I mean, I've been in the game industry for quite a while. I said it before. I see this as an art form. There are games not just on Xbox. There are games that we should all play to understand. Just like there are books that people should read from. There are movies we should go watch Citizen Kane if you haven't seen it. Right? It's a great movie. Go listen to the White Album. Right? So you kind of understand where the art form comes from, and I think it's a shame that sometimes great games get lost when consoles go away. I also at the launch of Xbox One, I was pretty vocal on our leadership team about wanting to support 360 back compat, because we were making this digital story and reality around an Xbox One console.
Right.
And I always felt like it was a little hollow to tell people to buy into the digital platform on Xbox One, but not respect the 360 games that they had purchased from us.
Especially after, I mean, the original Xbox Live was shut down, and not that there were a ton of digital purchases there, but it was a case of just like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I think it led to a lot of consumers going like, oh, is this just going to happen again? Are they going to shut off the 360 someday? Which I would imagine not. You learn your lessons on that sort of stuff.
Well, and when you move it forward and see use, then of course not. And I live even through like Games for Windows Live, which was something that people. So I want these games to be played. I think they should be played. I also love the fact that when somebody goes and starts playing The Witcher, I'll use The Witcher 3, you can actually go back and figure out where this franchise came from.
Right.
Because not every gamer's an old person like me and was around when all those franchises come about. Even like Halo, I think about the launch of Halo CE, and we've got kids that are now 20 years old, and you think, okay, that guy was like 5 when this game launched. And
it's definitely like, when I started like reviewing games, it was like 3DO. It was like the PlayStation was coming, the Saturn was coming, and that sort of stuff. And then, doing this at some point, you get people in there where like their main frame of reference is like, I grew up playing Halo.
I know.
What are you even saying? Like, what does that even mean?
Don't you know it all came from Quake?
Yeah,
everything.
Like, come on.
Quake's coming back.
Okay, Blake Stone is. No. So that's been really cool to see. I imagine that emulating the original Xbox, just because it was I'm trying to remember what the.
It was an x86.
It was like that NV1, like the graphics part was hard.
The graphic part was a little harder. Frankly, we just have enough horsepower now for the original Xbox games that we can kind of just brute force those things.
So are you brute force coming to
no, Alan Hartman, no. Brute force, no. Lizard Man, no.
What are you doing? So Crimson Sky's only game.
No, I think we also announced Fusion Frenzy was coming.
Bill Gates' favorite, as I understand. Yeah.
We have a list of. It won't be as big as 360. I'll tell people that.
Sure.
Like just the rights, and it's more difficult. So we're now we're like 380 or something on 360 back compat games, 380 games. It won't be that for original Xbox. So this is why we kind of announced it, I'd say lower key than we did with 360 back compat. But there are some games. Crimson was one that I really wanted to bring back. Jordan Weissman, like great FASA. Like I mean, this is a game that I think people should play. And there's a list of other original Xbox games that'll be coming back. They play great. Like it's funny. I mean, not funny, but the back compat team has done such a good job with the emulator, even the 360 games. Many times, actually almost all the time now, when they emulate a 360 game, the Xbox One version actually runs better than it did on the original hardware.
More stable, like
that's right.
Additional layer, just kind of smooth it out a little bit.
That's right. And we're seeing the same thing with the original Xbox game back compat. And I love to be able to do that. I think it's both. It's not true that everybody plays every back compat game, but I think all of us have 2 or 3 games in our past that were important to us for our own reasons. First game I finished, I played with my friend, I played with Voodoo Vince with my daughters. So when you look at the program, you kind of pick a lot of games because I can't predict what the games, but they're memorials for us as gamers that this was like brute force for some people, Blinks for some crazy people, and it's so I'm proud of the program and the work that the team has done.
Yeah, I actually I have an original Xbox hooked up at home because my wife really loves Sudeki.
I know Sudeki.
And
Climax did that.
Yeah, and so she was just like, I want to play Sudeki again. Like,
that's a first-party game too.
Yeah. So if you could, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go out into the garage and go through all these Rubbermaid tubs and let's pull all this out and hook it all up. And so the idea of, especially a machine like that it's not easy to play those games any other way. There are some older consoles you can play in a wide variety of ways on a PC, for example.
That's right.
And the Xbox isn't really one of them currently. And so
not currently.
It's Yeah, I saw you out there saying that you would like to bring this stuff to PC as well.
I would. I want people to be able to play these games. Certain people, just the console isn't something that they want, and
Sure.
it's more difficult on PC. Like, there's no doubt the fixed hardware spec of a console,
right. Yeah.
when you're going from to on the emulation side, does make it easier. But that emulation team, those team is rock stars, and I'd love to just be able to bring some of those games over to PC. I think it'd be fantastic.
Yeah, that would be really cool to see. So the PC plays an interesting role in all of this. You know, kind of as we get ready to put the Xbox One X out, and you're getting ready to put it out there. And,
yeah.
That it kind of gets back to that Xbox Play Anywhere stuff of like, well, now this stuff all lives in the Windows Store as well.
Yeah.
And so you have a lot of people that may have a PC that is going to be more powerful than the X.
Yep.
And certainly more powerful than a baseline Xbox One S.
Yeah.
And so when you think about the X, is it kind of meant to be this middle ground? Like, who do you see as the ideal consumer for the X? Because I look at it and go like, well, I have a 4K TV right here, but the PC is also right here. I could just do it.
You could.
But at this point, like, I'm relatively starved for 4K content, so like I'm certainly going to get a Scorpio. So well, I want to see what this thing looks like and hook it all up, and I want to know. But at the same time, I'm also I buy a lot of stuff at this point, So it's
you're a man of means.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Sure, yeah. When it comes to video games, I make it happen. I do what I need to do, and but I have that PC right there, so I can right now today play Nier Automata at 4K,
Great.
and play Doom at 4K and all this sort of stuff. And so, when you think about the Xbox overall, are you still thinking primarily about the boxes themselves, or is it really kind of shifting to more of an ecosystem mentality for you?
I mean, I definitely think about Xbox Live as the vibrancy of our platform. When I look at it, it shows me what people are playing and how many people are playing, and the kind of how many people have friends and how many people are in parties. Like, all of these things I look at as the real health of our ecosystem. I mean, if somebody wants to play their 4K games with a PC plugged into their television, I love that. In fact, we built our controller with Bluetooth so that you could go do that. I think that's and if that's the way you play our games and you log in, and fantastic. Like, I have no issue with that.
Right.
I mean, our fundamental business, people won't care about this, but like, as Microsoft, is not about trying to get you to buy one piece of hardware. Like, that's not the business that we're in. We're a services company, we're a platform company, we're a gaming company, and our gaming strategy fits right into what Microsoft's trying to do. Now, I love our Xbox One console. We've been two of them in 2 years now, right? So we're all in,
right?
And we're thinking about the future. The reason I want us to stay and keep doing consoles the way we do is because, one, not everybody's going to plug their PC into their television.
Right.
I think the gameplay.
It took me. I had a PC sitting there for years before I got a 4K TV, and never really thought to. It was like, I could do this, but
yeah. I mean, and a lot of people don't have a PC near their television.
Right.
A lot of laptops that integrated GPU. They're not going to go play. So, if you look at the price point of Xbox One X, I feel great about that price point relative to a PC on 4K. But a PC that's capable of doing 4K does a lot more than what a console does. So it's kind of a different scenario.
Yeah.
This is probably also where you're doing your email, you're browsing the web, like, you're doing a ton of stuff on
4K
that.
4K emails amazing, let me tell you.
It is. But, PCs are a multifunction device that do a lot more and than what a game console does. And I think that's great. I love, obviously, as Microsoft, we love PCs and growth in PCs. And it's not true that everybody's going to put their PC next to the television. For Xbox One X, when you talked about 4K content, one thing that was important to me was making sure we built a console that was capable, and we can get into the true 4K, checkerboardy, but build a console that could run native 4K content. Not necessarily from a marketing perspective. The content developers need to know that there's an install base that's large enough so they can go target it. Right now on the PC side, the kind of install base of graphics cards that are really capable of running content at 4K. I know this. We ship Gears, we ship Horizon. Like, we're in that business. It's there and people do it. a lot of the reason is because PC has forward compatibility. Like, you know, there's more graphics cards to come, so you put that into your game so that 2 years from now it still looks state of the art.
Turn it up to Ultra and we'll be fine.
That's right. That's right. But I wanted to make sure that as this game console comes out, it helps build an install base so more developers are targeting 4K as an output for their game, and almost all the third parties are building a PC version and a console version of their game, right? And in fact, when you listen to people like Jesse at ARC or whatever talk about how they bring their games over to Xbox One X, they start with their PC build in most cases, bring it over, most of them are getting up in a couple days at most. Then they, I think with ARC, he's able to set it at kind of his ultra settings. He's got a little bit of headroom. He's running it at 60, and then he'll start adding graphic techniques. But he started with his PC build and coming over. So I think it'll help you on the PC side as well, because you'll just get more, you'll have more sockets for those developers to build games for that are capable of 4K.
They'll be thinking more about that idea of just like, hey, let's start thinking about this high-end stuff. And
in terms of who the Xbox One X is for specifically, it's a console, so it's for somebody who wants to play games on a video game console. It's somebody who wants the most powerful console that's out there, like a premium console experience. It's not for everybody, right? Just like the Elite controllers, not for everybody. Not everybody should go buy a $150 controller. Some people just get the controller you have. It's a great controller. Go play games. So we're going to sell a lot of Xbox One S's. Like, and we'll sell more S's than X's, I suspect, next year.
Yeah.
Because the price point's important to a lot of people.
It's really getting closer and closer to these like big mass market numbers.
That's right.
Where you're just like, okay, like we can really.
But there's some people that go out and buy a Titan X as well and put it in their PC, and it's for a specific thing. And there's also people on the console side that buy Elite controllers, that buy a PS4 Pro, right? That want the best experience their console ecosystem offers. And I wanted to make sure that the best we had to offer in Xbox One consoles was the best thing that anybody was building right now, and was capable of running games at a native 4K. Not every game will, but we wanted to give the tools and the technology and the horsepower to do that.
So the resolution's not a mandate on down like but is it internally for first party? Are you like, hey, let's make sure we're hitting 4K?
No, I'm not a fan at all of mandating creative or technical decisions for studios. I don't think it leads to the best games. Right. I wanted to give a platform that is capable of running a native 4K game at frame rate. That's what we designed. Certain developers will choose their own frame rate. Other people said, hey, you should mandate 60. Like, well, some games, like, that's, as a platform holder, when you start mandating those kind of creative decisions.
It's like, well, we've got Uno coming out. You tell me Uno needs to be locked at 60 or,
But it's not, it's not just Uno. There are great single player, or not even single player, there are great immersive scenes where you're playing a game, maybe it's not competitive multiplayer where 60, or it's just a game where everybody's going to play competitive multiplayer at 30, where the developer wants to use the render time to do things that take more time than you can do in the cycle time for 60 frames per second, so they go to 30. And you get some beautiful games that run that way. And as a player base, I'm a player. If we get into this mode that we think we should dictate to the developer community what we've deemed as good game, and it's based on a frame rate or a resolution, like that's not the way we watch movies. We don't say, hey, movies have to be 93 minutes long or they're not good, right?
But usually when they're under 90, sometimes you're like, maybe, I don't know.
But the hardware itself, I wanted to make sure could support native 4K. I mean, that was explicit from the beginning in the design of the Xbox One X, was a native 4K console that could hit frame rates that developers wanted to hit. Some of them will hit 60, some will hit 30, some will do checkerboarding, and their games will look amazing. And that's the target for the platform. Let the developers do the work that they're going to do. And I'm really proud of the specs we have in the console. The 9 gigs that are available to developers, the GPU speed, the speed of the RAM is turning out to be a huge benefit. The speed of the hard drive, huge benefit.
And some of this seems like it's coming from a place of like, hey, there was definitely no shortage of developer feedback when it came to the original Xbox One. And how do you feel that this update, the bringing the Xbox One X out, is it reactive to some of the things you've heard? Is it reactive to kind of how the competition has been setting things up and how they've been doing things? Because as the name was getting announced is when I kind of like started piecing together this busted narrative in my head of just like, well, there were a lot of people that were angry about 900p. So this is them going like 4K. And then, you know, I understand that people didn't necessarily like the term X-Bone, and now this one just abbreviates to the word Xbox. Problem solved.
Don't see behind our plan.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there just like some chip on the shoulder of just like, all right, we heard you, here it is. And delivering this box that is so much more powerful than what's been out there.
It's kind of yes and no. To some extent, a lot of what I try to do with Xbox and the team is reactive because we're taking feedback, right? I'm pretty active in the social communities around gaming. My Twitter account, Xbox Live, I'm there. I'm not trying to hide behind things.
Right.
And I get that feedback, and if I take that feedback and turn it into things that we do with the program, I guess that's reactive, but it's reacting to what people are asking for. I will say with the Xbox One X, I do remember from the original Xbox that there was the feeling around the brand that this is a powerful console. And when we do our brand research even today around what Xbox means to people, power is a word that pops pretty highly. And I wanted to make sure we were kind of living up to the brand promise of what people want from us.
Right.
When we were designing Xbox One X, I didn't know what the competition was doing. I didn't know that there would be a console shipping until later. I didn't know that there would be a console shipping in, when they launched in 16. So there wasn't a direct competitive thing on, hey, I need to go do this because there's something else going. That's honest. I didn't know.
Yeah.
The S, we kind of started the S and the X around the same time. We knew we wanted to do a refresh of Durango, which is the code name for the original console. And we wanted to make it a little bit smaller. We had some time now we wanted to add HDR, 4K upscaling, the UHD drive. We also knew price was going to be important, so now we're at $249 here in the US. So like we want to get to, as you said, those mass market price points. But that power thing was sitting there. I don't know if it was a direct reaction to the launch of Xbox One, but I did feel it. Like I didn't like having a console where people felt like I'm not playing the games that play as well as they do on another platform. So we set the target high, and I knew the price would be different than S, right? You know,
of course, yeah.
Yeah, and I knew it wasn't going to be for everybody. Some people will say, hey, I'm just fine playing games on the S, and that's my experience. That's what I want to invest to play games on my television, and I'm totally fine with that. Like as a business, running Xbox business, I think that's great. But the X was something that we wanted to design the best console we could, use what we had learned from PC as the Windows, things like the vapor chamber and all these things people tease me about. But to build a piece of hardware that could really hit the specs that today's game developers are asking us to hit.
Yeah. And gosh, yeah, I had something, I lost it there for a sec.
My plan worked.
So, you talk about some of these older games that are going to be getting these 4K updates, and that's
I think I said over 30 on stage.
Yeah, like Gears, Killer Instinct.
That's our first party. There was the third, like Final Fantasy, Resident Evil. Yeah.
And is that something? Is a lot of work have to go into that stuff to kind of like get these games ready, or is it a case where like, oh, if there's a PC version of the game, kind of just using, because obviously like, Gears is on the PC. I would imagine
it was a design point for us.
Yeah.
A design point for us were developers that have 4K versions of their PC games, that they would be able to do the work to get the 4K update on, I'll call it Scorpio, just because at the time that's what we were talking about, Scorpio quickly. So we designed, really, the biggest star in all of Xbox One X to date has actually been the development kit. And
it's a really cool looking
thanks.
box.
But even the way, forgetting about the way it looks, the focus with the developer on, we want to build the absolute best development kit we've ever built. Because all of this industry, if you can enable developers to be productive on your platform, you're going to get great games. You're going to get great games that look great. And it's not just the hardware itself, it's something we call the XDK, or the Xbox Development Kit, all the tools that we put in that. So as part designing the development kit and the XDK software, we said, for a team that has a 4K PC version of the game, and I said this like 2 years ago, we were learning this through doing our own PC first-party games, shipping at 4K. I said, I want a team to be able to bring their PC 4K version over quickly, and we did some things. one example. Pix. Pix is our, now I'm really out in left field, so apologies to everybody. Yeah. But Pix is our profiling tool that we've had on console forever. We brought it over to Windows, so the Windows people, they could start looking at their Pix profile on Windows, knowing that they're probably going to be hitting 4K there, and we we're going to want to bring it back, and they'd have the same profiling tool. It's just a random example, but it was really about how can these guys who all have PC games running at 4K come over, and like 30, we actually had to hold that list back, like that, and that is a little bit hyperbole there, but the list of games that people are going to be able to play that are enhanced for the Xbox One, it's a great list. There'll be more games to come. I was down at 343 the other week and saw some things that were really good. So I think people are going to be excited, and mainly because the developers are doing the work, and it's not that challenging if they have a 4K version.
Cool. Do you feel that that some of the talk around E3, some of the expectations going into something like E3 are positive? I asked this because, you know, there was, you know, you got out there, you announced a ton of games, you announced $49.99 price point, and you had a lot of people, you know, myself included to a certain extent, that was like, well, you know, this doesn't match Sony's price, so what the hell? Like that's not.
Is that what you said?
Well, it's like, well, what are they even doing if they're not gonna, you know, because you look at it as like, okay, you know, are they gonna place the full bet? Is kind of how I was looking at it. Around the time of the announcement, I've been thinking about it for the past couple of days, and
no, I totally understand
and turned on it because I'm like, wait a minute, actually, you know, they've probably got a responsible business to run, and selling consoles for, you know, you know, it's like, I'm sure it would be great if you could sell an Xbox for $70.
I should give them away.
Yeah, just give them out, right? Just take.
You want one? I brought one with me.
You want to be the market leader? Just give them away. Come on, let's do it. But you know, looking at it, like people go into E3 kind of looking for a fight. They go into E3 looking to watch the console manufacturers go head to head with these press conferences and this and that and fire and brimstone and who's going to come out the winner. And I think that's led to a lot of the discussion, or kind of led a lot of the discussion around the price of the X. And do you feel that that sort of stuff is maybe not great in the long run for just video games in general?
Well, yeah. I mean, on that point specifically, I've been hopefully consistent. I'm sure people will find instances where I haven't been as pure as I should be or something. But I'm first and foremost a fan of this industry. I fundamentally believe that. And I'm lucky enough to land in a job that gives me kind of 24/7 what I love, my hobby. And I want to try to make decisions for our platform that are good for this industry. It is a business. There is competition. But in terms of like cross-play, in terms of back compat, in terms of just, you know, allowing other things onto our platform, I'm trying to be a steward of the games industry in my role, as much, I'm not alone, to make this a good place for people to play, and for the creators to create the great games that we all want to be playing now and a decade into the future. On the price thing specifically, the fundamental decision on price was driven by the specs that we wanted to go hit.
Right.
It wasn't, like I said, it wasn't a competitive reaction to what, I'll just say the PS4 Pro, and people tell me I talk too much about Sony, and but you were kind of asking about it this way.
Yeah.
They delivered a great console at $399 last year. That's not the console I wanted to build.
Right.
That doesn't mean they're wrong and I'm right. I wanted to build a console that had the capabilities we've been talking about before for the PC developers, and the stuff we were seeing with our first party that could run those games in native 4K if somebody wanted to go. That doesn't mean the pro's wrong, right? And we're a year later, and we're a higher spec, more expensive box than that box. It's a different experience than what they delivered, and that doesn't. And I like what we delivered. I like what we have at the S level for people who say, I don't know what P's are, or teraflops, or any of this, or frame rate, FPS. Like, I just want to go play a video game.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure we have a great price point there. On the other side, I look at what the premium experience that people want. I see what people are getting on PC, and I want to have our team and work with them to design a console in the Xbox One X that could be the best thing that we could build this year at a console price point. And as you said, I can go build a PC, and I can blow that thing away if I want to go invest to go do that.
Yeah.
But on my television, that's the console that we wanted to go build. And I agree with you. Certain people look at it and say, well, if I don't beat Sony, if I don't drive Sony into the ground or something,
Right. Then you're
somehow
not doing
I
your
haven't done
job.
my
Yeah,
job.
it's like a weird.
And it's not a win-lose.
Yeah.
Like many people, like I'm sure yourself, you have multiple consoles, I'm betting.
True.
And our business can do just fine with other people succeeding. In fact, like, you know, we're shipping Minecraft on the Switch with Nintendo, and it's great. And it's a partnership where it's a win-win partnership between the two companies.
So I read today that's just you're going to just log into an Xbox Live account on a Switch.
Yeah.
For that, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of, or connect to a Microsoft account, I guess.
No, it's an
maybe.
Xbox Live account.
Yeah.
I mean, that's our gaming social network.
Right.
We can go down that path if you want to.
Will I be able to earn achievements in a Nintendo Switch game?
I don't know yet. Like that's, I'm guessing no. Like, and this is a collaborative relationship between Nintendo and I. Like, they don't have achievements on their platform. And
right.
I don't know if they want us to. Like, I'd love to be able to do it.
Because I've earned achievements in an iOS game before.
That's
like
right.
Wordament and some of that stuff that came out. Like, you know, you log in and it shows up on the same profile and you're getting points.
Totally
and all this
agree.
other stuff.
Totally agree. And Apple's been great about the things that we want to do with the platform, as has Google with Android, and we have a ton of users there. And the relationship with Nintendo is incredibly strong. We obviously did the Mario mashup pack into Nintendo, into Minecraft. That doesn't happen that often.
No.
So that relationship has been strong. We use Xbox Live as the way to make sure we know who our players are. Controls around parental controls and other things that we put into our platform are there, so that people, and as you're buying things in Minecraft, you want to make sure you have them available on the other platforms. So we have to know who you are.
Right.
And if you have a realm that you've created on the PC and you want to get to it on the Switch, like, we have to have an identity system, and we just use Xbox Live. You're still going to buy the game from Nintendo.
Course,
you don't buy it from us. There's no nefarious, you know. It's really just a way for us to unify the Minecraft players, and our social graph, social network inside, I call it a graph, inside of Xbox is Xbox Live. But going back to the other thing, you know, the competitiveness, being proud of what you own. Our fan fest is amazing, and those people love Xbox. I come out on the stage, and like, people are so happy and proud to be part of the Xbox community. I love that. I just think as an industry, when we start kind of voting more on other people not succeeding than us having a good time and succeeding, that just feels negative to me, and I don't try to do that. I know people call me on, you said this about them and that about those people. I honestly have no dislike for people in the games industry. I'll never vote for a game to fail, regardless of what platform it's on. I know developers work incredibly hard to build the games that they do, and same thing with the platforms. I want to do the best thing we can do with Xbox, make sure the best games possible are on Xbox and that you have a great experience. And if what we have isn't for you and you decide to play on your PC or PlayStation or on your iPhone, great. I'll do what I can to make our experience great on those platforms as well.
Yeah. Just to briefly go back to the cross-compatibility stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, Sony's been out there saying that they don't necessarily see themselves being a part of the Minecraft family, or the unified Minecraft family. Obviously, the game does exist on their platform,
and we love our PlayStation customers for Minecraft.
Would you characterize those discussions as still ongoing, or I mean, I know they're out there kind of saying like that they can't keep their users safe from people that are not on their platform and some other stuff. You know, Rocket League kind of got caught up in something similar as well. Is that something where you view the door is still open?
Absolutely. Like, I would love for players on all platforms to be able to stay connected. I will jump on another grenade on this one, but the fact that somebody would kind of make an assertion that somehow we're not keeping Minecraft players safe, I found, not only from a Microsoft perspective, from a game industry perspective, like, I don't know why that has to become the dialogue. Like, that doesn't seem healthy for anyone. And I feel we can always do better with everything that we do. I feel great, our relationship with Minecraft, from the time we originally brought it over to 360. We've obviously owned it now for a couple of years, and where it's gone. And I just really found the whole discussion around safety with our game, and that somehow we wouldn't take that as a top priority. And frankly, through our parental controls on Xbox Live and everything else that we've done, shown that that's incredibly important to us as a platform.
Yeah, that stuff exists, and also, like, you know, we're talking about Minecraft.
That's right.
Like,
and frankly, And Nintendo, like we're on, like, you know,
yeah, you want to talk about people that are like maybe overly protective in spots. Like, there you go.
Yeah,
they'll lock it
but
down.
the door is open. I don't mean to like shut the. I'd love all Minecraft players to have the full Minecraft experience. We take the safety of Xbox Live, of our players across all of our games inside of Minecraft. Obviously, an incredibly important part of that. It's incredibly important to our team and the work that they do around parental controls and, frankly, accessibility and everything else. We would never put Minecraft in a place where we felt like it wasn't, we weren't keeping our players safe.
So what's next for Xbox One X at this point? The pre-orders haven't started yet.
Not yet.
Is it FCC related on that one?
Yeah, that was it. And it's also the reason we didn't have a complete list of the worldwide markets that it will be coming. We're starting on November 7th. We say starting worldwide. We'll do a better job than we did at the launch of Xbox One, where I thought we were a little spotty in terms of when it hit the right markets. There's a couple countries where the kind of the approvals take a little bit longer, but I feel good.
Are you still looking at yields and like does it seem like on day one that there's going to be a lot of these available, or is it going to maybe be a little limited?
No, it does. I said I've been using mine at home for a while now, as some other members of the team have, so we feel good about where the hardware is. You use the word yield, that's exactly the yield. You built X, how many of X work? Right. Starting from the chip all the way up. But I feel good about what we should have when we start. Mike Nichols and I, who runs marketing for Xbox, really think through those scenarios before we stand on stage and say something. It's going to be fun. We need to finish a couple things. The platform's still coming together in terms of software and the operating system for it. We made a change last week about increasing the amount of RAM that the developers get access to. This is kind of all the process you go through. But it's going to be fun. Shipping is always great. It's challenging. We've got some Crackdown's a launch game, a game I love from 360. There's a joke. Maybe we should put a Halo beta on the Crackdown disc this time.
That was the thing though. Everyone bought Crackdown because they had the Halo beta, and then realized oh wait, Crackdown's really good.
How many times I got called Zone of the Enders or something?
Right. Yeah. Totally. That ended up working out pretty well.
It did. It did. I remember though at first there was a little bit of the throwaway game, and it was such a game. Left trigger lock on, right trigger shoot. It was. And I've been playing it with the team. It's on the floor, playable here. It feels and plays like a real full Crackdown. Crackdown 2 wasn't what it should have been, mainly because we didn't give the team the time to do what they should have done. But where they are now is really
I might
great.
say they've had a lot of time
they have.
on this one, huh?
It's the same producer on our side too. Peter Connolly was on the original Crackdown, and we wanted to make sure Peter was connected to this one and getting Crackdown 3 done. Obviously, Dave Jones was involved. We have a couple teams involved, but getting the old team back together so that the stuff, so it felt like a real Crackdown game with, as you said, enough time.
Yeah, that's cool. Good. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing all this stuff hitting and watching people get their hands on it and yeah, I mean, hardware launches are exciting.
They are.
It's
Thanks.
cool.
Thanks.
So, thanks so much for stopping by, Phil.
I wanted to say one thing because you guys have been courteous enough to have me on the last few years, and this is kind of, it seems weird because it's the middle of E3, but it's kind of the back end of E3 for me. I'll be leaving tomorrow. I have to go do some other work, but. I love the show that you guys do here. I think the tone you take with gaming is real. You always ask great questions. I feel like we get enough time to sit down and have a full discussion about topics, and it doesn't come kind of buzzword headlines that get pulled out. So one, I just want to say thanks for having me on over the last few years, and also just the show you guys do I think is fantastic.
Thanks. I mean, anytime you're in San Francisco, you want to come by, we can hang out for an hour and do it off cycle outside of E3.
That'd be great. I'd love it.
All right. Well, we are going to be back in a bit, and everybody stay tuned, and we'll get another round of guests in here and keep going as the evening continues. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to GiantBomb.com's E3 2017 coverage. Maybe you're watching us here at GiantBomb.com, or maybe on YouTube or Mixer or Twitch, or are we on Facebook? Where are we? I don't know. Are we on Caffeine.tv? No, I don't know. We're all over the place. And welcome back. I am joined now by many of the folks that run GiantBomb.com. Hello.
Pleasure.
Hi. Hi. We got Brad Shoemaker.
Hello.
We got Ben Pack.
Hello.
We got Alex Navarro down there.
Yo.
Backline, little Dan Reichert over there.
Hello.
Little Dan Reichert.
That's what they call me.
Because you're far away, you look smaller.
Oh, it's a perspective thing. I'm actually the same size I've always been.
What?
Yeah. If I stood over there, I'd look normal.
But you're taller than me, which we've already established.
That is true,
Yeah.
yes. I'm 7'4".
That's how height works.
So wait, is he now Big Dan? Okay, all right. Big Dan Reichert back there and Lil Vinny. Hi. Lil Vinny Caravello.
Hi, Lil Vinny. How you doing?
Oh, you want? I'm sorry. You want Little Vinny?
Yeah. No, I do not.
Okay.
Actually, wait. Sorry. Before I get into more trouble than I want.
No, HR's not watching. We're
Welcome
fine.
to Giant Bomb at Night, where we
man.
get loose.
Hour 2. Hour 2 is where it gets a little too real.
That was a good interview. If anybody missed it, you had a fun time with Phil Spencer.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was. It's always good getting Phil in here and talking about stuff. He's very genuine about what he wants to do with Xbox and where it's at in the business. And
He had cool shoes.
yeah, it's cool shoes.
Cool shoes.
You gotta have cool shoes. To be on a press conference stage and all that sort of stuff. These are the life you gotta lead.
Looked comfy too.
Always,
shoes.
nice. Speaking of shoes, Vinny Caravella.
Take it. We'll just take the.
All right, one more. 3, 2. Vinny Caravella.
Yeah, what's up?
You played some Detroit.
I did.
Or saw some Detroit, I guess.
Speaking of
actually.
shoe and a PlayStation exclusive,
Uh-huh.
Detroit is a game where you play as a robot.
Okay.
Any
You talked
other
a little bit
questions?
about it. You yelled a little bit about it last night.
All right, so
it seems like it's the David Cage template.
Yeah, so it's very heavy rain. So
Is that like the code name of it? Very heavy
heavy
rain.
rain. Extremely, it's pouring.
Super heavy.
So it's an
Is that
HD
bad for
rebate.
robots?
They're
They're metal, right?
They figured it out.
Okay.
I think they're water resistant, not waterproof.
Like an iPhone.
Like an iPhone. They removed their headphone jack, and it's really bad.
So you can
Just don't submerge
You
the
can take them to the
robot.
shower, but not in the pool.
Yes,
Got it.
that's
Okay.
exactly right.
All right.
So they showed off, and the thing I saw was exactly the demo they showed off during the press conference, one of the press conferences. And it was the kind of go to break out these other robots, androids,
From like a showroom
humanoids from
or
the
something.
showroom. We're going to
Yeah.
break them out. They went into a little bit more depth on are you going to do this the riding violent way, or are you going to do this the kind of more pacifist way, and what those choices mean. There are kind of two things that were, I thought, a little novel that weren't in other games that are kind of particular to the Android AI sense. You can look at an object like a drone flying above you and go into, I think, what they called
Pre-construction and reconstruction? I think that's what you said.
So you can
yesterday.
reconstruct the path of the drone virtually in the space, right? So you'll see the drone's going to move around this space. Here, if I can climb up on this building, oh, nope, I'm going to miss it. And it kind of shows your character virtually kind of climbing up and be like, oh, I'd miss it here. And to me, it kind of works in a narrative. It's an adventure game, right?
Yeah.
So it works in a narrative sense of think in real life, this is my headcanon, but in real life, a robot's just running through these things. But visually, we have to show
And then
this.
also it kind of gives you a little preview of what might happen if you go down this path? Or is it kind of like, hey, you got to peek down one of the potential outcomes without selecting it?
Yeah, so you're kind of just and again, very heavy rain style. You're looking around the environment, and I'll have a little square, and okay, if I climb this, I'll miss. If I climb this, I'll miss. Oh, if I climb this, I'll hit the drone. And that's what they were calling the reconstruction of this path. Then you'd go to a scaffolding you have to climb, and then you do the same thing. You push square on it, and then you're pre-constructing what a path you want to take to then climb up and jump on this stuff. And it's all it's a visual thing, and it's, again, this is an adventure game, right? This is not like an action
it's not
game.
Like, let's run and jump and shoot
Totally.
these guys.
So you're just choosing paths to go down. So that was kind of novel. The other thing I thought was kind of neat, and this is just kind of an evolution on, when I say adventure game, I'm kind of rolling up what Telltale's done and kind of modern adventure game stuff. You hit a situation, you have free control over your character to run around and do whatever within this set piece. And then it'll jump into cutscenes where it steals control from you. And the whole thing looks great. It was in the demo they were showing, it looked fantastic. Probably one of the in the demo they were showing, probably one of the better games I've ever seen with motion capture and performance capture and all that stuff. So it looked great. Then it would steal control from you and put you in certain situations. So you'd make a choice and suddenly it would steal control from you because the cops are coming, right? You did a thing, and then the cops are coming, and then give you back control with like 3 options to look around. You got to look quickly around because there's a timer that'll start going very quickly of like, do you want to split? Do you want to hide? Do you want to do this? And you know, in the demo, they were very much hitting that all of these paths will then branch again. Like you've made this choice, which will lead to this choice, and I feel like we've gotten this before with Heavy Rain, and this is why I kind of keep going back to it. You can lose control of this character at any time. You can dead end this story. Like there are 3 characters they were talking about, and I think they said that's all of them. They're all androids, and I could be getting some of this wrong, but they can you can lose this story. You can die. So you have to think about a very particular scene they said was, the cops are coming. Do you want to just give up on this mission to break these people out and just live another day? Or you can maybe try and, you don't know what's going to happen, but it could be the end of the story if you make the wrong choice here, and we'll move on to a different video.
Okay, but then it moves on. It's not like, hey, game over.
You know, like Heavy Rain. I'm trying to think back to how Heavy Rain did it because they made that similar pitch during that, where hey, this could be the end of this character, but you just jump to a different character.
Yeah, like a character would die, and then you're just that arc is done, but you're doing the other character stuff.
So the character they were showing was the leader of. He was a revolutionary, and he can touch other robots.
Is he Marcus?
Yeah, and he could touch.
Free bread.
And you would be free, and
The circle's going to turn blue now.
so he would go around the environment, and there'd just be guys sweeping up, and it was a little weird in kind of a. You guys can probably all imagine this in a very David Cage game kind of way. Hey, go to Jericho, and then you know the guy would run off, and you know it was a little weird, but it kind of worked, and I actually liked what I saw. The thing I didn't like was as you're done tearing this place up. You have your army of robots, and you have to decide whether you want to send a message to the humans, right? And you can either do this by tagging everything with your laser graffiti, and like making laser flags fall down, or you could just take a bat and start bashing windows, right?
Yeah,
and like
now you're talking.
Like
a message that humans will understand.
That's what one of the characters says. They only understand violence, right?
Yeah.
But as you're doing this,
that's all I understand.
you're feeling a UI meter comes up, and I hope they get rid of this. That is either filling towards violence. This is on the red side, or on the blue side is
Paragon,
pacifist. Yeah, but it's basically it's pacifist or renegade, and it just was like, we don't need to see this UI in this meter. Like you're kind of now, for lack of a better term, gamifying my revolution of like, oh well, obviously I want to pin the meter.
Gamify your resolution with specially marked bottles of Mountain Dew.
Pre-order now.
I mean, to be fair, that basically describes modern politics. It's just a meter that either goes toward pacifism or violence now. That's all it is.
Don't you mean Pepsi?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that's Pepsi fire.
So
Emoji.
draw Marcus as a riot cop.
Yeah.
So I was actually getting kind of mad watching the demo as he's gaining points on the violent path, and then would do something that would subtract points and put him back on the other one, being like, you're messing up. Like, you're not going to peg the meter on this side.
Right.
So I wish they would just get rid of that and kind of just infer from what you're doing. Hey, I'm smashing a window. This is real bad. I'm flipping a car and lighting it on fire.
Like that's going to have consequences, regardless of if I'm like suddenly like really apologetic or not. Like I still did all that shit.
Right, exactly. So it's like, can you flip enough cars and then put enough graffiti down to kind of like then mellow it back out and be like. And the other, I think my biggest worry with that game are going to be some, and this is just going to be intrinsic to the style of game it is, just plot loopholes that are just going to, you're going to have so many branching paths and stories that.
Sure.
So like there was a scene where he jumped down and a drone saw him doing this activity, like messing with some wires, and the drone called the cops, and the cops came in like 5 seconds, right? And then to avoid that, he took the drone out. Right? Smashed the drone. She's like, I hope it didn't have time to call the cops. And he's like, we'll find out soon. Then he grabs a truck and he smashes it through a window, and then spent about 20 minutes flipping over cars with no cops coming.
Yeah, man.
And it just felt like how did you create this blackout scenario where like these cops who are around the corner, obviously from this drone, are not like you're flipping over cars and you have this whole riot.
They're not
going.
like, you hear something?
Right.
It sounds like a bunch of cars getting flipped over.
The drone hasn't said anything.
Okay, well, if the drone hasn't said anything, then forget it, I guess.
Right, so it's like, just like very little nitpicks in a game that is kind of trading in immersion and kind of like, I'm going to bring you into this story.
Yeah.
So on one hand, it's like, you know, I don't want to nitpick. It's, you know, it's still a very hard story to tell with all these paths. But on the other hand, it's like, this is your bread and butter here, is this very immersive story that you're trying to tell.
It sounds interesting. If nothing else, like, it also sounds like another one of those in a lot of ways, right?
I mean, there are points when it's
very heavy rain.
It is very heavy rain. There are points where you'll have, hey, I want to put something in a bin or a trash can, and you gotta shake the controller down.
Oh wow!
Oh god,
drop
damn it!
Wow.
There are points when you are trying to open a door or something that might be like you see his hand like touch something, and he has to dial a code. We have to hold L2. L1, square.
Oh, right.
And then,
Yeah, just this kind of claw.
Yeah, so like all of those elements.
That one's fun. Do buttons at once. I think that's
Do they use the touchpad for anything? Does he use all of the PlayStation controller carcass?
You know, I don't remember seeing a thing where you had to
free someone.
You do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a very gentle brush.
Like I'm trying to think of a game recently that's actually used the touchpad other than for anything other than, well, let's bring up the map. Plunk.
Last one I can think of was Infamous Second Son, and that had the stuff where like, oh, lift the thing up by swiping up.
But if anyone's going to do it, David Cage is going to do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's a visionary.
There's probably a controller tour de force waiting in there somewhere.
I like those games despite their flaws. I think they are, you know, two concerns I have. One is the game going to be interesting? Is it going to stumble across what it's trying to do gameplay-wise? The other one is, do you have the chops to pull off this political and charged story?
I mean, that's no.
That's a big question, yes.
Like, you know, let's just fucking put the nail in that right now. Like, probably not.
So there
At
are
least they're trying.
It doesn't mean it's going to be a bad game, but
It may not be what you want it to be, though.
I'm glad somebody's trying.
sure.
Even if they.
So those are two concerns, right? Like, and they're not. You can't tease them apart because one might influence the other, right? Like, oh, is one of these failing because of the gameplay? Is the storytelling failing because of the gameplay? Is the gameplay, or is the storytelling drawing me out of the gameplay, right?
Right.
So I don't know, like, you know, swipe the touchpad to start a revolution might not be my favorite thing, whereas and vice versa with the gameplay influence or the story influence in the gameplay. So, I don't know.
Cool. That's interesting either way.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited for it. I was excited for Heavy Rain, excited for this.
Brad, you get around and see anything?
I did.
How you feeling?
I did see a lot of stuff.
First and foremost,
I apologize that I sound horrible. This is disgusting. And
But we love you, Brad.
Are you at least feeling slightly better? That's there you go.
I've seen you elbow bumping a lot of people on the show.
Got that out of the way. Excuse me. I know it's horrible.
That was a very good cover.
I'm sorry. I was trying so hard not to cough while Phil was up here. I'm just going to go through the schedule here. Dan and I went and saw Uncharted Lost Legacy this morning.
Okay.
That looks like more Uncharted.
Okay.
I felt the exact same way I did when I was watching that Call of Duty demo, where like everything looked really good and well made and everything, but I was just thinking like, I don't know if I need to play this. Like, I want to see the story, so I will play through it. But the actual moment-to-moment, like getting behind cover and shooting people with an Uncharted game, I didn't really want to do that.
I felt that way through Uncharted 4. I mean, that's part of what prevented me from playing Uncharted 4, was I didn't end up playing very much of it, because I got into it and got to the action. I'm like, you know, this is an incredibly well-made thing, but I just don't really...
This looks incredibly well-made.
Yeah.
It is still that.
I feel like with 4, it had been long enough since 3. It was at least a few years that I was like, I could play another one of those.
Right.
But this one, I just played through all of 4 last year, loved it, but I don't...
Are you ready to jump in that soon?
Does it feel tonally different?
Yes, the biggest. I mean, they're in India, but the biggest hook is there's no Nathan Drake. Like the hook is Uncharted without Drake.
Yeah.
They also said that it is a full game. They were saying this is a full-length Uncharted game.
Like
this is not DLC.
No, it's $40.
40.
Okay.
It's $40. It's standalone. They said it's shorter than 4, like kind of on par with like the first 3 in terms of length or amount of
So
content.
like a 10 to 12-hour game, probably.
You know, I think we were looking at this and going like, is this going to be like a standalone side story? Is this going to be like a 4-hour thing, a 6-hour thing?
They made it sound, and it ships with the entire Uncharted 4 multiplayer suite. Which is cool.
Yeah.
If you didn't have that already.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the main thing is you're playing as Chloe, the British explorer lady, and Nadine from 4, who's like a total ass kicker. Like there's that part at the beginning where they do the classic sneak up behind 2 guys, and Chloe's like, all right, I'll get the one on the left, and you go and like halfway through and you get the one on the right, Nadine just like jumps over there and like takes them both out. Like it's that, you know, it's kind of buddy cop action movie type stuff.
Right.
There were some cool parts where you as Chloe were running around and shooting people, while in the background you can see Nadine just going around from person to person, like kicking their ass hand to hand while you're swinging around and shooting them. So that seemed pretty cool.
Does it feel like, again, tonally, like, does it feel like these were two characters that were kind of foils for Nathan's goofery and buffoonery that are now put together without that kind of roguish charm?
Yes,
I feel that way about Chloe, because Chloe didn't get fleshed out that much in 2. I can't remember if she was in 3. But Nadine, when they showed her in 4, I thought she was a really interesting character, and I want to see more of her.
That's probably why like Chloe's then the playable characters, because you know you get to kind of experience a little more that fleshes that character out.
Right.
I feel like they both seemed competent. Whereas Nathan always seemed like, I'm going to get by on this with luck.
Like he's slipping on banana peels into the treasure.
And they were always like, you're an idiot. Like, what are you doing? How does that play out?
But you know what? He's the most capable idiot in the world because everything he does is just so over the top, but he always does it with like perfection.
He leaves a wake of rubble behind him as well.
Well, there is that.
They seem less goofy in nature, but the whole like constantly being in peril thing that Nathan had, they've got that too. Like, you know, you're climbing up a thing and then a giant like tank APC thing crashes through the wall and you go flying down. Like, you know, these characters are getting fucked up in the same way that like Nathan Drake constantly was. They're just not like all dopey about it.
I wonder if it's going to get supernatural. Like, 4 didn't really
That's true, yeah.
have that.
Yeah. I thought 4 was the best story.
It was kind of better for it, honestly.
Totally.
Yeah, I think so.
Then we saw Spider-Man. After that, it was the same demo from the stage the other day, except without we'd have the stuff that they cut from the middle of that demo for time.
I feel like we saw more combat.
Like
the environmental stuff, like all the L1 to like whip this thing around and hit a guy. I feel like we saw more of that today.
Maybe there was a little bit more of that. Yeah, that combat remains very Batman-like.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you know, they had the UI turned on. I don't think they had the UI turned on the stage, but
they
like
might not have.
you full on get like finishers that are 2 face buttons.
They did have the UI turned on.
Yeah,
because I remember seeing in the bottom right like
that's
triangle and circle.
That's how
I saw
Batman
that and I was like, oh, Batman.
That's how Batman it is. That you rack up 5 or 6 hits and then you can do a finisher with 2 buttons.
I mean, of all the superheroes you could do that with, I feel like Spider-Man is probably well suited for that.
I want to say Spider-Man has had Batman combat in a previous game.
Yeah,
but they showed a lot of swinging and that looks great. But he answered a lot of questions about that thing. Like it's Manhattan only, but it's full Manhattan. They said like from the beginning of the game, like the whole island is open.
Give you the full Manhattan.
That's right.
All right.
But like they seem very intent on having a world to swing around, right from the get-go.
I like what they said about like, hey, we understand that like the swinging around and how that feels is critical to this game. And they brought up Spider-Man 2 a lot, which made me feel like they got it because that was the one that felt the best to swing around.
I also asked about Sunset Overdrive, which I thought they would never say anything about because that was a Microsoft exclusive and this is a Sony exclusive. But they were like, no, we like totally took all the They said they were actually thinking about Spider-Man as they were making that game.
Oh, wow.
In terms of the traversal stuff, so they like brought a bunch of that stuff right over.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
Did they say anything?
Seems promising.
Say anything about like the Miles Morales stuff? Because I know you play as Peter Parker.
It is Peter Parker. Morales is in the. Well, I guess it's him. Like there's that character, that stinger at the end is like, Miles, come on.
Yeah, and like I guess I was informed by some people from following that press conference that I guess like in the current Marvel universe, both Peter Parker and Miles Morales are Spider-Man.
This is not based on any current comic series or anything. He said it's a standalone. Like, it's a Spider-Man universe in a bubble.
Okay.
So.
He very lightly implied that there might be parts where he plays Peter Parker. Like somebody asked, and he was just well, we can't really talk about that yet, but I'll just say that Peter Parker is a very important part of Spider-Man, and we understand that.
I want to take photos.
Yeah.
I want to take photos.
Like showing the man behind the mask seems like a big storytelling thing for them.
What if you could just do it with your phone and use the companion app?
What if you could just do it with your phone, take regular pictures, but then you texted them to a number, and then the game popped up.
You texted them to J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah, and then the game popped up and said, "This is a terrible photo."
The glare is all bad.
This console has a share button right on it, right? You know, you don't need to take fucking pictures of the screen. Dick. Every time I do that, someone fucking goes, "You know, just go to share button." I'm like, "Yeah, my phone has a zillion share buttons.
It's nothing but share buttons."
I don't have to type in a Twitter password with a controller. It's you got the point of what I was trying to get across pretty easily. It's easy stuff.
Yeah.
Did they miss any of those like what look like QuickTime events?
No, but somebody asked him about that, and he said there are fail states, so you can fail out of those big sequences.
I like they vicious like Tomb Raider,
just where he like falls flat and the building blows up,
or just impaled on a spike and like hanging out.
I heard somebody else mention that they said they were trying to relegate those only to like main story.
Yeah, I would believe that.
Critical.
Yeah. That makes sense.
mission.
Yeah.
kind of
Somebody
thing.
did ask basically like, hey, I saw a lot of like QuickTime event stuff, and they basically said like, yeah, you know, for some of these big set piece moments and missions, like
Okay.
we kind of have to do that to make those moments where
Yeah.
you're catching the crane.
Cinematic.
But he referenced Treyarch and Neversoft repeatedly, and like they seem very intent on making like a Spider-Man game in the tradition of those Spider-Man games.
That's
Yeah.
neat. You know, those games are very well liked. And,
Yeah.
and this game, you know, even it was hard to get a sense sometimes during that press conference, like how much of this is a QuickTime event and how much of it is a video game. But
Yeah.
like, regardless, like it's a nice looking thing.
Yeah, and
that thing, it looks incredible.
And then the combat doesn't seem like straight up Batman because they mentioned that Spider-Man's not a bruiser; he's more tricky, acrobatic. So it's a lot of like we saw more of that environmental stuff. Remember in the trailer or the
Right,
demo, you
yeah.
saw him like grab that girder or whatever and swing it around. Tons of that stuff of like you know, hit L1 to do something cool with this thing, or you can do the stealth thing of. Do you remember when he shot the thing on the shipping container and it kind of shot out and grabbed the guy?
Yeah.
You can like stick one of those onto a guard that's patrolling around, and then if he happens to like walk by another guard, that will activate it and they'll pull them together and smack them together.
That's fun.
Like it seems like there's some fun stuff you can do.
Did he drop anybody off a building?
No, one guy started flying off, and then he like hit L1 or something and like grabbed him and bowed
was in
down
the
because I guess
demo.
Spider-Man doesn't kill people. or
Wait, just
something?
so he will.
tries not
You
to.
think that's
Oh, okay.
you think that was an automatic thing? Like like the AI will just do that?
A guy asked about that, and he's like, "Oh yeah, Marvel, like no one would allow, you know,
Really?
Spider-Man can't be murdering people."
Oh, that's just gonna be me trying to kick guys off buildings all the time.
Yeah, that's definitely, of course. Well, that sounds all right.
yeah, it looked really cool.
I came out of that, like all the stuff they said, more interested than just after the press conference stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
Then you and I went to see Dave Lang's Extinction.
Yeah, we did. So we saw Dave Lang's Extinction from Maximum Games.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Dave Lang, who has gone extinct.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we
Yes.
lost him this year, but you know, hey, we'll have him in here tomorrow night anyway. Yeah, that's it seems interesting. It's a third person, you know, the third person kind of action. It actually has some traversal stuff that reminded me of some of the Spider-Man stuff a little bit, but it's more grappling hook based. You kind of get a little icon on the environment, like the corner of a building, or just the enemies themselves, like you know these kind of flying creatures and stuff like that. So you can kind of zip around, dash in the air, not touch the ground, and kind of traverse this world. And it seems like the level they showed, but also some of the stuff they were saying about it, almost seems like it's a combat arena.
Yeah.
Or at least the part they were showing was like, hey, there are buildings at the center of this town that cannot get fucked up. These giant ogres are going to come in and try to do that. Make sure they don't. And so you have these fodder enemies kind of around, and you can grapple onto them to get up higher, or just you kill them, and you have the sword attacks and stuff like that. But then these big guys, you kind of have to do some light Attack on Titan type stuff of like they'll have armor on their like legs and like wrists and stuff like that, so you can kind of get knock the armor off. If it's like higher level armor, it might have buckles on it that you have to break off instead of just like wood armor, which you could just walk up and smash and whatever. And then once that's done, you can sever those limbs. They grow back very fast though, so you kind of have you're kind of immobilizing them briefly of like, oh, I cut 1 foot off and this guy's going to go down. Now I need to get up on his head. But if his arms are active, and they didn't actually show a lot of the ogres kind of like stopping you from doing stuff.
Yeah, they had a fully leveled up character in this demo,
and then they were
just
good
fucking
at it.
like
So
wasting
just,
these guys.
yeah,
like,
so they
before
were
could
fucking
even
these
attack.
things up.
Yeah,
So we didn't really get a chance to see how the ogres
like
attack.
how they fight back. Yeah,
it-
it seems. Go ahead.
Is it single player?
Yeah.
Yes, but it seems very like score attack driven. Like it's got leaderboards. And, like
It's going to have like a daily challenge.
daily
in it.
challenges and stuff.
And so that's why I say like it has this kind of arena thing to it where if you watch that trailer at the end of it, they show all these ogres kind of walking in. So it seems like there's almost like an endless mode in there somewhere of like how long can you keep the ogres at bay. But there's some good blood effects when you're severing stuff. Like and when you cut off the head, they're dead. The head falls off and then that whole thing goes away.
Just like real life.
Just like real life. But the bodies didn't really stick around. Like the limbs, as you severed them, they would kind of fall off a little bit, start to, and then they'd shimmer. They'd kind of blink out of existence. And same with the head, and then eventually the body of the thing. So you didn't really get a sense of just like, hey, we're stacking up these giant bodies.
You want the bodies to hit the floor.
Yeah, I want to let the bodies hit the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It seems interesting. I think that they've got some time to work on it.
Yeah.
And,
That's not. It's not a 2017 game, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's early next year, so there's something to it. Yeah, for sure. Ben, you
Yeah, I
Get
saw
out
some
and see some
games. I saw Crackdown 3.
yeah. What do you think?
Pretty cool. So it was, they had a demo out on the show floor, playable, but this was kind of that, but more highly directed, and they talked more about the systems and stuff. And it made me realize how long it has been since I've played a Crackdown game.
Right.
They started out by saying, we wanted to make Crackdown how you remembered it.
Just like Mom used to make.
Yeah.
Right.
Some down-home Crackdown.
Yeah.
So it was a little portion of the city, and basically, so the structure, it has they called it the like touchback system or the pushback system, where kind of the more you interact with the streets and the gangs and stuff, the more they interact with you, and so there's, it's a big city, and there's a bunch of gangs and a bunch of different groups that are all intertwined. And no story kind of is just like, go,
Right.
You have to take out some big bad
Enemies. And,
That is the Crackdown.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
Crackdown story.
And so, but they had kind of an almost nemesis system thing where there is the boss at the top, but then he has a certain number of lieutenants, and under them are a certain number of captains, and under them. And then, so you kind of like learn about these lieutenants or captains or whatever through just, if you defeat certain guys, you'll find some audio logs that might be the boss talking to the lieutenant saying, "Oh, I hate it when my supply depots get blown up."
Me too.
And so you're like, "Oh, I better go blow up
always
some
calling
supply
people
depots."
and saying that.
Is it like the Riddler hint thing in Batman, where you could like look in Batman vision and some of the guys would be green? It's like, oh, don't kill them. He's got information.
They didn't show like any of the information gathering. It was kind of like, this is what we already know about this, this guy we're going to take out. It was like the leader of the police was one of the lieutenants, the leader, like the bad leader.
Sting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Sting's there.
Stuart Copeland.
He's like tantrically just kind of there, and you're like, oh, I don't want to touch you, but
So this game's about 6 hours then?
No, more like 10.
Oh, all right. Yeah, nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's an amazing payoff at the end. Yeah. You're going to want to stay around for that climax.
No, I like my games short. Just bang them out. 30 seconds.
So that's Crackdown 3. No, it's cool. So, they like, the bad guys that they were focusing on like controlled the monorail system. And so once you killed enough of the bad guys, you kind of got control of the monorail system. And then one of the monorails just got a big laser gun on it from the agency and was going around town just shooting all the bad guys that it found.
Okay.
Yeah, like last night we had Clint, the creative director, on it. Like he made it sound like that you just go to this new island and it's all crime.
Yes, it's like a million
island.
gangs
Yeah.
on this huge volcanic island. They said it's 2.5 times the size of Crackdown 2, both horizontally and vertically.
And full crime.
And just chock full of crime.
Yeah.
And with a big old volcano in the middle.
That
which
sounds-
I assume is also full of crime.
Yeah.
A crime volcano.
Yeah.
All right.
It just emits
If
crime.
it's not full of crime before, then I'm going to do my best to just like jump up and throw as many people
Sure.
into the volcano as possible.
You're going to start a religion. That's how you're going to.
Throw your son
No,
into
yeah,
the crime
definitely. You got to start
volcano.
somewhere. We start here by putting these people in this volcano and starting a Zaibatsu. And whatever happens
Yeah.
after that, hey, I don't know.
Ben, what about visually? Because that was one thing from the trailer that it looked pretty dated.
It looks a little. So where it looked really cool was like explosions and particles, and they had a singularity gun that shot black holes and sucked cars into it that then exploded into other things, and that all looks really good. It was really good frame rate. It ran very smoothly, even with just everything. Like the guy was like, I have accidentally made too many explosions here because like it was exploding over a story lady talking and just like going up bigger and bigger
All right,
and
that
bigger.
sounds good.
But like still running very
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I think, we saw it at the showcase event they had a few days ago, and I took a look at it, and there were some things about it where like, oh, the character doesn't really have a shadow here. Like the parts of it looked plain, and it was hard to parse whether that was just like, this is the art style they're going for,
Yeah.
and it's got that kind of comic booky, kind of cel-shaded look, or is it, hey, they've got work to do.
It
like,
did seem like it was a little bit in between.
Yeah.
Or maybe not quite finished. But I think it looks like a decent modern video game. It looks like a slightly better Saints Row looking kind of open world game.
cool.
Were they demoing it single player?
Yes.
The multiplayer stuff is the stuff that's like cloud connected and all destructible buildings and stuff, and they haven't really. I mean, they've got a whole separate team working on that.
Oh, wow.
So
Is that the Sumo digital team or is Sumo
Sumo's
making-
doing the single player,
Okay.
and Reagent, which is the David Jones team, is doing the multiplayer.
Got
Dave
it.
Jones is working
Yes,
on this.
yeah.
Okay.
Real Time Worlds doesn't exist anymore. They're like, oh, that's Real Time Worlds. Like, no, it's different
It's a different
Same
squad.
guy, different squad.
And then I guess Terry Crews accidentally broke embargo by saying, I am going to be in this video game as a playable character. And so they were like, he's going to be in the
You
game.
can't embargo Terry Crews. You can't do it.
Yeah.
You can't embargo those biceps.
No, it would be foolish to even try. Did you get around to see anything else of note?
I checked out some Ashen, which looked pretty cool. It's Dark Souls,
Oh,
but where it's cool. So
Cyberspace.
So most of the presentation, like 3/4 of the presentation, I was just watching this game saying this is 100% Dark Souls. You know, they're like large interconnected world where dungeons kind of wind in with each other, mysterious NPCs who, you know, you don't really get a lot from, but maybe if you present them with certain items, they will tell you some other stuff.
Sure.
But where this game was kind of unique was the multiplayer system. It kind of runs like Journey, where it's always searching for somebody else.
Oh, wow.
And it plops them into your world. It's a maximum of one other person. You don't get their gamer tag. There's no voice chat. In fact, dungeons don't even open until you have 2 people. They said you can play offline and it'll spawn an AI dude for you. But what's cool is, so like they previewed a dungeon. So the dungeon door opens up, they go through and they fight and fight and fight. And if you successfully clear a level with with one of your computer friends, they will join your town as an NPC. And then they said like they will start doing different things. Like they walked back and showed off like this guy crafts potions and this other guy will make armor. So you can kind of grow out your village. They said you know there's not leveling up or anything, but you know like there's a talisman system where you can kind of trade off, like, I want to attack faster, but do less damage, or I want to, do more damage and take more damage.
One thing that'll do,
Yeah.
Halo skulls or something.
And there's like, emotes you can like, like wave to each other and stuff like that, but beyond that, no communication.
So but to grow your town, you have to play with an AI companion?
Either an AI or another human.
Okay, another human. That like human model will still come back to your town. And
that
do
model
something?
will just hang out at your town. Even if
That player then is like working.
But if they die, they're just gone
Okay.
forever, and you're trapped in that dungeon by yourself, which they said it's very hard to clear them by yourself. So
can another player come in at the
No, once you're in the
Once
dungeon,
you're in.
You're in.
So you just quit the game at that point.
Or you try and like they said like a lot of times one guy would die during the boss fight and the other guy would just like courageously carry on. And
So what happens if like players are just like waiting to get joined up and then just like goodbye, and I'm gonna quit?
yeah, and I feel like there might be some level of trolling where it's like they said, oh, you can kind of communicate with each other through how you move and where you go, but I feel like there'll be a fair amount of trolling of like, hey, I'm going to lead you down this long path, and then just like.
And then I know there's a trap here, and that'll be funny for everyone.
Or like an emote that is like, sorry, my baby's crying. I need to go.
It's just like, pulling on the collar, like.
Gotta go. Mom says I need to turn the system off. Gotta go to bed.
It's about setting a controller down and walking away.
They said they haven't ruled out the idea of playing like with a friends list, but they didn't they were like, we want to explore the opportunity of just playing this with strangers.
I think that's a cool idea.
Yeah.
sounds cool.
Alex, how about you?
Today was day mostly of driving. I saw both Gran Turismo and Forza. And so I think more so than just about any other genre of game at the show here, these are the most buzzwordy games. Like, Gran Turismo is really leaning very hard on the HDR stuff.
Okay.
And Forza is very much about, the 4K.
That's car games, man.
Yeah,
Like,
and they
are
were
the
both...
tires round? Yes, no.
They are. I
Great.
can confirm.
Okay.
They were both leaning on those very hard. For the Gran Turismo demo, they had Yamauchi. They had him up there, and he gave about a 20-minute PowerPoint presentation about HDR and all the things it's doing.
Sounds
and
about like
lighting.
and the 4 years they spent just completely redoing all those car models, making it so that they had way more deluxe cars in there.
Does that mean that there will be cars in that game that are not deluxe cars?
It sounded like they might just not have as many overall cars as some of the other games, but they would all have the full detail stuff. That was how it came across anyway.
All right.
And after that, they just put us on one of those stupid rigs with the big chair and whatever, and had us all race.
Do you get the impression that by calling it Gran Turismo Sport, is there any kind of specific focus on it that previous GT games didn't have? Or does it just kind of look like, hey, this is the next Gran Turismo?
I mean, the only cars they let us drive in that were all sports models. Like
that maybe that's
rally focused cars for the dirt tracks, and like full on like GT style models for the.
They might have announced that, and maybe I just haven't been following it. But
but that said, it plays well. Like the driving was really good. I mean, it always feels good when you're on one of those giant rigs. There's a 10-second video going around that Dave Lang creep shotted me while I was driving. So go looking for that if you want.
Great.
Forza, Forza looks great. They talked a lot about the stuff they learned from Apex,
right?
And the issues they had on the PC the last time around.
Yeah.
They are very focused on making that PC version as good as the Xbox version.
And Horizon 3 runs really good. Now there was a patch recently that really makes that game run a lot better.
Yeah.
Like it launched Horizon 3 even. Apex had its issues, but Horizon did too.
It is interesting that like when they were talking about Horizon, they don't talk about Horizon as like a separate thing. Like they talk about it very much as like there is a lineage of Forza and those two things are completely intertwined. There is no separation between Playground and Turn 10 in terms of like what that brand is.
Yeah, it just seems like Turn 10 definitely touches the Horizon games in some ways. A lot of it's their tech and stuff like that, but also it's interesting, the way we think of a lot of like two-team franchises and stuff is very much their game, our game, their game, our game, and
but for them, it seems like it's all just like kind of one continuous lineage.
Yeah, makes sense.
The game looks great. They were talking up some of the the features of like it has OneDrive support, so like if you have your music on there, if you're just hanging out in the garage or even when you're driving, like you'll hear your music like playing on the speakers and the different tracks.
All those, I guess OneDrive you get for free. I was gonna say like Groove Music subscribers.
Yeah, I had that trial for the month
Horizon.
That everyone had for a month.
And I was like, oh, this is kind of neat. I don't want to go organize a playlist for this game. Boy, it sure be nice if I could just put a USB stick in this thing, huh? Anyway.
Yeah. I have the weirdest luck with Forza demos though. Like every year, that's like somehow I just end up with like the most awkward demo. Like last year, there were some Korean journalists in there, and their translator absolutely would not stop talking during the middle of the demo they were giving, to the point where PR had to like beg them to stop.
Yeah.
And this year, there was just a guy sitting next to me, and after like the driving section of the demo, he was like, "Hey, were you really driving? Because your hand movements weren't matching to the thing," like really aggressively, and everyone just kind of looked at each other like.
Right, got him.
All, why do you care?
Got him. Exposed the subterfuge video game
and you
demos.
see them just being like, "Yeah, I've been driving this whole fucking E3, dude. I don't know what you're talking about." Like they replied about it, but I just don't know why that game. I just had the worst luck.
That's a really strange thing.
It's really
to think
uncomfortable.
that they would fake. I mean, of all the things you would fake.
And I don't think he was faking. I really don't. I was watching him play too. It did not seem like it.
All right. Well,
getting the scoop is tough.
you really
got to get your hands dirty.
You got to dig deep, man. You got to dig deep these days.
And the last thing Brad and I saw was State of Decay 2.
That game looks great.
Yeah.
I watched State of Decay.
You liked the first one a whole lot.
I did, but
except it was rough.
Basically told the developer, like, hey, I tried to like your first game a lot, and I kind of couldn't.
I kind of bounced off of it at times, too.
He totally knew what I was talking about.
Sure.
They seem to be addressing a lot of those complaints.
Okay.
That thing is, it continues to be an amazingly complex simulation. Like, the amount of things you have to worry about. Sorry, I know I sound terrible.
It's fun, actually, hearing you. Like,
it's great stuff. But the amount of information feedback you're getting now from why your human settlement is going to shit constantly seems like it's going to help a lot. Like
it's not just like Fallout 4, like, hey, our settlement needs help.
Right,
come back here.
Like I
basically don't want to do that.
Yeah, like he acknowledged like the first game, like you would, your people would be starving all the time, or they would be irritable and refuse to fight, or like it's a management sim, and like things would go wrong and you didn't know why. They just have like straight up red and green text under each thing now. It's like, oh, you're getting plus 20 morale from this lady, from like the lady who's a gardener, but you're getting -3 from the guy who snores. Like it's shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah. They said it's like 1,000 traits now that they're pulling from instead of the couple of hundred the first one had.
For the
cool.
generated characters.
Yeah.
You level characters up and like you invest a lot of time in them, but then when they die, they're dead forever.
Right.
They're adding multiplayer finally, which is the thing the first game didn't have. You can invite people into your game and you can join other people's games, but you also, there's a thing where people can set their game to, I don't know, like just join whenever,
there's like a lobby system you can join into.
Okay. You set like a public option, and then if you're playing the game, you can shoot a flare. If you're in trouble and you're just like, fuck, I need help right now, you can shoot a flare, and then the game will go out and search for people who have that flag set that they want to join games.
Oh.
And it'll match them into your game immediately, so they can just like come in and help you out in a tough situation.
And it sounds like they'll get specific rewards for
yeah,
doing that.
they'll get rewards.
Do you know if it's like in narrative, like I will see a flare go off in the distance and I have to drive to it kind of thing?
I imagine
I
if
don't
you
know.
knew your world, you know that they
There's no
wouldn't
other
be there.
settlement.
They'd
Yeah.
have to fake a lot of stuff for that.
Yeah.
That'd be neat though.
But that game continues to be savage as fuck, you know, like your people can die and be dead forever, and also the map, like just like the first game, like there's a finite amount of resources out there, and that's it. You know, like there's a finite amount of like ammo and food and all that stuff out in the world.
And like once you clear out of town, like you're gonna have to start venturing further and further out.
Yeah.
So does that mean there's an end game?
Yeah, there is a story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can beat the game. And
It just sounds like a bigger, more fleshed out version of the first one, but like that first game has so much potential, it just didn't quite get there. So like I'm super excited about
But
this.
you know, I mean, it obviously did so well for them that like you know they've gotten a lot more leeway to kind of build the thing they want to build out of it now.
Yeah, it seems like this was maybe the game that they wanted to always make.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll get there. Dan, how about you?
Outside of the Sony stuff I saw with Brad, I saw Agents of Mayhem. And it is
We
very...
played that last year. Yeah.
It's very Saints Row, as you can probably tell from the trailers and developer and everything. They told me that they were trying to go more for action game first with some humor second, which Saints Row kind of just turned into like Naked Gun at some point.
Yeah.
And it was good. It was better than I expected it to be. There was a lot of customization stuff you could do. You've got the 3 agents at one time. I don't know if you guys had that.
And you
switch
swap between them, right?
Yeah, and so like if one person's powers are on cooldown, you can switch to this other person and fight with them. If one dies, you can
And
switch to
it's
the
not
others.
all 3 of them out fighting at the same time, right?
No.
You teleport them in and
Basically.
out. Yeah.
Yeah. And like everyone's got a triple jump and a dash. Like I thought it was a nice way of scaling back what 4 was, Saints Row 4, because they went so big on that superpower stuff that you're just kind of flying around and stuff, and it's a superhero game at some point. So this kind of grounds it more, even though they're triple jumping and stuff. They're not flying over skyscrapers.
Yeah, but they're still very mobile.
Yeah, but they also have a bunch of really weird weapons and stuff. This stuff called Gremlin Tech, and it's on a cooldown. So like I can pop this one that if I shoot you, you turn into a little bouncing like peep, like a little rabbit thing. Of
course.
And if you hit Brad, he turns into a peep. And if you hit like, and I went into a club at one point and popped it, and by the end it was all these like exploding rabbits bouncing all over the place. So very much
so still goofy.
Still goofy. The thing I didn't like as much was the writing. Like Saints Row was never like the most like clever, intelligent
its tone.
comedy. It had a tone.
It found its way. at a certain point.
It did. And this strikes me as like a new writer that's trying to hit those marks, but isn't as good at it.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
most of the
I wanna
people
say
that
that,
wrote 3 and 4 are gone from Volition at this point.
Yeah, I feel like
Okay.
they've had some turnover over there, and
yeah, it's just, it seems like it's kind of trying hard for that like cursy, like, you know, easy sex joke comedy, and it's just like nothing like offensive or anything. It was just kind of like lame, some of the writing,
Right,
but
yeah.
you know, I just saw a couple little
yeah,
parts.
I feel like when we played it, like I looked at it and went like, oh, well, I'm swapping between characters, but clearly this is a 3-player co-op, and they were like,
no,
no,
they didn't say anything
no,
about that.
it's not, and you're like, oh, huh.
Yeah.
That's a choice.
Yeah, that was how I felt about that game playing last year. I was like, that's a choice. Like this doesn't seem like terrible or anything, but
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like a B game.
It
in
might
some
be.
ways.
It might be a B game.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this for
All
45
right.
minutes.
Yeah, let's dig into it. No, we're no more talking.
No.
about this
Okay.
stuff.
One thing I do appreciate is like Saints Row the Third started doing this stuff where you could just sprint and press LB or whatever to like just dive into a car and start driving. Whereas more realistic open world games like GTA or something, you have to like stop the car, the animation, like open the door, get the guy out. This goes even further. Like instead of having to go to a cell phone to like summon a car, you just tap up on the D-pad, and a car just like comes blazing around the corner. Your character just does a little sassy animation and then flies in, and then you're driving. It's just like that.
So you're just calling your horse, and it just rides up and just get in and go.
And
Sure.
then you just automatically get on and go.
All right.
So it's definitely that tone of Saints Row, but yeah, it's the right direction I think for it. But the writing is a little not great from what I
Yeah,
saw.
I will see
see
that. That
Johnny
game's
Gat?
Did not see Johnny Gap, but we heard about a pre-order bonus?
something
or-
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's well.
But it played better than I expected.
people really like Johnny Gat, as it turns out. Like that always seemed like a really weird thing for like people get hyped about. Like Gat is back. I'm like, yeah, okay.
It's almost
Guy will
like
show up
this,
for anything.
Yeah.
It's almost like this Fast and Furious thing where it's like, yeah, these movies and games are super stupid, but they take their characters super seriously, and as a result, the fans kind of attach themselves to that. So yeah,
More
people
of a
give a shit
Shawnee
about
guy,
Johnny Depp.
personally. I don't know.
Oh, were you?
honestly,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was more of a Keith David guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we all, I think everyone is also a Keith David guy. All right. Well, thanks for all of that information. and we'll check back in with you tomorrow about some more video games. But right now, we are going to take it down and take a break and get some guests on here, and the show will continue. Stay tuned. What's up, everybody? Well, welcome back to the show. Words. Fade out. No,
We faded out and faded for
Yeah. One more time.
Yeah.
And scene.
It's me, it's Jeff Gerstmann. Hi, we're back. We've got another couch full of guests, full of friends and contenders and all sorts of business over here. What's going on? We got the #1 motherfucking contender.
And the place to be.
Samoa Joe is here.
Right on the bomb.
Yeah. Thanks so much for coming. Xavier Woods, of course, returning.
Also, #1 contender.
Also #1 contender in the
Thank you.
Windjammers world as
No,
well.
no.
And
For the tag team
for the tag
championships.
team
Yes,
championships.
yes.
You got a double contendership.
Trying. I don't have to fight Brock Lesnar, though.
Yeah, no, that's.
I know.
Might as well tough.
Yeah, and I got to beat him half to death to get what I want, so it's going to work out great.
It's about time someone did.
Yeah.
He deserves it.
Drew Scanlon is here.
I could have been a contender.
From Cloth Map. You're
a contender?
You're a Cloth Map contender.
I am?
Yeah.
Thanks, Xavier Woods.
Man. We've got Team Dancers back there.
What's up?
Yeah.
You know, this is a real fucked up reunion episode. I didn't expect it to go this way.
No, we got a lot of emails, so
Right.
yeah, you want to jump right to that?
Sure.
Okay.
They've got questions.
We've got dancers.
Dancers?
Dancers.
It's
Dancers.
the podcast.
Danny
all the
Dwyer
hot
and
influencers
Dan
listening.
Reichert are
Yes.
here.
Man.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome. Hi.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
I want to ask these two guys, Floyd Mayweather, Conor McGregor, who's going to win?
Floyd,
Yeah.
running away.
Well,
Yeah.
they're not intimidated by the fact that I'm Irish one bit.
Oh, no.
Not even a
Okay.
little bit.
I've been beating up
I
Irish
don't
people
see a
for
drink
years.
in your hand, so you don't have your powers.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Never mind.
yeah.
The most Irish of drinks.
Yeah.
The Mexican drink, is it not?
Tecate. The pride of Dublin.
Is that Mexicans and Irish are like the same thing? Like big Catholic families, lots of drinking.
Yeah.
We all both love horchata.
Keep going on this one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm liking this analogy.
Yeah. I'm mostly Irish.
Right.
Floyd Mayweather, definitely. That's
Yeah.
100%.
What if the fight starts and McGregor just kicks him in the fucking
This is literally every Irishman
Yeah.
in the world and what they're going to say for the next
Yeah.
until the fight
But
happens.
what if?
Are these
But
boxing
what if?
rules? Or
What
is
if I
this
was
MMA
fighting
rules?
him and I kicked him right in the throat? What if?
Yeah.
He brings down the thunder in his right hand and puts it across his face, and all of Ireland raises up in a roar.
Oh my God, I didn't know.
Selling me on this, actually. Now I'm like, wait a minute, actually, that really worked out.
Are you sure he's not Irish, Joe?
Yeah.
Ooh, he's been fooling everybody all along.
I've drank enough of your whiskey. I'll play that.
So you guys have been here. I mean, obviously, handling some video game business, hosting some shows, representing out there.
bouncing around.
How has E3 been going? Did you get any time to walk around and see anything? Or?
We walked around and saw a little bit. The main thing that we did today was play Call of Duty, World War II. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it was really, really good. That was,
sick.
We came up with a new catchphrase for it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Boots on the ground again.
Put the jetpacks down.
Oh, I can
Yeah.
take that. I can take the again out.
Yeah.
Boots on the ground.
Put the jetpacks down.
There we go.
All right, that's pretty
So
good.
technically, he came up with it. So all we're asking for is like 10%.
we're putting that into copyright, and hopefully they'll use it.
Yeah.
And,
We're gonna put them on those little gummy bracelets everybody wears now.
yeah.
Yeah, no, everyone's into the slap
It's out the
bracelet.
streets.
Yeah.
That's hot shit. That's hot shit right there. And then doing a little bit of stage hosting as well, right?
No, not yet. So tomorrow we're doing stuff with GameSpot. But for today, we did the Call of Duty. We went and played the Dragon Ball fighting game, which is
It looks, I mean,
unreal.
like
Yeah, it looks
Guilty Gear
incredible.
was a
So
hell of a
good.
game. And,
Yeah.
and,
It's like Guilty Gear and MVC mashed together, and it's just like we get all these characters from Dragon Ball universe. Like
the trunks, those are literally the only Dragon Ball Z characters.
The trunks.
I think Vegeta. There's a Goku
Are you a big,
and Mr. Dragon.
big anime fan?
Yeah, I followed it, and I wouldn't say that I'm a really in-depth anime fan, but I watch enough and I've experienced enough that I have a good working knowledge of the anime universe. So Dragon Ball Z, I think everybody's kind of, whether you're an anime fan or not.
Like you soak in some of
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it's just by
especially for
osmosis.
video games. You're just like, no, that's the Cell games. I know. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Cell, this stuff happens. Yeah. It's all
which
real.
is the best saga, which we talked about. Yeah,
we were debating Frieza versus Cell
Cell.
Saga.
It's Cell.
But like I don't know, Frieza's saga never really ends because it keeps coming back, and then he's gold, and
Yeah,
it's a thing.
that just means you didn't get right the first time.
Okay, fair. Anyway, yes.
Yeah. So then tomorrow doing a little bit of stage show hosting. Is that the?
Yeah, I think it's just interviews with GameSpot.
Oh, okay.
He's
Yeah.
the guy who took my job. This is how it went down.
Yeah. No,
Right.
that's.
I told you, I'm encroaching. I'm coming in. I'm forcing my way into the games industry.
Gonna be making
really is.
documentaries about Rocket League next.
Yeah. Hey, I mean,
Yeah.
went to the World Championships, which was awesome. I actually remember when we met at that SummerSlam, and I told you that I wanted to do stuff with games.
Yeah.
I told you I wanted to
Before
like write
launched
articles
the,
and stuff.
YouTube.
Yeah. See,
Yep.
I'm coming in.
2012,
I'm,
right?
I'm just following your footsteps.
right.
You paved the
I
way for
blazed
me.
the trail for all these
Exactly.
motherfuckers.
Daniel Dwyer's the original man. That's
Yes.
Yeah. No, definitely. Drew Scanlon back in the United States.
That's right.
For like this fleeting moment here.
Yeah.
How's it been out there traveling the world, seeing what there is to see, and coming back to E3 for like, why would you come? Why are you here?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
It's all one long journey, Jeff.
Okay, all right.
I actually wasn't going to be here because I didn't think I would be able to slot in. I didn't want to like book E3 and then have to book my first trip around that. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like, first trip you got to nail, right?
It'd be real shit if
Yeah.
Top Dog went to Los Angeles first.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't set the
Travel documentary of this great burrito around the corner
I
here.
drove this truck down here.
Yeah.
And then I realized that my sister had put together this trip for our family to come down and celebrate my dad's birthday the weekend before E3. So on Saturday night, I went and saw Chicago and the Doobie Brothers.
Ooh, what?
man.
How good
Yeah.
were the Doobies? Was Michael McDonald with them?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it was just.
He really lets come sail away.
Michael McDonald's my jam.
Yeah, I mean, I am more of a early Doobie Brothers fan, and early Chicago as well. Although they played all the hits, Jeff.
I mean, I imagine at this point they're really going to run through, the full catalog. They're not going to go like, oh, we only play the new stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chicago's like, oh, we play.
There's 4 original dudes still left, and they're like 3 of them are over 70 years old. Wow. And they played for like 2.5 hours.
That's like, I imagine at that point you got to like go to sleep after that shit, like wake up, do the show, and then be like, all right, we're done. Like the tour's over. Let's go. That's, I mean, in the world of sports entertainment and the world of wrestling, the thought of doing that sort of stuff at 70 seems preposterous. But
I mean, ask
And yet,
around.
Ric Flair perseveres.
I mean, hey, not to say there's not people out there doing it, but maybe it's a little preposterous. But that's, I mean, when you guys are on the road doing this sort of stuff, sort of like the Doobie Brothers, sort of like Chicago, is it definitely like,
Pretty
hey,
much just like Chicago.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much exactly
I was gonna say
like
Chicago is definitely the
I mean, we're playing instruments. They're playing instruments.
Yeah.
Brass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it a lot of, on the road, just like, okay, like show's over, we gotta, like, I'm done, like I'm spent, finished, or is it like, let's stay
the
stay
next
out all
part
night?
starts.
Yeah.
So, depending on whether you're flying up in the morning, you'll drive to the next town, which could be like from like 3 to 4 hours.
Usually 3 to 4
Yeah.
hours. Lately, 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, it's brutal. So you get to the next town, you get to your hotel like 2 or 3 in the morning, go to sleep, try to wake up at like 9 or 10 if you can, get to
Get
the
a
gym.
workout in. Yeah.
Has that gotten better since the brand split?
I think we gained a day,
Yeah.
but the schedule essentially is still pretty much the same.
Yeah.
So it's like, instead of 2 days a week, we have 3 days a week, kind of middle of the week that we have for us. And then, but I mean, other than that, it's like literally when we get done with the show, usually you're right back in the car. And if you have something the next night, you get on to the next town. It's just kind of out of habit. So.
Nature of the beast.
Yeah, nature of the beast. But hey, it's a cool gig.
Yeah.
Can't complain.
It's fun, especially getting to travel everywhere, like all over the world, as you're traveling as well. So it's
such
cool.
a jet set couch this is.
Yeah.
You guys are like, just, let's compare passports.
Yeah.
Let's get into
TSA pre-check.
Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah, global entry. Yeah, that's all I know.
The cool thing I know from my perspective is being able to go to arcade bars just around the
I
world.
see you on Twitter. You're always like, where can I play NBA Jam?
Dude, it's the best.
And-
and people will, if I don't know one in the area, people will tell me, and I'll go, and then people will be there to play. So it's not even like anything crazy. People just want to come up and play video games.
Right.
And that to me is like, that's the essence of everything that we're all about. We just want to play games with people from other places and see what kind of skills they have. And for me, like you said, it's NBA Jam. That is like the bar for me.
Well, I mean, next time there's a pay-per-view in Petaluma, California, I've got an NBA Jam machine in my garage. So,
Come through and play.
yeah, come on through. And I'll show you how to. No, actually, you probably whoop my fucking ass at this point.
What about Blitz?
Blitz.
NFL Blitz, like I will.
I'm not
I
great.
can throw these, and then
Yeah.
it'll
I've seen
blitz.
it
I
happen.
can, yeah, he's
I've
bared
witnessed
board
it.
the
I've never
brunt.
played
Oh.
against you, but
No,
yeah, I've
that's-
witnessed
you know,
it.
he's just fucking lying over there. Man. Danny, how's it going for you? Obviously, you know you're still in the world of covering video games. I
guess.
And doing your thing. I mean, but how is E3 different for you? Because obviously, like you were doing hosting gigs last year and
Right.
going to this party on the roof because that's fun.
I know. I left the suit at home.
Yeah, nice. You didn't have to wear the suit this year. This is good stuff. So, are you just kind of like building material for like the next set of documentaries?
It's actually a really boring answer. We're actually just like doing meetings for stuff for the rest of the year.
Oh, okay.
So like,
Just like-
no filming. So we
It's just kind of like, hey, we would like to do something
Yeah.
on your game.
and like today we locked down basically 4 months worth of work with like upcoming documentaries. So I mean, people are in town, and like the thing about E3 as well is that folks have announced their game finally, or they've said what date it's going to be, and then suddenly they're like, okay, now do you want to come in and shoot something about the game? So yeah, I basically booked the next like 3 or 4 months worth of stuff. So I'm just chilling the fuck out now.
Yeah, that's exciting. Yeah, and then
Shadow E3 in full effect.
right. Yeah,
But it's weird, like going past the GameSpot stage and now being like an alumni. Like I still can't believe that I got to work at GameSpot for 4 or 5 years. So the fact that I'm like walking past it, like that whole ex-girlfriend thing, where you're like, man, we really didn't get along at the end, but it wasn't so bad, was it?
We had some good times.
I could relate to that part.
Yeah. The difference is I dumped them, you got dumped. Yeah.
Oh,
It's worked out fine.
Wow.
Both of us.
For both of us.
Wow. So Windjammers, not to just run NBA Jam to Windjammers, but that's you, a big proponent of frisbee, pong,
Frisbee
high speed,
based
death
sports.
action. Yeah.
Like, so Windjammers, and then obviously we got Disc Jam 2, which I think a lot of times when games that are similar that come out, we automatically think that they're competition for each other.
Sure.
But I think that these two games are actually going to enhance one another, because one's got like the tennis aspect and one's got the pong aspect, but both of them, it's the same sport. And I think just bringing more people to that style of play and that type of game is going to be unreal.
I figured I was gonna really hate Disc Jam when it first came out, and I started looking at it. I was like, it seems so slow. This is not Windjammers. What am I even doing? This is a waste of my. And I was like, oh, actually, wait. This feels all right. This feels a
actually
little
awesome.
different, but this is still pretty good.
Yeah.
But obviously, they just ran that beta for Windjammers on PS4. Like I think it just shut down while we were here.
Yeah, on the 12th.
Yeah, I got like 1 day in. Like I'm like, I should probably pack, but it works pretty well.
Yeah.
That was the big concern. Like, can you play this over the internet and have it work, or is it going to be?
It's like perfect.
Yeah.
And I don't like saying that. I don't like saying that.
I was getting pretty low pings. It felt good. Like I felt like I was playing a proper game of Windjammers.
I think it's one of those things because it's not a ton of stuff going on.
Right.
It's just
yeah.
two characters moving and then frisbee going back and forth. It's not like grenades being thrown, explosions, and environments, and
or
this
like 12-hit combos in a fight. Maybe it is a little different. Yeah.
Yeah, so I that definitely helps it out. I think playing people, because like when I play people in France, like
Yeah,
you would
yeah,
know when you're playing somebody in France because like you just get messed up.
Yeah, Windjammers France is that's where the Windjammers savages live.
Yeah.
Straight murderers.
It's so weird to say like, the French are
Windjammers
destroying.
scene. Let me tell you about it. It's gonna blow your mind. But no, I mean, even when they came out to show it to us, I fancy myself like I'm all right at Windjammers, but I was a little out of practice, to be fair. But then I just got fucking worked.
Yeah.
Like they just came in and said, "Here's the game we're making. Fuck you." And I was like, "Oh, great! I didn't win any of these." That's
We know you
awesome.
like this. We're gonna destroy your dreams now.
Yeah, basically that's how it went. And I'm like, well, okay, that's maybe I'll get on the internet and maybe I can get above wood tier into something. But
Do they have tiers like that?
they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Wood, silver, gold.
yeah, and if I start getting matched with the people, how's the French Windjammers scene? You've seen it firsthand a little bit.
So they flew me to Paris, and it was incredible. Like I literally went for the day to film, and then flew back home to go wrestle and do some more stuff. But like we went to the arcade area where they were filming everything, and literally they just like ran through me. Everyone there is like a Windjammers expert, and it wasn't even almost close.
Yeah.
Any game. But they taught me all these tricks when I came back to the States to play with my friends. I was running house.
Nice.
But over there,
Yeah, it's pick up a few things, but
That's a new show. You should like go to countries and just get worked. Like,
Whatever game they're in.
Just start playing StarCraft in Korea, but like talk a gang of trash, you know?
It's like, I'm coming through Korea.
Yeah.
Bring your A game, I guess, if you got it.
StarCraft 2, you're going down.
Yeah.
Slapping kimchi out of cats' hands and be like, what? Just real rough and ghetto, and then just get worked.
Just leave with my head hung, come back to the station, just burn everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I hold it down.
I hold it down here,
You know
at
what?
least.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
it's gonna
That's
be a
good.
breeze.
You want to team up on that?
I would love to
Come
watch
on,
that show.
we can all do that.
All right,
We can do
you
that.
travel, you
Make a
make
documentary on it?
about
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Have you heard of Patreon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. We'll do that. All right. Check out our new Patreon for our new show we're bringing up.
They just launched all kinds of new tools.
Right.
Yeah, you can live stream on that thing.
You can
now,
live
right?
stream to members only.
Huh? It's almost like a missing piece of a puzzle.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's like somebody over there is not doing their job.
yeah.
Who would think of something so crazy?
Yeah.
It's live streaming. Why would you do it?
Yeah. To members only?
That seems ridiculous.
Oh, but
What?
No, this show is for everybody. This is E3. We're here hanging out.
of course,
with
yeah.
the entirety of the internet focused upon us.
I like that.
You know, it's like the people out there just love games. Like Dan, you know, you play Clash Royale every single day, right?
Not. I used to. I used to. And
now
Xavier,
you
back
so
me up here, Xavier.
Play it every other day now? Is it what's-
No, it's not on my
Twice a
phone
day.
anymore. Xavier, back me up in that it's a good game. I'll show you my fucking phone. I think I tweeted the fucking image of me deleting it. There, take a look. It's awful.
That's like tweeting a picture of you in line at a methadone clinic. Like, I'm good. I'm good.
Like, it's a really well-made game, but it's awful at the way they structure the stuff. Like, did you spend money on it?
No.
Okay, I spent hundreds of dollars.
See, Dan.
Hundreds.
Yeah, like
You've
at
been
least.
jamming this whole
Dude,
time?
I just said in the other room that like all these games are literally app pyramid schemes.
Yeah.
And we all buy in, and you ruin friendships by getting your friends hooked into them, and you end up spending hundreds of dollars and.
I spent $5 on Wiz Khalifa's weed farm last week. I'm not proud of it. But that's just how it went. It was the right offer. I'm like, oh, 60 different new strains, huh? That's really going to make my weed farm look really good. I guess I'm an asshole. Here we go.
Well, so Xavier, I thought everyone enjoyed Clash of Clans at least, because that's the one they seemed most militant about in
Yeah.
the chat and everything.
Yeah.
But then I talked to you just now about it, and
Yeah.
you hate it too.
No, I don't hate it. I'm out because I was spending too much time. So it was to the point where I was so hardcore in it that it was like hurting my day.
Wait, do you like the game though? Like the actual playing of it?
I think the game is fun, but I can't play a game like that unless I'm completely devoted.
Are these games a problem in the locker room? Is it like...
I wouldn't say a problem, but they get intense.
Yeah.
They used to be a problem. So just to give a little bit of insight. So what happened to get us into these games, Cena started playing Clash of Clans. This was maybe 2.5 years ago. And then he was like, hey, I need people in my clan. And I was like, I tried this game and I didn't like it, but it's because I didn't have a clan. So a bunch of us got in. We got so serious about it. It's like 15 of us. But then what would happen is if you didn't do well in war, you were nervous to go to work. Because you know Cena would be disappointed in you.
Yeah.
And then it turned from Cena being disappointed to the whole clan being disappointed in you. So if you got like a 1-star war on like a Sunday and you're going to Raw on Monday, you didn't want to go in the locker room.
So were there any in-ring action that was maybe a little stiffer than it should have been as a result of a war?
It wasn't that
No one
serious.
taking liberties.
It wasn't that
going
serious.
Like, hey man, come on.
It was just you were hanging your head in shame walking in the locker room, which is a weird turnaround from the way wrestling used to be. It wasn't all video games. It was like
Right.
we're living fast and we're on airplanes and limousines and woo! But like now it's like you got 1 star in the war. You dress in the hallway.
It's like there's that and like like Big Show on a bus somewhere playing Destiny. That's
Dude, he loves Destiny.
Yeah, no, he hosted on a panel.
He kind of did. He went off on me because I was a Vanguard. Like, lost his mind. Hey, you play Destiny? I said, yeah, man. He was like, well, what's your character? And, oh, yeah, I have one like character. I was like, oh, it's Vanguard. Oh my God. I expect more from you. Like,
Well, that's
just disgusted with me for like a week.
Take it seriously. But that's the cool thing about kind of the way that wrestling has turned since we've had this gaming channel. Up, up, down, down. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. On Twitter and Instagram, up, down, down without the O's. But just being able to have a platform where guys and girls that enjoy games can kind of push that agenda and say like, no, just because I'm on TV wrestling doesn't mean I don't like this other stuff. Right. And I think a lot of fans see us on television. They say, this is how they are. This is who they are. This is what they are. They put us in a box. You are wrestler A. You dance. You have crazy hair. you're 7 feet tall, and that's what you are. So with Up, Up, Down, Down, we're being able to come out and say, Big Show loves Destiny. Here's a platform to cut a 15-minute promo about it that I ask him one question, he just goes off, and it's like, ugh.
Right, yeah,
and now we got Joe at E3, and we're doing Up, Up, Down, Down stuff, and people are coming into this culture that we have of wrestling and saying, oh, they play games too, and now we get to do stuff like this with you guys, and thank you for letting us into your world. So like, it's cool like that for us.
Yeah, it's been, you know, that's been one of the fascinating things I think over. I'm trying to think, like, is it last 15 years or 10 years of wrestling? Maybe it's even shorter than that, but like, it really seems like there's a lot of people in the wrestling business that grew up really just like loving the art of wrestling, whereas before it felt like these almost like 70s rockers in a lot of way, where they were just like just tough guys and just like, yeah, I don't know, I do it, whatever. But now it feels like, maybe it's just that's, you know, people talk about it more openly and
well,
it's different.
It's a direct result of just the changing media environment.
Sure.
Because I remember when I was coming up in the wrestling business, you know, most people before my generation only had access to one kind of wrestling, and it was either WWE on, you know, Saturday mornings and Monday evenings, and that was pretty much the gist of it. But as I came up, and you know, the internet came about, you know, then you got, you know, tape traders, and then from tape traders spawned YouTube videos, and there became a greater exposure to very different styles of wrestling, and from Mexico to Japan to, you know, across the United States, even smaller companies, ECW, and as the kind of the country's media environment grew, so did the tastes in wrestling. And especially when you have younger guys coming up, they just experienced more different kinds of styles.
Right.
And some people incorporated it. Some people, you know, they like the straight on, you know, I guess American style of wrestling. And some people kind of have a hybrid style, and they take from here and there, and they take what they like and leave what they don't. So I think that's just a byproduct of that, if anything, you know.
Yeah, just exposure to
to
that stuff.
It was more accessible. Whereas like before, you know, if you wanted to see wrestling from other countries, you would have to be a part of a tape trading list, and you had to have relationships with people, and it was a real difficult, committed process. And as it became more convenient, obviously, you know, you had people who were more appreciative of the art because they had more exposure to it.
Yeah, for me, I had to, you know, like go over to Alex's house and like look at his big mask collection.
Yeah.
And just like, all right, man, let's watch these tapes. And yeah, no, definitely, like that was like seeing some more of that stuff, and now just with the way that streaming on the internet and all this other stuff has led to even further exposure of just like, now you have people watching live events taking place in other countries and other promotions and all this stuff. Like it's been awesome to see, and even just the way it kind of seems to have changed the way WWE thinks about all this stuff.
WWE definitely thinks more globally now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we're probably more global than we've ever been in the history of the company. I mean, and it shows up in our fan base, because like now when we do WrestleMania weekend, which becomes like this great pilgrimage for wrestling fans from around the world. You know, several other companies run their events around the same time, same area. We're obviously we do WrestleMania, we have NXT and all this other stuff. So as this is all going on, you know, we start to meet people from countries you wouldn't even think, you know, we would have exposure in.
People come from like Indonesia.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, it's like we're going to New Orleans.
Yeah,
why? WrestleMania? Oh, okay, of course, yeah.
And like it's as comical as it sounds. I mean, this guy came up to me. He's like, "Oh, I'm a big wrestling fan. You know, we flew at her from Zimbabwe." I was like, "Oh my god, what?" Like, you know, like,
word?
Yeah, like, we channeled that on, man.
Yeah.
The channel's on like I know a dude. That's pretty awesome.
So it's like, you know, I think we've kind of, especially now at the network, like we're embracing, like, you know, we have a more global appeal, and we have fans kind of spread out throughout the world. We definitely tour more internationally.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Sure. Yeah.
You know, it used to be before, you know, we'd head over to Europe.
We go twice a year, but now there's like random tours. Sometimes we'll go like 4 times a year, but it's like a weekend tour to Germany.
Right.
And then go somewhere else. But like, we had a show in Tokyo, so we stopped in London to do a show, and then went to Tokyo to do 2 shows, and it's like, what is happening? Like, how are we going to so many countries?
What time is it right now? Yeah. Where am I?
Who am I? The state's so messed up.
Yeah.
It's a journey.
Yeah, and just, I mean, just even the program. I mean, you know, like obviously, you know, you both have time in NXT and all this other stuff, but also just like seeing the stuff show up on the network, like now the women's tournament coming up, or the UK tournament, and some of this other stuff. Like, just it's been cool to see it branching out beyond like Raw, then SmackDown. We're building to the pay-per-view, and just like having it be like that cadence, like having all this other stuff around the edges. I think it's really neat.
To Joe's point about just widening the widening effect of different media sources, being able to bridge gaming and wrestling, bringing more fans into wrestling and more wrestling fans into gaming is awesome, because like you said, with the women's tournament and the UK tournament, it's like there are fans of different kinds of wrestling that are also fans of different kinds of games that are still able to come together in this synergistic like unity. So like people always ask me, they're like, it's like, people usually ask like, oh, you know, why would you mix wrestling and games? It's like, dude, because it's two communities that are one and the same. Like people who are shunned for doing certain things past like 13 years old. Like, oh, you still watch wrestling? Like, oh, well, I grew up. And it's like, oh, you still play games? I grew up. It's like, dude, like, it's the same people.
And also, it's like, hey, comic book movies are the biggest movies in the
Exactly.
world. Like, what are we even talking about
And
here?
now all those people that made fun of us are the ones who are like, oh, that's really cool. Like, what do you know about it? It's like, no. You don't get to come into our world now. No.
Too late.
Yeah, you stay over there now.
And also, in the years since, I got kind of built and I can fuck you up.
Exactly. I wanted to go to the routes like people used to be mean to me in school for being super into comic books and stuff, and now those same people are on Facebook like, hey, will you send this figure for my kid? And it's like, I sure will.
Yeah, I will.
I sure will.
Because I'm a bigger man.
Yeah,
That's what
literally and figuratively.
Yeah. Danny, how's it been being out on your own? Has it been a year now?
It's been 10 months since I left GameSpot and started this thing. It's been like creatively probably the most exciting time of my life, because you know you've got carte blanche and you can do whatever you want.
Oh, totally. The blank slate is like, it's a little frightening, but also like it's very fulfilling as you start to build that stuff out. Yeah.
And like the reaction has been amazing. Like, you know, starting up a YouTube channel that was based on like not dealing with any advertising and also like publishing one video every like 6 weeks. That's like 40 minutes long.
That's what everyone loves on YouTube. Yeah, long
so
videos on YouTube occasionally.
Right.
Yeah.
So to see us like blast past 100,000 subs, which is like, we're not even like, the numbers don't really matter that much because ultimately it's for the patrons, but to see like the wider appeal and to see people going like, oh, why weren't people doing this before? And it's like, that's what I was saying fucking 4 years ago, and here we are.
Well, it's, sometimes if you can't find a way, you got to get out there and do it on your own.
Totally.
Drew, you're finding a way.
I am, yeah.
How was Eurovision?
I can't believe he got to go to Eurovision before the fucking Irish guy.
He's more dedicated. Drew has been dedicated to Eurovision the way you never were.
Eurovision was great. It was. I mean, I think I took a little. I managed to sneak in a little camera, and I spent most of my time just filming like the behind-the-scenes stuff, like roadies and the giant cameras on wires and jibs and stuff. And that thing moves. It is a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, like watching some of the live streams and stuff, it seems insane.
Yeah.
Like because each individual act has its own crazy number with it, or its own crazy, like presentation.
Pyro and
right, yeah.
And you get to see the performers walk out, like fix their hair and like wave to the audience before they belt out their ballad.
Oh, okay,
and so like that change is really interesting.
Like watching them walk out and be like, okay, all right, now I'm on. Ha! Yeah, that's exciting. And that's.
You can go to Eurovision Live. I recommend it.
Yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Also, I hadn't seen
this
anything.
the big song competition?
Yeah. It is, yeah.
Okay, sorry, dude. I just saw this for the first time in my life.
It seems like this
last
is
time
a
we
year
were in
for a lot
Europe.
of people. Yeah.
And so it was like me and a few other guys were like sitting in the room, like it's later at night and like it's a replay obviously, and watching. My mind is blown. Like the production that goes into this.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. That's context for me. Like, yeah, that's it. Like the Eurovision Song Competition is the most amazing thing you'll ever see ever.
Yeah, and like each one of these, competitors from different countries coming out and singing these songs, they're just like, some are all, they're all right. Some of it's amazing.
Some of it's amazing, but some of those voices you're just like, oh no,
like you made it. Shouldn't have won.
You made it. But they're manicured to a level.
Right.
When they walk out there, that is, I didn't think was. They look plastic, like when they walk out there.
There's something about the pop machine, watching it churn out, or watching it polish up people and put them out in front of people like that. That I've always found super fascinating, and then seeing that through a lens of like, here's how they do it in this country. Here's how they think they want to make these people look before they send them out here, and you're like, that's not, well, all right, I mean, that works for you, I guess.
If it's fine for over there.
Yeah.
You should watch like tapes of it from like the 90s.
Do you have video footage of the people that just sit there and wave the flags like in every like B-roll shot? Their wrists must fall off at the end of the night. They're just like, I love Italy. Woo!
No, I was in the Australian contingent.
Hey, is that the guy that got up there and mooned somebody this year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What?
Like big old butt.
Why?
Because it's Australia, man.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
We showed them.
But like that you know, that kind of image consultant thing, or that kind of polishing up process. Like, what is it like, kind of finding and honing a character, or kind of finding yourself and putting yourself out there in the world of wrestling? Because you hear a lot of stories about like, oh, someone came in and they got like kind of a character kind of foisted upon them. I mean, Samoa Joe, you are still Samoa Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you win.
Yeah, you made it through.
Yeah. Yeah, this one managed to make it through all the checks and balances.
Yeah.
Me, it's just, it's an amped up version of how I feel when I wake up too early in the morning, pretty much.
Yeah. And then, obviously, like the New Day has gone so far and done so much and dressed up like every Final Fantasy, just all this other stuff.
It's a weird thing.
Yeah, you have found this weird, amazing thing that like you look at it and go like, this is what wrestling is now, and it's so cool that like this just gets to happen, and everyone's fucking into it. Everyone's amped. You know? Yeah, no, get the fucking trombone. Let's go.
It's I don't know. I tried to explain, like my mom's friend was like, oh, want to come to one of the wrestling matches? She came and she's like, so why do you guys wear like unicorn horns and why do you have a trombone? It's like, honestly, I can't tell you why.
I don't remember anymore.
It's funny to me, and so we started doing it. But I don't know, it took me longer than it took Joe. Joe's had his personality for a minute and knew his deal, and it took me a while to kind of navigate the waters and find it.
Consequences.
Yeah, went through some stuff.
Yeah, sure did.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
But like,
we put him through some stuff too.
Yeah. I've known him for a while. But it wasn't until I started just being myself and saying like, this is who I am, and throwing my own punches, saying like, this is what I want to do tonight, and then going out and doing it, and it kind of like worked a little bit, and then no one said anything, as opposed to going out and doing what someone else was telling me to do. Because I think whether it's like wrestling or YouTube or in games, like if you're throwing punches that someone else is telling you to punch, that someone else is telling you to throw, like you're gonna go down because you're not using your gut instinct. But if you go down throwing your own punches, you'll be able to look yourself in the mirror the next day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So with New Day stuff, I just knew I wanted to be me finally, rather than trying to play a character. And it's like, what am I? Like, I'm a nerd who loves cosplay and video games. So I will find a way to incorporate that, because I'm not 6'2", I'm not 300 pounds. What skills do I have? I can play trombone and talk a lot. So let's do that.
Yeah,
and then it just,
it
worked out.
I was there in the night when the trombone first showed up.
Was that a magical moment? You were like,
I remember I walked down the hall and I saw him. He had it in his hand, and we looked at each other about 4 seconds, and I went, "That's where we're at." He goes, "That's where we're at."
This is
like,
what we do.
We were just supposed to like
We make movies.
We're gonna play a little song, and then I was supposed to hand it to the props guy at the end of the ramp, and then we'll do the match. But like, I got done with the song, I saw the guy, and I was like, you know what? I'm never in my life again gonna have a chance to play trombone on TV while my friends wrestle. And so I was like, no, just go ahead. And so I was just playing the trombone through the match for no reason.
Yeah.
And the camera guy during the commercial break, he goes, "Vince is loving this. Keep going." And I was like, all right. Like, we came back to the curtain, and Vince was looking at me. He's like, "This is it. Every night, you stay with that trombone." And I was like, yes.
Yeah.
This is what I needed. All those years of putting my body through this hellacious training and pain and bumps.
Turns out.
I just needed a trombone. Cool.
Joe, we're going to get you an accordion. It's going to change your life. It's gonna be,
I hope so, man.
Yeah. I see it, man. Great balls of fire.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out there
on an accordion.
Yeah.
Just play the song.
Goodness gracious.
That's probably gonna be the most smoking version of it.
Yeah.
Really
Would be
get it
nice.
down. The accordion is really meant for.
Agreed.
So what's up next for you guys? Are you going to E3 at all, or you're done with business, so you're just like gonna drink as you do?
Final Fantasy 14 documentary is going up.
Nice.
In the next couple of days, so check out youtube.com/noclipvideo for that 3-parter. And then working on the next thing, which I can't talk about yet, but involves flying to Europe, and it's one that
I know what that is.
It's the Eurovision Song Contest.
What? You can't do Eurovision well. Let's take me with you.
Apart from that, no, I'm going to Universal Studios and getting fucked up.
All right, that sounds all right.
Yeah.
Drew, what's next for you? You've got some more videos to hit from this Eurovision trip, or is that kind of like you're finished with that and now you're on to the next thing?
No, I mean I shot a lot
Yeah.
over in Ukraine, so
No, I know how Drew Scanlon shoots, so I know you got it.
brother. Yeah, so I'm chipping through video after video, and I got another one coming up. Should be this week.
Cool.
From that, and yeah.
Is that was that youtube.com/clothmap?
It is.
Yeah.
We need to record an F1 podcast.
We also need to record an F1 podcast.
All right, and where can people find out about your F1 podcast?
F1.cool.
Giantbomb.com. Oh,
No. Nothing more. No, now you get to own your own F1 podcast. Yeah. Yeah.
It's the moneymaker.
F1.cool.
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 Yes.
All right, and Xavier and Joe, you guys are on the show floor doing some interview business, doing a little E3 stuff. Is there anything you're hoping to get around and see while you're there?
Oh, we saw a lot today. But
Yeah. I want to see more on this, Detroit.
Yeah. Vinny checked out Detroit.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
very heavy rain, he said.
Yeah, and I love those kinds of games. Like Beyond Two Souls. Like, I played through like 4 times.
Yeah.
Love it.
I love that game.
Anything super story driven, I'm into. So I want to check that out. Hopefully see some more stuff on Spider-Man and see what like Exceed and Atlas have going on. So it's mainly a good general, like just kind of want to see everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're gonna get in and check out a little bit of Anthem too, because I think we were kind of wowed by that.
Yeah.
The new Mordor game, I think is. We walked by it like 20 million times because we were just doing other stuff, and we never like stopped.
Every
to
time you
see
stop
it.
and look, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
fortress
there
is
it
big.
Yeah.
Monster Hunter on the floor?
No, they're not letting people play Monster Hunter. My understanding is that they'd have like that footage again if you would like to see it, but they're not actually showing the game.
I saw it on giantbomb.com.
Well, it's on giantbomb.com if you want to see that footage. And then both of you, you got big events coming up here. I believe is it Great Balls of Fire and then Money in the Bank?
No, Money in the Bank's this Sunday.
Okay.
And then Great Balls of Fire is what?
The following.
Okay, so Money in the Bank first, and then Great Balls
Actually,
of
no,
Fire.
2 weeks after.
2 weeks?
Yeah. Yep, and I will be destroying Brock Lesnar for the WWE Universal Championship.
Nice.
I can't wait to see you do it.
Yeah.
I'm very excited.
awesome.
Oh, I'm gonna stomp him out good, boys.
And then we can have us back on, and he'll be WWE champion, and I'll be SmackDown Live Tag Team champion.
Belts. I got a replica belt I could bring in.
Oh.
Both look tough too. It'll be great.
It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Titles.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
not titles.
Easy, dude.
Belt
Strap
holds,
on-
belt holds your pants
Yeah.
up. Belt holds your pants up.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing holds my pants up. These things are too loose. Well, thanks everyone for coming by. Dan from GiantBomb.com.
Yes.
Thanks for being here as well.
Can I say congrats to Dan?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Couple weeks here, right?
Yeah.
Very
Married
exciting.
in a goddamn Taco Bell.
It is.
Taco Bell marriage.
That's of all the places you would get married. Of course, it would be a goddamn Taco Bell.
Yeah. It's
can't
unexpected. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. I drove past that Taco Bell when I was in Las Vegas, and Flo Rida was playing out of it. So I was
Great.
like, okay.
It's
you
an
know,
omen. It's an omen.
yeah, for a big wrestling fan like Dan, of course,
Yeah.
Flo Rida's going to be blasting out of there.
Little My House for the family.
Yeah,
That works out.
the sound of sports entertainment.
Yeah.
That's the father-daughter
That's what they call it. Yeah. All right, thanks you all for being here. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with another set of guests. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Jeff Gersman. We're back here with GiantBomb.com's continuing coverage of E3 2017. Day 2 is in the books. Night 2, we're in the middle of it. So let's get right down to it. We've got some more guests here joining us from Oddworld Inhabitants. We've got Lauren Lanning. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, Jeff. Thanks for having me back on.
Great to see you. And Tim Willits of id Software. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, awesome. So it's been a crazy couple of years for it. I mean, you got Quake Champions coming out here. Oh, I guess. Is it in more of an open beta now, or is it still kind of a closed thing?
Yeah, I mean we're still in beta, but you just go to Quake.com, hit the little "Give me a key," and you can start playing.
Okay, and you'll definitely get a key. It's not like a waves thing. It's, okay.
Yeah, we keep it in beta so we can reset stats if we need to and
yeah.
skill rankings, and we keep adding things without people getting all upset.
Yeah.
But anyone can go on and join the beta?
Yes.
Even you, Lauren?
Yes.
We can all play Quake Champions. It's true.
I'm an obnoxious reviewer. That's why I never do
Well,
it.
all right, yeah, no, it's you have to be a certain brand of what's the word? Asshole. That's what I am. That's how I get away with it.
I just don't want everyone to know that's what I am.
Okay, fair enough. Quake Champions is, in some ways, a lot like the games of its past. In some ways, very different. You know, the structure of this class system and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to use the word class.
Okay.
Yes,
Champion system.
Yeah, at its heart, it's still pure Quake. And since I've made all the Quakes, I know Quake hard.
That's right. You would know.
I would know, and it is true to what the franchise says.
Yeah, and it's been interesting playing it kind of around some of these waves through the waves of betas and seeing it kind of take shape with kind of the different passive abilities and active abilities. Was it challenging bringing that stuff to something like, I think a lot of people think about Quake as a very pure thing.
Yes,
this is another layer.
yes. When we announced the game and we said there would be champions in it with abilities, people freaked out. They're like, "Oh my God, you're ruining my Quake!" But now that people have been playing it, that's gone, and because people can see that it really does not change the way you play the game. I mean, it's still very skill-based, still the classic arena shooter, but the champions, their abilities and their passive abilities, they add a lot of depth. Like today, we had some of the best Quake players in the world playing the game at the big ESL booth, and you saw a lot of strategy, a lot of depth that you would not normally get in a Quake game.
Sure, yeah, I'm just, from picking the different champions and because it's a different starting stats and stuff like that too, right? So,
yeah, you have speed and you have health and armor and stuff.
Yeah. Do you think of it in terms of team composition mattering? And people think about something like Overwatch as being like this very you got to put your crew together just right. Is Quake Champions? Do you see it the same way?
Yeah. Like today, we saw with the pro teams, really the guys picking champions that fit with their team. You had one fast guy, one tanker. You saw that dynamic.
Cool.
So there is no one formula, which is really nice that this hasn't happened. But there isn't just one formula.
Everyone picks these guys.
Yes. Thank God that hasn't happened. So that means we've done something well, and we've balanced it correctly.
Cool. Lauren, how have things been going, man? It's like it's another year you're back here with us. We've talked about everything from VR to AR and back again.
We have.
But what brings you to the show this year? Are you showing stuff behind?
We're showing stuff behind closed doors.
Sneaking a thing around and going like, hey, we got this thing?
Yeah, we're not necessarily making fans happy with that, but you get out there too early and then they slaughter you for this reason or that.
Of course.
So we're just delaying the slaughter, but we know it's coming.
Yeah. And how's that been going?
It's been going actually pretty great.
It's like hunting for a publisher kind of meetings?
No.
Or you're like looking
No, we bypassed that world.
Smart.
But we are looking for a partner for physical distribution because we want to get a discount this time, even though we're self-published.
Yeah.
But I think that'll go well. I think we got something fairly special, but talk is cheap, so it needs to be great. And I try to see a lot of things at the show. Show is so busy this year, you can't see anything, right?
Yes.
Body odor factor is high. It's really high.
Not as bad as Gamescom.
It's not as bad as Gamescom. But it's high. For LA, it's unusually high. And the Uber drivers are talking about it.
Well, today was definitely probably I think the warmest day of the week too. So I'm sure that really helped.
So we've been, it's a weird balance today because you're right on the crust, right? You got beta out there, but the announcement time to release time has to be shorter because people have a shorter attention span, really, right?
Yeah.
So if you're a year out, don't start talking about it too much yet. So we do things to engage the core audience, but we haven't been doing things to really launch outward yet, and that's coming. And I think we got a lot of bullets in the belt that people aren't expecting. Hopefully, we'll see, and then they'll shoot us down to humbling size in no time, I'm sure.
Well, but at least it will happen in a short window from announced release instead of stretching the murder out over 3 months.
Yeah. So it's nicer. It's a more condensed post-traumatic stress era.
That's funny.
And we'll take that.
Yeah. And I guess with the way Doom was announced and shown again and stuff like that, it definitely seemed like it gave people a whole lot of time to come up with a lot of things to say about Doom.
Yes. Keep it small. Like Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus. We announced it this week and it comes out this year and keep it short.
Keep it short.
Bethesda has gone into short, focused hit them hard.
Right?
Go.
Nothing without 6 months. If it's not in 6 months, you don't hear about it from Bethesda. And the surprise there is that you don't know who's going to emerge as competition in your release window because everyone's holding back longer.
Well, now, it's Wolfenstein, Assassin's Creed, and Mario all on the same day.
Yes,
That's what we end up.
now?
I believe all three of them are. It's 10/27, right?
Right?
Yeah,
and then you're like, what are they doing? Like,
Yeah.
we released the original game back in 97, Age Odyssey, and then Final Fantasy VII a week later. Right? So our sales were like, yay! No. Like, how do you deal with that? You don't. So you recover.
Unless you're like going to be nimble enough to just move stuff around and try to play that game, but that doesn't.
Yeah,
seem
but
like
It's funny.
Yeah.
I'll divert for a second because you got into gaming because you were a big Doom fan, right?
Yep.
That was your history, right? So check this out. I don't know if you know this story. So I was in visual effects at the time when Doom came out, and Doom, someone created a mod that ran on Unix. And then I was in visual effects and film at the time in Los Angeles, and everyone who was in film was running on Unix workstations. But at the time, they were like $80,000 a piece of hardware, right?
Yes.
So no consumers had them, stuff like that. But someone made a Doom mod. So now, ILM, Pixar, Rhythm and Hues, all these everyone's playing Doom. I mean, totally addicted.
Yeah.
Right? Like totally addicted. So work is grinding to a halt. Right. And this was one of the things that convinced me that I needed to get into games.
Yeah.
Right? So here these guys are working on like Academy Award winning movies, and they're deciding not to work on them to just play Doom. And at ILM and at Pixar, they started saying, if we catch you playing Doom, damn it, you're fired.
That's funny.
Yeah.
And people got fired because they couldn't stop. Because all you had to hear was, oh, someone's in there, and they're still fighting, they're kicking your ass,
Yeah.
And that was
once you hear one person doing it, you're like,
but to see that phenomena, right? To see what could happen from a modded thing that was on LAN networks, and we're doing this, and no one had it before, and you had the impression of 3D in this.
Yes.
It was a factor that drove me towards games because I saw that even the visual effects guys couldn't help themselves. They were risking their job to continue playing.
I mean, I think I may have told the story before, but I have a similar story with Wolfenstein.
Yeah.
When Wolf 3D came out, I was kind of loosely going to company. I was kind of getting into this line of work. I was still in high school, and we were going to see. It was a VR company because they were that kind of virtuality, Dactyl Nightmare era of VR.
Back when,
Yeah, and
3 frames per second
yeah,
VR.
But those frames.
Yeah.
And we were seeing a company somewhere in San Francisco that had a tank game in VR, and it was, and I was 16, 17 years old, so like that was like the coolest shit I had ever seen. And so, they're putting us in this cockpit, and we're putting on this headset and going like, well, the frame, like this is probably the most amazing thing ever. It was before you knew that bad frame rates were bad frame rates. And played that for a while, and we're hanging out chatting, and a guy walks up and goes to one of the guy we're talking to with the company, goes, hey, have you seen this Wolfenstein thing that just came out? And they're like, what is this?
Different, yes.
And walks over there and goes, you need to check this shit out. You need to come over here and look at this. And these guys that are working on just the most advanced future tech of the era, and us who are just, are like hovering around this computer looking at Wolfenstein 3D for the first time, just like, oh my fucking God.
Yes, well, gaming has been the tip of technology. It's been, it's always driven, the huge hardware, push. I mean, it's pushing VR. VR eventually, there will be something social, something, like some app, but it was gaming that pushed it.
Right, of course, yeah. Do you ever see, well, I guess like now Doom is coming to VR.
Yeah.
What is that all about? It looked like a very different experience than Doom.
I'm glad you pointed, yes, that is good to note. Yes, you are not the Doom Marine. You are a different character, but you're in that universe. You're in that setting, and it's a complete experience. But it is engineered differently because it is VR. I mean, if you played Doom in VR, you would probably throw up.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit different. But it's awesome though.
Do you think that I guess like it depends on how the tech develops, but do you have in the back of your mind, you're just like, this is there's the VR game that you wish that you could make if people just wouldn't get sick, or I think about like Doom, I think about Quake. There's just something about this idea of just like, what if we were just rocket jumping?
Yes. People have asked us, oh, you should do Quake Champions in VR, and it's like, no, that'd be crazy. But spectating mode. Spectating would be awesome.
Yeah.
Because you can sit there and you can watch those guys go back and forth.
At your pace.
Yes, at your pace.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, I still think, VR is awesome. We still have a ways to go. We have to lose the cord. The cord is killing VR.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, like I've developed a skill to step over the cord, but it's a weird.
Yes.
You shouldn't have to develop the skill to step over the cord.
Yes, and if I had the VR headset on and my wife came home some night and she caught me with this thing going, the night would not be what I would plan. So it's there's still a whole bunch of weirdness going on that we need to get over.
Yeah,
especially depending on what you were watching.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. And that's kind of the thing I think for me with VR in a lot of cases. The thing I've come to realize. I got married about a year ago, and so that that changed a lot of things about how I'm living my life. And
Pornhub is not getting nearly enough log hours anymore.
And so VR became very different at that point, because now it's like, okay, well, when I put this on, I have to go all the way away. And it's not just conversations with my wife, it's Twitter on my phone, it's whatever I've got going on my second PC monitor, whatever I got. I've got 4 screens in the room I'm in. It's information overload, but that's just how I've come to take in the world.
And this is a problem.
And VR shuts it all off in a way that sometimes even VR is not enough. It's like, no, I need more.
So in an increasingly social world, VR is very antisocial.
Weirdly enough,
right?
Yeah,
and it's a prohibiting factor. Like I would have expected it to take off faster. I mean, we can say Sony's outselling units, Gear is outselling units.
Totally.
But then again,
we can also say the tech is incredibly impressive. Like
it really
there's
is.
some really neat, amazing stuff.
But you're isolating yourself away, and it's not safe, right?
Yeah.
Because we got all kinds of things coming with all the blowback of VR, right? The kid who's mad at his older brother, so now he sticks a sharp object in the room while the brother's in VR. Right? That's coming. It'll be on YouTube soon, I assure you, right? The kid on the Gear on the subway, and he's getting pickpocketed, and everyone will think that's funny, right? That
has to have happened by now.
The
kid, statistically.
The kid who gets in the car after 6 hours of playing VR and then gets in a car accident and kills the family, that's coming too, right? The neural growth changes that happen because you're in VR, that's coming too, because it's real, right? So imagine, in the first time in human evolution, you're experiencing a completely alternative reality, except your motor skills have not been turned off, right? We dream, we run, we do all these things, but our bodies stay still, mostly, right? Unless you have unless you have sleeping issues, right? Or various types of neurological problems. But for the first time, you're not disconnected. So it inevitably is going to change a neural pathway growth. We don't know what that means. Right. But inevitably it's going to happen because your experiential experience is now dislocated in a way that for millions of years has never happened before. So there's all kinds of these factors that are going to weigh in. YouTube is going to document a lot of it, whereas before we didn't have it, right? Right. And it's going to be really interesting. And my personal bet is that AR, if AR takes off sooner, then it's over.
Right.
Yeah. Because AR can be mobile and social, meaning everything else in my life can stay engaged, but now I can start engaging in alternative reality laid on top of my reality. But if I have to dislocate from reality, then it's a very disengaging experience for anyone else in the household, right? And parents are already pissed off enough that they see the kids on a PlayStation long enough.
I bet,
long enough.
Suddenly they're watching kids
now
just
they're
going
just,
like later.
Now they're totally really gone, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think that's again. I think as that tech develops, like of course AR makes the most sense, because even in cases where you need VR, you can just black out the glasses and make it traditional
VR.
And probably get the best of both out of that stuff.
Yeah, but you know what? You've seen this 20 years. These trends, remember? And this is,
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, we'll see how it really kind of shakes out.
I look at it and think like the thing that changed for me is like I'm an extreme believer in the technology. I look at it and go like it works. In a way that like it didn't work in the 90s.
Yes, that's right. Thanks to us.
We screwed that up.
Pay to the order of.
Right. That tech is too impressive to.
When it's done well,
yeah,
it's pretty mind blowing.
Yeah,
right.
Even when it's done poorly, it's still kind of mind blowing. But the thing I've found is that I'm just spending way less time doing it because the software hasn't gotten better fast enough in a lot of cases, or it's just, or that kind of antisocial aspect of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and we still have the the install base isn't there, so that the funding is really going for the real AAA level stuff. We see a couple indicators of it. We see some amazing demos. We see some valid games that are valid experiences. But if the install base isn't there, who's really going to fund that content that's reaching the levels of the AAA that we see on it's normal consoles?
It's still expensive to make games.
Exactly. Yeah. It doesn't get cheaper to make
it doesn't
a VR game.
get cheaper because it needs to run at 120 frames per second in stereo. It's not cheaper
for 1,000 people.
Right. Of course. Yeah.
Exactly.
So at id, it must be what's it like having these id properties, the classic id properties, still not only around, but like very much in vogue and relevant.
Yes,
and
yes.
We're talking about Doom, we're talking about Wolfenstein, we're talking about Quake. Where's Commander Keen? What are we doing?
I haven't drank enough tonight.
All right,
to
fair
let
enough.
it all out.
All right.
We have some people back there laughing. But yes, it is. We are truly blessed that because all the games have that spirit. And we've done lots of things different throughout the years, but we maintained this spirit. And it was very evident with Doom. It had that classic Doom spirit, but there's lots of modern things that were put on top of it.
Definitely.
Champions, same way. Feels like the game that you played 20 years ago, but it's new. Wolfenstein has tapped into that emotion that has always been in the franchise. So really, we've maintained the spirit of the titles. That's key.
Yeah, that's something that I just, I think when Doom got announced, even having seen Wolfenstein, kind of come and go over the years and become popular and kind of fade out, and it was very hard to believe as a big fan of Doom and Doom 2 to bring back Doom. I just don't see, in a Call of Duty world, what does Doom even mean?
Man, Doom could be awesome.
And it turns out,
right? And I was talking to Dino De Laurentiis, who produced the movie, right? Yeah. And he asked me, why do you think it didn't go so well?
The movie?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the movie's great. It had a character named after me.
How could it be bad?
I have one rule: if there's a character named after me, it's an awesome movie.
So is that the one awesome movie?
That is the one awesome movie ever.
Okay,
sorry. Go ahead.
We'll try to get
that
a second
deserves
one
5
made.
stars right there. I don't know what
Dino
to
on
say.
the phone. We're gonna get another one
but he was
going.
like,
Dr.
what do you
Willis.
think? And I was like, you got an awesome property, but you cared too much what the gamers think.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, how often do you listen to a movie audience about how it should shape your script?
Yeah, no,
right?
Never.
No, the audience doesn't want a script that they wrote. They want a great movie, right? And and here's the thing about gamers. I'm just probably going to get shot for this, but it wouldn't be the first time. So you got a great property, Doom, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, this is hell opens up on Mars, man. Let's go back to Babylon and let's trace the roots. Let's get into the ancient history. Let's get into the black magic of all this. Let's get into the goetics, this and that, right? And you could really get into deep stuff. And he had asked me this, it was right when it released. And I was like, you cared what the gamers think, man. Of course gamers are going to give you their opinion. That's what gamers do, right? Go on the net.
They pay some of them to do it. It's weird.
Yeah, it's brutal, right?
Yeah.
But you listened. Right? Here's what they really cared about. After all the shit that they're talking, what they really cared about, give us a great movie on a property we loved. Now, you're the one who makes movie. Why did you listen to the gamers on how you should make the script?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Because if you delivered a great movie, and I think the content is there, because I'm like a Doom fan from way back. Quake is a different story, because every time I log in, these little pricks shoot me every fucking time.
That'd be a very different movie.
Yeah.
That's
Feel old, play Doom.
Very short.
Play Quake.
Very short movie.
Yeah, I log in, bang, I'm dead again and again and again. It's your fault, Tim.
Yeah, I think that's but that's probably what happened with the Resident Evil movies, right? Is because they're on a tear. I mean, they're going to reboot them as soon as they're done making. They made the last one.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, but those movies don't actually have that much direct ties to the games.
Not for a long time.
And they
but
work.
It's the most successful game franchise during the movies, right?
Yeah.
And
beautiful starlets help.
Oh, well, for sure. Yeah. No, I mean, you could have got someone like that. Hey, man, to be fair, I think The Rock was in Doom.
Yeah, with The Rock.
Yeah. The Rock was in Doom. He's a beautiful starlet.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
And he's very nice.
Nicer
than he needed to be.
I bet.
Yes, yes. He's really nicer than he needs to be. Yeah, he's a good guy.
That's awesome. So with Quake Champions, what's it been like kind of returning to Quake? I feel like with Doom, there was that essence of just okay, let's distill this thing down to the essence, but modernize all around it. But with Quake, it's multiplayer, so there's still a lot of like people have those expectations about this and that and this feel
That's
and this.
the thing. So it's a Quake game. So the greatest thing about it is that it's a Quake game. The thing that works against it is it's a Quake game. Because there are people that love Quake 1, Quake 2, Quake 3, Quake 4, and they all have something different in them. So when Champions came out, people would be like, I don't like the speed of the rocket launcher. I don't like air control. I don't like this. Make it like Quake 4. Make it like Quake 3. Make it like Quake 2. So there's that. But I think we've kind of balanced it out, which with the Champions, it's helped. Because we have some champions that feel like Quake World, some champions feel like Quake 3.
Right.
So that has helped. But
and the cosmetics, so you can unlock the proper rocket launcher skin. And,
Yes. And today one of the pro players from Team Liquid played with the Quake 1, rocket launcher and the Quake 2 lightning gun and stuff. So that was cool. But yeah, that has been a challenge to get everyone's ideas of Quake, because people have these memories of Quake.
Right.
I was in college and I played Quake for the first time. Me and my dad used to play Quake together. So they take these memories and they project them onto what they're playing. And if it doesn't match that memory, then they're like, you ruined Quake for me.
Of course, yeah.
So it's been fun. I can say that. It's been a bit of a challenge, but because it has
a lot
legacy,
of feedback.
Yes, there's been that.
Yeah. That's. Yeah, I imagine. I mean, if anything, that's got to be that blessing and the curse.
Yeah, but how willing are you to step beyond that expectation and take the risks?
We had a Champions. Yeah, yes,
clearly.
Yes, it was. Plus, we've done this long enough to know that if you make a game that you love, there's a good chance that other people will like it too.
Right. Right.
Yes.
And how much? But this is like a legitimate question today, right? So we're more and more shaped because we do have rapid user feedback, right? But then we tend to hear the most vocal the most, right? And then that can really tilt.
Yes.
Not necessarily in the best place that everyone else is going to like the game, because the loudest voices tend to be,
for sure,
rise to the noisiest level. And I think that's, you said it, which is build a great game that we love. And so you Quake, you killed Quake for me because it's not like Quake 4. Well, that was fucking Quake 4.
Yes.
Right? And we gave you that game. We didn't ruin Quake 4. We're evolving the franchise, right? And if you can take that into that next realm, but it's like, you're going to suffer some backlash. You're going to do it. But you got to...
Because the people that love it are playing.
Right.
The people that don't love it are like, I don't love it.
Right.
Send.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's. I went back and forth because I still have like Quake Live installed and still play a fair amount of that, and I'm terrible at it now, as it turns out. But that's okay. I still enjoy myself, and so it's been interesting seeing, kind of Quake Live as kind of this continuation of the Quake 3 legacy, and then getting into that Quake Champions beta and going like, they've made some changes, okay, all right, but it still has the basic feel. And then over the course of, week to week as it's been shaped, kind of seeing it and going like, this is a good, great looking arena shooter.
So in our production, in our path, the first milestone was make it feel like Quake. So, we just got it in as fast, got everything working, got some outside people to come in, play it. Does it feel like Quake? Yes. Okay, good. And then we're done with that. Then we started to focus on the other things.
So wait a minute, you started all over on tech?
Yeah.
So you didn't evolve existing mechanics?
No,
you started fresh.
This is id. we start over all the time.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean, heck, if we made Doom 3 with Quake 3 tech, it'd been done in a year.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yes. New tech.
Yeah. And I mean, that eyeball looks really good. So when it turns out, when you start over with new stuff and you get the, you get all the stuff that comes with that.
We're going to be better. We have a good production pipeline now that lets us be more, iterate on it.
And how do you find the right level of content for something like this when it comes to like choosing like, hey, how many champions are we going to put in this thing, or how many maps are you going to launch with? Not that I'm like going like, how many maps are you going to launch with? But how do you determine?
As much as we get done by the time.
Sure. All right. Yeah.
Well, how do you measure that? You measure that in terms of, it's a poundage ratio.
Yeah.
So what are you going, hours to play, hours to? How are you figuring that out on a purely live?
I mean, we have some stats on what people play and how long they play. And playing Quake Champions or any Quake game is can be physically draining. So we know that most people really only spend about 30 minutes a day playing.
Really?
Yes, most people can't really handle more than that. You know, the hardcore people play all day long.
Yeah.
But you know, so you take your average, you kind of put people in the pool, you draw a curve, you kind of figure out, this is what we need to make. You know, so there's more math behind it. Originally, we just made stuff. You know, like people were like, the quad damage is the greatest thing ever. We just made that up.
Like, well, we put more Satan in this one.
Yes,
Ship
and
it.
it just worked.
Extra
you know?
Satan, go.
There's you know, this map that I made 15 years ago. Someone just today said it was so genius that you did not place a railgun in that map. And I was like, that's because I forgot. I forgot.
That's true genius, man.
Genius.
That's, you know.
So we were just throwing stuff against the wall. Now we're a little more scientific and stuff that we make.
Yeah.
But
do you worry that the science sometimes ruin? I mean, you talk about feedback and knowing when to listen, but do either of you ever get worried that the science is going to ruin it? I know, like
we're pretty lame on science.
Yeah,
you know?
for us, like we've got access to all kinds of numbers and stats and time spent and engagement and all this stuff, and I'm just like,
when you have you know, tournament play, when you have arena play, I think, you know, you're tracking analytic behavior at a much tighter level. Yeah. You know, when you have the type of experiences that we've been building, you know, historically, which is, you know, more into the category of single player, you know, story-ish action adventure game. You're going a lot more with your gut. You could probably be more scientific. We just said, like, where did they yell loudest? What did they like the most? Sure. You know, when were the death threats? And we can measure that, you know, get a better idea of like what we should do, what we shouldn't do.
Would you ever even want more data out of that? Because I know, like something like like Mass Effect, you can opt in to like send them a lot of data about how you played. And all this other stuff.
We're totally welcoming that data. Yeah. You know, how much we process is another story.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, but and there's a part of it where you know, personally as a designer, I tend to think more like a film director, which is not necessarily a smart thing to say on this show, but I tend to think that way. So I tend to think if we have some ideas that can blaze some new territory, that can make it exciting, we should take some chances on it. Yeah. And it's tricky because if we talk about it early, then there's all kinds of potential blowback. You promised this and it wasn't in the game, and it's like, so I've just learned, just shut the fuck up. Right. You know, until we're there and we really have the goods, and then we can tease at it in certain abstract ways. Yeah. But if we start getting specific, you almost can't win. You know, so you might excite people, but you're going to be disappointing someone else at the same time.
Right. And, and you're just turning them into like all of a sudden now they're like, well, now I want it now.
Yeah.
You're like, well, that's not. That was never the
And
intent.
then part of it, we pursue our own gut with it. Like this is where it should go. This is where we feel it should go based on our experience with an IP that we've been living with for 20 years. Yeah. Right? It's like, here goes the hair. But, and in that, you really have to be able to afford an element of the creative process where you can sort of fail faster, right? How much is that? Right. Yes. Like in the past, we were like, no, this is a great idea, man. I'm going to make it happen. And now we're like, let's figure out if it's a good idea fast so we can kill it quick if it sucks. But if it's great, you know, we'll expand on it. And through that process, we learn a lot. But in our type of game, we're not getting the same type of feedback. I mean, we're heading towards live. There'll be some surprises on that, I think, coming soon. But without spilling the beans, because he's going to kill me. But yeah, I'm not kidding. And so a lot of it is like gut. You know, if you go back to filmmaking, right? Right. The gamers know what they want to a large degree, but they want to be surprised, right? And so you got to deliver that surprise. Filmmakers have to think different. They need to always surprise, you know, unless you're Michael Bay and you know who your 15-year-old male audience is, and you just make more.
Hey, surprise! These things blew up. Good.
Yeah, blow them up bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it reminds me of so many things. But so a lot of it is that gut, and you're trying to balance that with some semblances of science. But I think if you do that too much, then we're in a landscape that we largely see today, which is big brands, derivative product that they're measuring, I mean, huge financial risks, right? Right. So I don't ding anyone for being cautious on huge financial risk. But so then you got to measure more succinctly, are we delivering what they want, and how much can we, you know, is it 90% what they want, 10% surprise? Is that the right ratio? Right. And all of that's a risk. But when you're in a big brand, like if you built Gran Turismo, whatever the latest number, right, and you don't do an outstanding 10 out of 10 job, you suck. Because you have so much data of knowing what they want, of knowing where you could go, of knowing what should be added. But if you're in like an abstract world, you're in alternative universes, people are looking at you to develop that in ways that are going to be compelling to them. Right. And if they were going to write the script, they're not that interested in you anymore.
Yeah.
So and I think there's a lot of risk with that, and you have to trust the creative process, and that's a whole nother sort of can of schizophrenia.
Totally. I think that's. I mean, that's why I think Wolfenstein ended up being like one of, if not the standout of the show for me, because you look at that, and I think back to what Wolfenstein has been, but also I think about even just the first Wolfenstein game in this chain from Machine Games, and seeing that trailer, you're like.
They did some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Those Machine Game guys are crazy.
They went out there.
In like a good way.
Yeah.
But they did something. They pitched. So like a while back, they came and they pitched the story to me. And they said there's something in that's kind of like really out there. And just, so they started going and they would get to something. I'd be like, oh, is that it? They're like, oh, no, that's not it. And they would go on and they'd be like, and they'd explain, I was like, is that it? Is that the crazy thing? They're like, no. And then they're like, this is, I'm like, holy cow. So those guys have just gone. I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Great to see just because of how strong
just wait
that
till you play
game
it. There's
was.
more crazy than you even know.
Yeah, no, that's
crazy.
That's very exciting to hear. Because we had Jens on last night and talked to him for a little while.
He's insane. Isn't he awesome?
Yeah,
he's
definitely.
like the best guy ever.
And I just think back to, for me, it was just like the lineage from back in kind of the Starbreeze days for stuff like Riddick and stuff like that, and what teams like that have done for first-person games.
Yes.
And the way you see that in Wolfenstein, and we see this kind of like old concept of Wolfenstein merged with that kind of style, and it just
yes, those Machine Game guys, like in the beginning, they'd be like, "Hey, can we get your opinion on something?" I'm like, "No, you're good. You're good. Go.
Yeah.
You don't need my opinion. Make awesome."
Yeah, awesome. Well, I think we're gonna let you guys go. Quake. So anyone can go to Quake.com and sign up and get into that game right now.
If you can click a button, you can play the game.
All right. I'm already in the game, so I was gonna say I'll use my clicking fingers, but
what's your game?
Monster Dunk. I've not played.
Look him up.
Look me up.
We'll find your stats.
I'm probably terrible.
Monster Dunk.
Probably terrible.
Probably terrible.
Right.
And Lauren.
So you can follow. We're running ARG on what's coming.
Okay.
So we're slowly trickling it out, and it's depressing how fast the audience crowd solutions.
Yeah.
That's always eye-opening. But Oddworld.com, Oddworld on Facebook, Oddworld on Facebook. Soulstorm is the new game that's coming.
Yeah.
We should be out. Well, I can't say because they'll kill me.
We should be out someday. I guess that's
someday. Not too distant future.
All right.
I guess those announcements will come soon.
All right. Well, thank you both for coming through. It's a
pleasure. Thanks for having us, Jeff.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And we will take another break, and we'll be back with some more guests.
Yeah, pleasure.
In the very near future. Stay tuned. We're back and we're under the bright lights of the internet. I'm Jeff Gersman. Welcome back to GiantBomb.com's coverage for E3 2017. We've got another cavalcade of stars here tonight. Starting with down on the end there, we got Rami Ismail, Rami Vlambeer down
Rami
there.
Vlambeer, my last name Vlambeer.
Yeah.
Rami Vlambeer.
I picture like if you were to just start going by Rami Vlambeer and just wear like a leisure suit or something like that.
That's just Rami Vlambeer?
Yeah. So I'm Rami Vlambeer. What's going on?
Wait, but then if I get married, is it then also Adriel Vlambeer? Is that how that works?
I think, yeah, I mean...
I don't think she's happy with that.
I think she would get to choose
no,
at that
I don't
point.
think it's not going to work.
It could be like a hyphen.
Adriel Wallach Vlambeer?
Yeah.
Oh,
that sounds great. It's got a ring to it.
Yeah. And then she technically owns some part of the company. I forget how it works.
You know what? Let's just not do that.
Okay, all right. We get Brendan Green from, I guess, is it Blue Note, technically?
Blue Hole?
Blue Hole, sorry, Blue Note, yeah. Of Player Unknown fame.
Yes.
I suppose.
Made a game.
Yeah, and welcome. Thank you. Thanks for coming. And we've got Dave Cracker from Spike Chunsoft.
Well, technically it's Craker, but
Craker, I'm sorry.
It's a very good icebreaker.
Okay,
so
all right.
I'll let you keep it.
Thank you, Dave Craker, for coming.
3 out of 3, man.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Pow!
He's a professional.
Yeah, that's what I do around here. It's just people set them up, I knock them down. Is that how that works? We got Alex and Dan in the back. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going back there?
Great. That's nice. The lights aren't quite as bright back here.
Yeah. So independent game development, you guys all doing it in some form or another. Rami, you have shipped a lot of games on consoles, and I just want to know, what do you think of the press conferences this year? Because it seems like they've waxed and waned when it comes to showing independent
I personally
games.
thought Sony was, well, in terms of independent games, there was none. Like, there's nothing to complain about because they had nothing, so it's hard to complain.
Yeah,
like, there's just nothing to talk about.
Fair enough.
I thought it was rather, like, they had cool stuff, and the first-party stuff looks amazing, but it's also all looks to be like 2018 stuff, and it seemed kind of flat.
Yeah.
I like Microsoft. It had like good ups and downs, had a bit of a flow to it. Like, it was nice having Phil just on stage all the time because, you know, light goes on. It's Phil Spencer. You know Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer's going to tell you that there's teraflops, and that's great.
Yeah.
And then I thought the Nintendo Direct thing was done pretty well. I hate when they do that thing where they're like, you want some news? Nintendo's making a Pokemon game. Had you thought about that?
Wait a minute, hang on. Nintendo's not making a Pokemon game.
True story. And I kind of hated that, but I thought the rest of their show was pretty good. So it's kind of it feels like a very like transitional year, E3.
Definitely.
It's kind of like things are changing around the industry, and we just don't know where they're going at the moment. So gonna be a wait and see year, I guess.
Yeah. And Brendan, you got to head out there and talk about bringing Battlegrounds to console.
Yeah, no, that was nerve-wracking.
Yeah, was it a lot of rehearsals? Was it like multiple days?
4 days. Like, I've been here since last Wednesday.
Okay,
Did 4 days rehearsals, and everything was planned to a T. But it was great, like with the other speakers backstage, kind of like cheering each other as we were going out. And then you come back in, and it's like, yeah, you did it, no mistakes.
Yeah.
It's like,
did the script change at all, or is it one of the like? Are people like going like?
Well, actually, no. So I
had
had like a script I was meant to read, but then like changed a lot of it. And I came in the first rehearsal and just said that, and everyone was like, "That's not the script. Like, have you changed the script? Why are you reading that?" And then we just hammered it down. But then on the last night, I just had a sense of relief on stage and just said it.
Yeah,
it worked.
Awesome. Yeah. And bringing Battlegrounds to Xbox One, and then I guess like the game had already kind of been announced, or you'd said like, hey, we're going to bring it to console.
Yeah, we were working on console.
Yeah.
Well, not working, but looking into seeing how we could get it to work on console. And because we use Unreal, it's quite easy to port things across. So we have a Spanish team.
I like whenever somebody in the industry says quite easy, because you know there's just like 100 developers and they're like smashing their face into a keyboard for a week.
Just Unreal. You just push the button, it just renders out here.
Oh, no, my tech director loves me. He thinks I'm a great guy. Because I just go, oh, can we do this?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But hey.
Awesome. And Dave, you're with Spike Chunsoft.
Yes.
Yeah.
We actually don't have a U.S. presence really, so we're not presenting at the show. We're just kind of riding on the coattails, and everybody who's anybody is in town right now, so it's just kind of nice to come out and get FaceTime with people that we never get to communicate with.
Yeah. So is it a lot of just kind of setting up a lot of meetings, just kind of like looking for new business, or is it kind of like getting out here and talking up Fire Pro Wrestling World, or?
Oh, you said the magic word.
Yeah, that's yeah, man. That's it's kind of cool that Fire Pro is coming back and coming to PC, right? That's the
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a perfect platform for it. The biggest hurdle with Fire Pro is that it's like the greatest wrestling simulation that nobody's heard of. So
every time I've tried to play it, like I've yet to have my true Fire Pro moment, because every time I've purchased a Fire Pro game, turns out I don't understand any Japanese at all. So trying to wrap your mind around the systems of that game, and even just navigating the menus to go like, I want to make my character and do this, or edit these moves and this sort of stuff. I'm too stupid to do that.
Well,
so it's been exciting to see that this would be coming out in English again, right?
Yeah. Actually, I'm the de facto localization producer on it, because we wanted to save money. We could spend it in other places.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So
I'm our social media manager sometimes.
That seems to be it's beyond many hats. It's just like what needs to get done today, right?
Pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Indie life, right there.
Right. Yeah, and you're off updating Ridiculous Fishing for 64-bit
That was a fun
iPhone.
That was a fun surprise. Like, Apple said, "Hey, listen, we're gonna update our OS from 32-bit to 64-bit, and
It's
on
very
September
fancy.
1st, your 32-bit apps will stop working. But in the meanwhile, we'll destroy everybody's experience with your game, so that they will email you continuously until you just can't see a single email anymore about 64-bit." And then 3 weeks ago, they just pulled it from the search. Like, any 32-bit app is now long, and no warnings, no. So it was just like, I woke up and it's like, you can't buy your game anymore.
That's
was a fun way to wake up, and that's when you, as an indie, you just go like, well, I guess this is my hat today. Like,
right, yeah, just updating.
Let's see how horrible Xcode is nowadays, and then you just kind of cry.
And you just load it in and push the export 64
yeah,
button,
exactly.
we upload it, and it's done. Like,
we also added tilt controls to the Xbox with 2 clicks, and now you can just tilt your Xbox in ridiculous fishing. Flawless, beautiful.
Do you have to tilt the whole Xbox?
Yeah, it's the whole Xbox.
Oh, that's
smart. Yeah.
Originally, it was the TV, but I dropped my TV.
I think at some point, it's important to think about fitness when it comes to video games. It's easy to sit
ridiculous
in the
fitness
same spot
coming
for a long
up.
time. So yeah, ridiculous fitness. Pick up your Xbox edition.
Throw it. Grab the shotgun. And just
Xbox hunt. It's a whole thing.
And then you can buy an Xbox One X.
Yeah.
Give 4chan some time. They'll make that a thing.
Okay. All right. We'll see if we can set that up. Alex and Dan and I think most of us have really come under the spell of Battlegrounds.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It haunts me. It's great.
It's not the sort of game I normally think of myself getting into either. It was something that like we'd seen some of the the Arma stuff and King of the Kill and then there are other games out there in the field. It just none of them ever really clicked, and this one did in a way that it got its hooks in deep.
Yeah, no, I'm just happy it's stable. But I mean, it's just. I mean, for me, it's always been just give the player choice. You know what I mean? That it's like just give them a playground with lots of weapons, like games like Just Cause 3 or Just Cause 2 multiplayer,
right?
Stuff like that, where it's just chaos,
right?
You know, and but it's fun, and it's the same with Battlegrounds. Is like it's not as like fast paced as say King of the Kill, whereas you have time to do some fun stuff. You know, you have time to do a backflip if you want to. You know, and this kind of stuff and. That's what the design was. It was to it's still a battle royale, but there's still time to have fun.
Right. Yeah. Or time to just kind of hide on the second story of a building. Yeah. And let people walk up there and just.
Yeah. The people. Wow. People hate you.
I won. Whatever. I don't care. Let them hate me.
Yeah.
That's right.
There is no right way to play the game. I get people. Oh no, they're not playing it the right way, and it's like if you win. That's the right way to play.
Have you been reading our comments?
They say a lot about the right way to play in the comments on our videos.
There's no right way to play, but that was the wrong way to play.
Yeah, I'll vouch for that. We were definitely playing the wrong way. There was one where I had my gun trained on a person, and then for whatever reason just didn't shoot. I don't really know why. It's just like, hey, are we going to engage these guys? Are we going to shoot these guys? No? Are they shooting us? Am I dead now? Okay, all right, well, that's a good time.
I saw this amazing video of some guy who was trying to shoot through a window with, I think, a shotgun. He tried to shoot, and he thought the bullet didn't go through, so he was just like cursing at the game, like this is broken. And then as he was doing that, obviously he got sniped from outside through the window, and it's just the meltdown at that was the funniest thing I've seen in so long.
I got a nice picture of a guy who sent me a picture of the corner of his screen, which was broken because he threw something at it after like dying silly. I know.
How does it feel to be responsible for breaking people's psyches?
pretty great. No.
Yeah.
I don't know what we've done, but we've done something right.
Yeah, it's been tremendous to see it really just taking off like this. And
circle.
Yeah,
the circle. Oh yeah, no, it's
really good.
Just forces action.
Yeah,
it's so good. It's just taken all this stuff of games that I've liked over the last 4 or 5 years and kind of just put them into my game.
I mean, I've never put Just Cause together with PlayerUnknown, but now that I'm thinking about it, it's like Just Cause with a circle that gets smaller.
Yeah, right.
When you say the 4 or 5 games that inspired you, what would those be?
Oh, like Delta Force Black Hawk Down, America's Army 2 and 3. Yeah. Oh no, I played the shit out of that game. Holy fuck. And yeah, DayZ, just the DayZ mod and the whole modding scene. Right. That was kind of it. They were kind of what really made me want to make a game like this. Just from permadeath, this kind of stuff and modding. Yay, modding.
Yeah. So Fire Pro Wrestling World, is it really just kind of going back to the roots of Fire Pro and kind of just is the thing here? Hey, we're putting it on the PC. Is there a lot more to it? 'Cause it sounded like that there would be maybe some kind of deeper mod support there.
Right. Well, it's kind of tenacious to call it an early access game because even though we're launching an early access, it'll burst into the world essentially fully formed. Okay. Because the base system is going to be the previous iteration for the PS2, Fire Pro Wrestling Returns.
Okay.
We're basically taking the same system and the whole code has been rewritten from scratch, and we're moving it over onto PCs. And the question then is like, where do we go from there? And that's kind of what we want to do in early access, is get a lot of fan feedback, because I know people have been brewing crazy ideas over the last 10 years since the previous installment. Like, we want this, that, and the other thing. Like, we want these kinds of moves, we want these kinds of modes. And the director himself is a huge fan of the game. So I've been picking up all this info from like the forums and over on the Steam pages, and I give him the director, and he's like, yes, 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 I want all these things too. But it all comes down to, where do we want to put our development dollars to get the biggest bang?
Right.
So.
Yeah. And so I guess it sounds like that kind of PS2 stuff, as it moves over, like it is in a state where it would be reasonable to iterate on it in meaningful ways then.
Oh yeah, definitely. We have a very strong base to build on, and I mean, I think just it being online.
Yeah.
Not technically for the first time, because the Dreamcast version also had like you could download and upload custom wrestlers and things like that and moves, but now having like the Steam Workshop, it's just going to be totally bonkers once the community gets their hands on it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's been maybe the only bright spot about some of the WWE wrestling games over the years, has been just the created content and the user created stuff, and seeing like not only people creating wrestlers that aren't in the game, but their own creations, and just like well, my personal favorite was always the story creator that they did for those games. That was just like this ridiculous mess of nonsense.
Just terrible scripting.
Oh yeah, I mean, but you could type in your own text, so you could tell whatever. So I was just writing stories that had no wrestling in them, and it was just everyone hanging out backstage at the sports arena, just talking.
Like referees having coffee together.
Right.
Did you ever have to fight actually, or was it just conversations?
No, just conversations, and then someone gets hit by a limo.
My dinner with Andre the Giant.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
It's really funny because as Flambeer ourselves, we have never made a game with mod support because our games are like very small and tight. But with Nuclear Throne, something strange happened in that a fan took the game, basically like reverse engineered the code, and then rewrote the game with mod support, and then emailed us and said, "Hey, is it okay if I release this as a patcher for the original game?"
That's
so suddenly we had mod support.
Yeah.
And now people are making incredible stuff, like new characters, like
that's great.
New weapons, new levels, new worlds. We're just like, I don't think we deserve this, but I'm very happy it exists.
So did you pull any of that kind of just support structure into like the main branch of the game?
We're working with him now. Like he kind of joined the community back when the game was in early access, and he's always kind of been around. But yeah, no, there's something like, as a game developer, knowing how our code looks, you kind of go like, oh God. But then knowing what code looks like after it's been compiled and then reverse engineered, you go double oh God. And then knowing that somebody made sense out of that and then added functionality to the game, including online multiplayer, which we don't support like ourselves. And like mod support, we were just like, what is this person, like how?
Yeah.
So we emailed them and kind of like hired him to work on the game.
Yeah, it's like, hey, how about we just send you the source code and see what you can really do?
We can do this easier. We could skip the first 6 months of this process.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, mod support is like, it's a really fun thing to just watch.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Which, yeah, I mean, for Luftrausers, it's kind of like, what do you want to like change the colors or something? But
I modified Luftrausers to make it easier because you could change a lot of the damage values and stuff like that pretty easily in there. So
that's true.
I was just like, I just want to see, I want to unlock all this stuff.
I genuinely believe Luftrausers might not actually be like a video game. It's like a feeling game. Like you play it and then you're like, okay, I feel better about myself. And then you just kind of
Does that make it an emotional game?
Yeah, it's like basically Gone Home, but with airplanes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's exactly.
It.
Yeah. I would think of it as Gone Home as more of like a Luftrausers clone.
Yeah.
In a sense. But yeah, I guess you could approach it.
Yeah, Steve Gaynor went home, so it's safe to say that.
Exactly. He left town, so whatever, man. That dude. Yeah. God. So, I mean, how different, I imagine it's been dramatically different coming at Battlegrounds as opposed to modding an existing game. Does it feel very, like, extremely liberating to just go like, okay, whatever we can come up with that we can afford, or is it more like...
No, it was really tough the first, like, few months because when I was making mods, for the first part, I pretty much did everything myself, from like the artwork to writing code, very, very, very bad code. You think your code's bad? Fuck.
Oh no, we beat you.
Like
Don't you worry.
No, there's lines in like our GitHub where there's like we have a new coder looking after the Arma 3 mod, and it's like, you know, feel free to rewrite. This is old original Battlegrounds code, very messy, and just yeah, my code was bad. But coming from that and then going into a position of like creative director, really. Okay.
I literally have messages, comments in our code that is like, don't forget to take out the trash. That we just never removed because it was there.
That's just cute. Yeah.
It wasn't.
But yeah, no, so what was I talking about?
Coding and kind of, being a creative director.
Yeah, so like coming as a creative director, then being like the visionary in the company, like, and not having to implement stuff and me micromanaging teams internally, trying to go, well, I should do this and I should do that, and that was tough to kind of stand back and go, and now I trust them, and now it's just let them do their things, and they're great. I mean,
and you've got like a pretty decent cadence for updates.
It's
going through early access.
Like our boss's agile system, so he adapted agile to his own making, and it's really good, like weekly and monthly updates, and it works well.
Yeah, and with the popularity of the game, I imagine each one of those updates, does it kind of become a nail biter where on one hand you're like, oh, we're fixing this thing we know we need to fix, but also we're introducing this thing, and now the car's kind of in motion and you're starting to change things?
Oh yeah, no, we had that with when we did a looting update, and when you looted from the inventory you wouldn't play an animation, and we put it in, and there was a bug in it that would play the full animation every time you and people hated that, and we got uproar and we had to change back. But now we're being very careful about what we change, because the core game kind of works, you know. We just want to polish it off a little bit. But but we have the test server that we roll out stuff to, and hope nothing breaks in 24 hours. But you know, we have a great QA team. Like we have 6 people on our QA team that do nothing but like play the game constantly and just look for things. So you know, by the time we release it to the public, then it's relatively stable.
Do you have like a batch of things that you look at and think, oh, we should definitely fix this, but actually the game is better because it's kind of like, I ran myself over with my own car. That seems like something that would be very hard to do, but I managed a way to do it. And it was like, okay, well, I got out of the car and kind of skipped the animate, like something, the models moved in a certain way, and then I ran myself down, and I was like, that's one of the best things that's happened to me in my entire time with the game.
There's lots of stuff we don't want to, like, the ragdoll sometimes is a little crazy.
Yeah.
But I like that, you know, but you know, it's mainly, like, our focus is optimizing performance and getting the servers up to spec, you know, at the moment. Right. Yeah, we'll add new stuff, but you know, that's what the focus is really, you know. It's kind of feature complete, and now it's just polishing off stuff.
Cool.
PhysX, oh my God, PhysX.
We're gonna see tress effects for hair, you know, we're gonna go, and let's just keep implementing all this stuff.
So when you play around with weekly updates, do you also have that thing where you look at features that are gonna take more than 2 or 3 updates out, and you're just like, how are we gonna?
Oh yeah, we have that with vaulting. So like our vaulting system, it's prototyped and it works, and it's dynamic, but you know, it was written in maybe a week and it's still being worked on, you know, and it's like, and we're like, it's not coming out in the June update, maybe July. It just, yeah.
When you announced the vaulting thing, I think you said something like, if you stand in front of something, you will vault over it. And I heard you will vault over it. I thought it was like you have to. If you're in front of something that you can vault over, you will automatically vault over it. And I was just like, that's an amazing video game. I want to play. Please set that as a switch where you just
yeah. If you're in front of
Ocarina of Time, Link would just jump if you walk to the edge of something. It's just that, you know. It's
nice and easy.
You know? It's the Ocarina of Time of murder games.
Yeah.
No.
Am I wrong?
No, but I mean, why not make it easier to kill people?
Sure. Yeah. That's half the fun. Early access and Japanese game development isn't something that often go hand in hand when you think about it. It seems like this is maybe you don't really think of a lot of Japanese developers getting into programs like this. Has it been interesting and exciting to kind of like say, okay, we're going to get out there and do this?
Yeah, well, the most difficult part about trying to do Firepro early access is explaining to the devs and to the managers, like, and producers, what exactly early access is, how it's supposed to work, how you're supposed to, talk to the community and get feedback. One thing I've noticed a lot about in the West, especially recently, there's a very close distance between the development community and the actual players of the game. Everyone's on Twitter and you're talking back and forth. But in Japan, there's kind of like this.
Right.
You know, there's a few creators that are really getting in there, but for the most part, there's kind of like this like professional distance. So the fact that Spike Chunsoft is willing to let me be there and be an intermediary between the devs and the community, I think is really cool in a forward-thinking sort of way.
I mean, it kind of speaks to the nature of the game too, because sort of what made it popular in the West, even when they weren't releasing here, was kind of like the hardcore community of people that wanted to trade, their badly copyright violating wrestlers and what have you. So it feels like to me at least, it feels like kind of like the right format for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
It does, but then again, corporations don't always make those choices. So it's super cool to hear that in this case they are. That's just amazing.
Yeah.
Like breaking those walls down feels like an overdue kind of thing.
And definitely, I think, over the last year or two, it's been really fascinating to see just kind of more Japanese developers approaching the PC in general. And even just Sega starting to port more of its stuff, or some of these Platinum games, Vanquish finally coming over, and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, right.
My God, I that's like 1/4 of the reason I have my Xbox 360 still hooked up.
All right, well, one down.
One down.
What else needs to get ported before?
Split Second. Because,
yeah. Okay. Well, that already exists on PC.
Yeah, but I want an updated version. I don't have to do Alan Wake anymore. Binary Domain, which I adored. And I really like Alpha Protocol, even though it's kind of broken. But it's
Matt Rory worked on Alpha Protocol.
Love it. Yeah, Matt Rory's Alpha Protocol made it.
Yeah.
Love it a lot.
Yeah.
I have a fondness for games like that where you can tell that there was a dream and a vision.
Yeah, and it didn't quite.
It never, because that's what a dream and a vision is. It's why I love Peter Molyneux, and it's kind of why I like David Cage's work. It's like you look at the games, you're like, this was a long shot, and it was never going to happen. But my God, am I glad that there's somebody taking those shots, right? Because it pushes the industry in a certain direction, and that's incredible.
Yeah, I think in that game, what was it? You kind of you spec into pistols and stealth, and you're just pretty much invincible for the entire game, right? Yeah, the number of bosses I beat just going like,
yep.
Yeah, but I guess that's part of the fun when you've got realistic weapons is that dramatic moment of just wiping someone out and sending them back to the lobby.
Yeah, he looks way too happy saying that.
I know, right?
It's like that's honestly, yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy. I keep going back to the one game I won because we've been streaming it and I've been playing like shit every time. But yeah, I won. I got 12 kills, and I've never done that well ever again. I may never do that well again. But that one win has been enough to keep me going in pursuit of that type of performance again.
Yeah. No, it's certainly an addictive pursuit. Yeah. It's a good feeling when you win.
And it's been such a heavy game for streaming, obviously, and you've been doing some things here with streamers and kind of custom servers and stuff like that. What's it been like, kind of supporting that community?
It's been great. We have Poopy Queen, our community manager, best name on the internet.
It's up there,
yeah, right? And she's just been a legend with the community, and she set up the partner program, and it's proving really well. It's not just Twitch streamers; it's just people who love Battle Royale and support the game basically in whatever form.
Yeah.
And we try to give something back in the form of custom servers, which is our sort of start into modding. They can kind of change stuff, and we'll eventually add it that you can take out the Battle Royale game mode completely and have a custom server that you can do whatever you want on. But we're getting there.
And it sounds like zombies are coming to the game. This is something that was tested in custom servers,
This
right?
was like we saw the game, like there was Korean streamers that did this zombie mode of 4 of them with weapons and everyone else was just using melee. Just ended up being crazy fun. So when we were in the Czech Republic, our executive producer told our animator, let's get some zombie animations so we can put them in, right? And we both agreed it was like fast zombies like World War Z, 28 Days Later, that kind of, like you see the zombies, you run the fuck away. It's not like I can take these on. And so the video you saw was made by myself and the lead animator in about 3 days. We have no plan for it yet. We're not investing a huge amount of time into it because, we want to optimize.
You've got higher priority stuff,
performance, servers. My God, the servers. But, it's something we want to do. We want to do, 90 players playing as zombies versus 10 players playing with weapons, and that's.
Do you design, like, obviously with how much streaming there is, normally when you make a game, you're very aware of the loop between like a player and a game, There's like input from the player and then output from the game, but you're designing like 2 circles, right? Because the game is also outputting to the audience. And the audience is inputting to the player. Like, have you had like a lot of strange challenges figuring out how to?
Again, like we haven't really like it. We know it's a massive spectator sport. Like we know, like on Twitch, like people watch it all the time, but we don't design it for that. You know, it's like for us, it's. I think it's just the nature of the game. It's again, you say it's the circle. You know, it's the nature of a battle royale that, especially in our version, it's a bit slower. So there's time for a streamer to chat to a community. So there's that interaction.
Yeah.
But then, even though maybe 80% of matches are a bit boring, you know, there's those 20% that are just amazing. Right. I think that's what people coming back.
It's the drama, right?
Yeah,
the drama of your streamer getting that far and like the circle getting fine.
It's like a good game of soccer, basically. You know, it's like just that chance of something amazing to happen.
And it's a game that lends itself. So we were talking about it with some folks from Microsoft on yesterday. We were talking about the game and just like how it really lends itself so well to stories from the players. Like everyone wants to talk about their run. I will talk about these 12 kills I got with this shotgun for at least another 2 months.
Okay, but
at least. And like just, it seems like everyone kind of has their story of just like, oh, we were in the motorcycle, we jumped and did this, and you know, either they were capturing it or streaming it, but maybe they're just like, hey, you know, this thing I did last night was the craziest
That's why
shit
I
ever.
loved DayZ, because it was non-linear and you chose what you wanted to do and you created your own story, right? And it's the same with Battlegrounds. Is like you decide how intense your round's going to be, where you want to drop, and you decide how you want to play it. You know, if you want to go crazy, you do go crazy. If you want to camp the whole thing, do, and it gives you a different experience every time. And I think that's why it's popular at the moment. It's
Do you have a recommended style that you like for new players or anything like that?
Get the fuck away from everyone else. Just like get away from everyone else.
Get out of the plane and just get far away and just creep your way in.
Get geared, get armor, get weapons.
Is jumping immediately a good idea?
Immediately?
Yes.
Probably, but I don't know. Like, just choose somewhere that you can maybe see a car or get like just
spot it from the air and get away.
Because I'll tell you, like as we've streamed this game a handful of times, we get a lot of tips. Like people are like they're doing it wrong. They're spending too long getting gear. They're wasting the time getting gear. This is bad time. No. They're doing it all wrong.
There's no right way to play. If you win,
are you good?
No.
People always ask developers for tips, and I always have to go like, "Listen, I'm horrible at my game."
No,
like,
but I at least assume that you've watched a lot of people play and maybe gleaned some stuff
every
from
day.
that.
Like I basically have Twitch running constantly.
They're better than me, so I just
yes, they are.
Yes, what I should do is dodge these 4.6 million bullets, and then roll to this weapon, and then insta kill everything on the screen.
Yeah,
that's a great tip, but I can't do it. It doesn't help me.
Yeah, and then do 1,000 suplexes of different styles.
Well, there actually are over 1,000 different moves, but there's maybe only so many suplexes.
Okay, well,
you need to add more than that.
Well, I mean, it's like let us know where you want us to put our money in.
Is it like the Chris Jericho kind of 1,001 man of 1,000 holds, 1,001 holds? 1,000? No, it was 1,003 holds.
There was a lot of arm bars. There was 1,004 because Malenko was 1,000.
That's right. Yeah, so it was arm bar.
Yeah, a lot of arm bars.
A lot of arm bars, as it turns out. So maybe put in some more arm bars.
No, I mean, it almost feels like you have 1,004 moves at your disposal, because I don't know if you've ever gone down the Edit Wrestler rabbit hole, but
I've started to, and it's a lot, man. It's a lot.
Somewhere between the move list and like the AI programming.
Right. It was always the AI programming that I got to, and I was like, oh man, it's amazing that this is here, and I don't know that I can fully devote myself to this.
Work your game.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, it always went so deep, and it was fascinating to see, like, you know, here's this like 2D wrestling game in the era of, like, you know, as games are becoming more and more polygonal and going further and further, even back when I first discovered the series, and anyone who knew anything about anything was always like, yeah, you know, it's great that the graphics are better, and yeah, I know this one has Scott Steiner in it or whatever, but hey, you need to be playing this because this is the real wrestling game here. It must be. I imagine that kind of just either gives you a leg up or is terrifying to be able to say, like, hey, this has this like established fan base that is like extremely hungry for this thing to come back. It's been a while.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, the fact that the community was there waiting for it was definitely a huge push in able to getting this game approved. Director is a guy named Matsumoto. He's been trying to get a new Fire Pro made for like the past 10 years.
Right.
And every time he brings it to the board, they're like, no, maybe next time. But because of now, like, we've been publishing on PC with Steam recently,
right.
and we've had a great success there, so they figured they'd give them a chance.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting seeing people's reactions to the games because like the old school fans are like, oh yes, like Fire Pro is back, awesome. But then people are seeing the series for the first time. It's like, what is this? You know, like this looks like you're playing with like action figures or something.
Yeah.
So
I imagine like, yeah, educating new fans as to like where this thing comes from and why it's important and all this sort of stuff. I guess that'll be part of the challenge of getting it out.
Yeah.
I ripped off H1Z1. That's what I did.
I'm just trying to imagine how exciting it must be for what was his name?
Matsumoto?
Yeah, how exciting it must be for after 10 years to finally get that green light.
Yeah.
That must feel so good.
Oh man, he's all smiles all day.
Oh, that's super good to hear.
He's not even feeling the crunch.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome. So when are we going to hear more about Vlambeer? I mean, the book came out.
Yeah.
All this other stuff. I know, you know, side projects are happening. And
Yeah,
other stuff.
so Vlambeer is a bit in maintenance mode. We've been focusing on getting our old stuff.
64-bit stuff.
Yeah, it's basically that. You know, Vlambeer was a roller coaster for me at JW, and in many ways we were just never quite ready for how big it got. So we've been sort of, we never grew, we never we're just the two guys who started the thing. So we've been looking at the stuff we've made and just kind of fixing some stuff, and that's mostly my job. Like JW is sort of the creative part of the company. I just kind of do the implementation and everything around it. So we basically said, like, you know what, we're going to split off for a little while. JW, you go make a side project, I'll go fix our stuff, and then eventually, you know, when we're ready, we'll get back together and we'll start on a new project. And we've been talking about new stuff, so there's definitely new games coming.
Cool.
I just have no idea what they are. Like, there's just prototypes, you know, you play something, you go like, how about like a ballet game with guns on your, like, whatever.
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Because like we add guns to anything, whether it's a fishing game or not. So.
Do you feel that like there's going to be a shift in Vlambeer's output? Because I think about Vlambeer, you think about screen shake, you think about this sort of stuff. Is the screen shake era over, or are we entering the double screen shake era?
Well, we've since Nuclear Throne, we implement a slider where you can set the screen shake to 0 or 200%. We want people to have like the choice in the realist screen shake, just to talk in Microsoft terms. It's like the truest screen shake.
You witnessed the most powerful screen shake.
We want Nuclear Throne in 320 by 240 on your screen, on a 4K screen, and if the screen shakes, it just shakes all over the 4K screen.
HD screen shake.
4K screen shake. But no, so JW on the side has been working on a game called Minute, which is with Devolver Digital, and it just looks adorable. It's with his partner and 2 others, and it's incredible to see, you know, him working on that side thing while I'm dealing with Apple.
Yeah.
So we'll have new stuff coming up, and I'm actually like quite excited to get back to it. And I think for our new games, they're going to be a bit smaller. Nuclear Throne was like 3.5 years. I don't know how long you work on a project, but 3.5 years for me is too much.
It's a lot of time.
I need something to I need something to be like very excited about. So our next game is going to be very exciting for me.
All right.
I hope.
Great. Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll just cry.
Yeah. What was I guess like at some point the player unknown name, you know, got out there in a way that like now you're like Sid Meier or American McGee.
No, I'm not.
Player
unknown.
No, you are now. There's no getting around
there.
it.
There's no turning back from this.
Yeah. It was like, you know, putting my name on the game, like it was either going to be great or it was going to be shit. It turned out to be great. So, yay.
And so obviously, you know, servers and you know, that type of maintenance is kind of in the near term, and then you've
stuff
got
like 3D replays we've got coming, which like you'll be able to play the match back in the engine and use cinematic cameras and depth of field and all kinds of stuff.
Is that something where it's like it'll be a match that you were in, or are you thinking like, oh, we're going to build like the
matches.
Dota replay type thing of like go watch any game that's ever happened? And
we were going to be storing the data for all the games, so why not?
Yeah.
You know that you can just go back and watch anyone's game. You know?
Right.
So I'm excited about that. It's because it gives content creators really interesting ways to do stuff, especially if you have slow motion and stuff like that. And,
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've got all that data, I gotta know what weapon has killed the most.
We're still crunching that.
Okay.
Actually, I asked our data science guys for this, but there's so much data. They were like, "Yeah, I can't answer you this week. Maybe next week."
It's like we're gonna let this query run for the next couple of weeks and see how it goes. And
but it's insane amounts of data.
Do you know how many hours have been played?
Many.
That's a good number.
Yeah, no, many.
An unknown number.
Yeah, player unknown number.
Yeah. And so what's the plan for console? Is it kind of get out of early access on PC this year and then implement on Xbox? Or?
Well, no, we hope to come out on Xbox later part of this year as well.
Okay.
I mean, we want to try to, launch early access or get about early access and come out in console around about the same time.
Okay.
That's the plan internally, and it's good because like our console team is a team called Inticto from Spain. They did Mutable, which is like the character customization system. There's an APB Reloaded, I think, as well, and a few others. But they're doing the console version. So like our main team that's working on the PC version don't have to, because like I get lots of lovely feedback via the internet. They're wonderful people. Thank you. But no, they're terrible. Jesus.
I was just about to say, I don't know how you managed to say that without breaking so much.
Oh no, I mean I enjoy my trolls with coffee in the morning. It's just
still up to you.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah.
So with that in mind, I guess so early access, and then do you foresee the game being done, or what changes when the game comes out of early access? What actually changes? Because I assume
it'll be stable platform, stable with modding support will come after. We'll have 2 new maps. We're hoping maybe when we come out of early access, the new maps will be ready, but new maps take a lot of time, especially
they're big maps.
And yeah, they're the new ones are both 8x8 as well, so like they're going to take time. But that's we have planned going forward for we want this to run for 5 years. That it's not just a year or 2 years. Yeah. We intend on building a really good platform here, and that's going to take some time.
And then Fire Pro Wrestling World is not yet launched on early access, right?
Correct.
And is there a launch date for it yet, or is it still kind of coming together?
I wish I could tell you guys, but the PR team back home would crucify me. So,
but I mean that tells me you do have a date in mind, right? Okay. So,
but we're having another fan event next Wednesday in Japan, where we'll be releasing or announcing the release date.
Fantastic.
So probably U.S. time sometime on. It'd be Tuesday then?
All right.
Yeah, because we're in the future.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah, I have Seoul, I know that as well. We have the future time.
Yeah, it's great. It's always fun to fly back here from there because you get to eat breakfast twice.
So great.
Yeah.
I had that once when the first time I had to fly that, I had a meeting at the 11th at 8 a.m. and I flew out at 11 a.m. and I was like, I have no idea how this works, but I'm very excited that I can make this meeting.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's
incredible.
You gain a day on the way here, and then on the way back you just lose a day.
Yeah.
Leave on Monday, arrive on Wednesday.
I lose days all the time. It's fine. Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, thank you all for coming through. It's a pleasure to talk to you about this stuff. It's all really exciting. I get Fire Pro and of course Battlegrounds, and I just. More Flambeer.
Next Flambeer game.
Flambeer next.
I will make sure that whatever it is, you will be able to get 12 kills in it.
Great. Okay. Just once though.
Yeah, just once.
And then I can talk about it for months to come.
Ban him.
And then the game deletes itself from your hard drive.
The one moment of glory I had. You can never take that away from me. All right. Thanks. We'll be back. We got one more segment to go, so hang in there. We'll be back shortly. Hello and welcome back to GiantBomb.com's coverage of E3 2017. This is the second night of the show, and we are at our final segment of the night. So let's see how this goes then. We've got a full crew. I don't think we could fit any more than this. We did not prepare for more than 6. This is the number of microphones we brought. We brought 7 mics. That's it. If more people showed up, tell them to F themselves. Heather Alexandra is here from Kotaku. Welcome. Hi. How's it going back there?
It's okay.
Awesome.
I am about to collapse.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That sounds about right.
That seems about right.
Patrick Klepet, professional collapser.
It's the second time I've seen you dragged this week.
Yes, Phil Spencer, Jeff Gersman, Ziff Davis.
Never not good.
Yeah, well, hi, welcome. It's good to see you.
You too.
Yeah. Austin Walker is here from AverageBomb.com.
Average Bomb.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, slightly above average.
No,
Bomb.
someone registered AverageBomb.com after last night's show and directed it to Waypoint.
One of our many. We also have new.donk.city.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
We also have popliopals.moe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We got culturalmarxism.club. It's all of the URLs.
These all sound like Mastodon instances to me.
Yeah, basically.
We
are the Mastodon of video game websites. And I mean that both the social media network and the metal band. So
yeah, that's a
it's a
pretty
deep
good
cut
place
for people who know about metal.
It's not an especially.
No, it's actually one of the more popular.
Just for
metal
Alex
bands.
Navarro?
It was. He's the one who made it fucking noise.
He's laughing a little too
I've
hard
heard
at
of
it.
that. Yes.
Have you played Rock Band?
That's why
Chris Plant is here. Are you with The Verge now?
Yeah,
what are you
one of those websites. I don't know. I've been mostly doing VCR reviews.
Smart.
Yeah,
that's where
man.
the real money's
I'm
at.
telling you.
Yeah. What's
RGB?
the latest on auto tracking? Still good?
It's still, I mean, it's gotten better. Better? And like, so I was at CES
I didn't go to
this
CES.
year.
I didn't go to CES.
I was there. I didn't go. I'll be honest, I don't even know what they do at that show.
Fucking lying about VCRs to me. Justin McElroy down there. Hi, how you doing?
I own fartpatrol.com.
Oh, that's a pretty good one.
That's not bad. I also own teamgoogle.com, which is not. I keep waiting for them to come calling with that checkbook because they're going to get that going.
One of these days, they're going to be like, hey, wait a minute, this is where.
They're gonna buy Snapchat and they just wanted to redirect.
Also, when Heavy Rain was big, I bought Press X to Jason, and that is not pretty.
You've renewed that since then?
No, it just stayed in the archives.
What if you just now double down on that and just say like press X to robot or press X to Detroit?
That's a whole other URL. Jeff, I don't have that kind of money to throw around.
I've got an offer code for you. You can get this URL for a discount. Griffin McElroy, hello. Hi, close to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
smelling the
requested
bananas.
This, seat. Yeah, the banana thing really took off, huh?
Yeah, how's that been going?
It's been going good.
Isn't it coconuts now?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, you need a whole
coconut.
Are you doubling down
We
on the
have one?
coconut
Can we-
business?
It's escalating quickly.
I'm looking at your agent over here. Nick, is the coconut thing happening? Okay, all right, great.
Give it thumbs up. Thank you. Yeah, I typically avoid food that has its own like sort of fruit hair, and that's kind of what a coconut brings to the table.
But like a banana has fruit hairs, but it's on the inside of the peel. And you did that.
I did do that.
So I think
I
by
don't have a
the
leg to
transitive
stand on.
property, like really, this coconut thing's got to happen.
Yeah, my brand right now fucking sucks.
One more year of stuffing stuff in your mouth for money.
No.
It's the internet. So how has the show been going for you Waypoint kids
Yeah, the
back
first
there?
one as a group. It's a lot of people here. I had a man confront me and ask me for my phone number today.
Holy shit.
To like stop me from getting. It was a whole thing.
To date you?
No.
They want to kiss you?
He was a pastor.
To get into the
That doesn't make it any more.
Was it the bad guy from Evil Within 2?
Yeah, actually. In
That or Far Cry 5.
One or the other. A lot of bad pastors out there.
Asking
Be
about the
safe.
Lord.
Why did a pastor ask you for your phone number, though, for real?
He thought I was in esports. He asked me. Someone
You
asked
thought you were an esports or in esports?
So it's the first time, and people are from the fans are around, and they're like, "Hey, can I get a photo?" And I'm like, "Awesome, sure." And this dude had a camera, and he was like, "I'll take that photo for you." And he kept that photo. That was a photo for him.
Okay.
And then he was like, "So what are you, professional, amateur?" And I was like, I write for a living, I guess." And
That
he asked
sounds
me.
professional.
He was like, "How many followers do you have?" And it just went down from there. It was bad.
Did he want to like make a little money? Like what was he? He's just
He
like,
had
I'm trying
opportunities.
to hitch my wagon to somebody like a real proper influencer. You look like you got the juice.
He said he was making. This is not a joke. A New Hampshire-based amateur esports league.
Hey, live free or die. Motherfucker. Goddamn right. Represent. Shout out to all of you.
But is the league called Live E or Die?
Definitely.
And then sports in parentheses somewhere in that sentence.
Yeah,
you
we'll
can
figure that
choose
out.
Where.
So that's been my E3 so far.
All right. Yeah, that sounds good. Patrick,
What a weird E3.
Yeah.
right?
Just.
This is your. I mean,
I
how-
actually feel so I've been going
This is
since
your-
1997.
Okay,
Skipped
yeah.
1 year,
two?
2 years ago.
Is that true?
I was 14. It was in Atlanta back then.
Yep.
The first one where they showed Half-Life 1, Metal Gear Solid in English. I went with my father because and I had a pink underage media badge.
Nice.
Because well, it was back then where you could work for Best Buy or it was not GameStop, it was Babbage's Software, etc. And was
EB?
Funkoland was around. If you had a pay stub and they sold video games, you could just get in. They were just happy for people to show up to
Different times.
Yeah.
You have to be 17 now, right? There's no.
So they still had the sign in front that said you have to be
Yeah,
17.
Yeah, but it turns out
But
if
you get a pink badge.
Yeah.
You don't have to be
Interesting.
17.
Okay,
And
sort
I
of
think
an
that's
unaccompanied
always
minor.
been there because you get like kids that are on TV shows that show up to this thing.
Steven Spielberg's kid, you don't need to be 17.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wait, he's like 34.
Give me like an example. Like,
EA.
have Steven Spielberg There's like Wikipedia kid page in front of me.
I'm sorry, I know
Kids is a different URL completely.
Does Justin have that website?
Yeah,
not yet.
Heather, there's a real opportunity here for you to get
Real
into this URL
opportunity.
game. So this is your first
This is my
E3.
first E3.
Oh, wow.
You know when Goku wants to fight people and he goes into that room where time is like 12 times fucking slower?
Yeah, I think it's the room we have across the hall
That
from
is
the
me.
bathroom.
Oh my gosh, that is me right now. Like just constantly like.
You're spending the whole episode charging up.
Oh, tomorrow I'm gonna kick all sorts of ass, but right now, like.
Don't sit down.
I'm so
Oh
disappointed.
no! Once you, I'm done. I'm done. He's right. My
I'm
weakness.
so disappointed that metaphor connected to what we were talking about, because I hope we were just about to veer off. Just take a wild turn.
Yeah. Justin, I feel like you have not been to E3 since the 70s.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
what-
been about 3 years I've been covering it from New York, because
by covering it from New York, do you mean
watching the same videos that everybody else watches?
and
Going to
sleeping
sleep
a lot?
Hey, big news! That's what everybody's doing now. Yeah, I've
true.
become largely vestigial to our organization. They haven't wised up yet, so I'm just kind of the grand old man, more of a symbol at this point, really.
A pop.
Yeah, kind of the pop-up of
Polygon.
Polygon.
Can we get that URL?
I haven't been here for a few years, and I wanted to see if it was how I remembered it was, and it was.
Yeah.
Definitely, it was like that, how I thought it was.
A waking nightmare.
Yo, but there's a lot of people here, and
Yeah.
you will wait 45 minutes for a fish taco from a truck? For 45 minutes?
No, that taco place stopped taking cards today while I was like 4 steps away from getting food.
Oh, wow. That's
garbage.
That's a
Garbage.
Is there like a law that all of the food carts in that kind of open area have to have an offensive name? Like the Middle Feast?
There's one with like an anime girl just like chilling on it.
Yeah. It's just like
That one's like, I don't know, it's called like Babe Alley
Yeah,
or
it's just like
something.
they're like, here's your comfort food. It's like, I'm not sure if that's exactly why people are going to that food truck.
Well, anime food looks good.
Yeah,
I was talking to Ben Pack about this, and he was like, "Anime food looks delicious. Look at it." And I looked at it.
Wako Kozake.
I have, and that food looks fucking incredible. And that looks like a very relaxing way to just like, I'm gonna have this beer and to eat this. And,
That
then I
place-
got my office lady job.
That place has a little counter out in front of the window where they hand you the food, and I swear to God, they had like 3 baskets of like the types of food that you could order out there. It wasn't like plastic; it was like the real food that they set out there, and then put up a sign that said "for display only," which I think
but
is,
it was the food.
it's the boldest strategy to advertise food I've maybe ever seen. Because how long does that food keep in that hot California sun?
Like, how long does that look appetizing at all? Well, maybe it just is like, it's like nature's heat lamp.
Finally, honesty in advertising. That's what I'm out here for. Nowhere else in E3. I saw Beyond Good and Evil 2 today.
And what is that? Is it a website where you can sign up for updates, or what is there?
It's a tech demo.
Okay.
How do you feel about No Man's Sky?
I don't really.
Wait, has no one here actually heard about Beyond Good and Evil?
I saw the same demo.
It's a thing.
Okay.
I know it.
I'm actually like vaguely interested. I'll let you see it and come to your own conclusions.
Yeah. Well, no, I like.
Okay, so
let's hear about it.
So it's an action adventure RPG, I guess, sort of. There's photos in it.
Do I take pictures of pigs?
You can take pictures of lots of things, and you can show those pictures, supposedly, show those pictures to other pigs, and they'll be like, oh yeah, I know that place. That place has good
They
beer.
built an engine that at some point may be able to take photographs of pigs.
Yeah. It also simulates the entire fucking universe.
Yeah.
And that worked out really well last time.
But not so you can go around the whole universe. They basically it's like 2 solar systems, 3 solar systems, something like that.
What's the fucking point?
Well, so I saw this demo with Marty from IGN, and at one point he was like, do y'all just hate yourselves? Like, why the fuck are you doing this? And they're like, this is the only way. This is the best way to make this game. This is the way that we've never done before.
Did he lean in and say, oh, shh, we're not.
We're siphoning money off of this to make Wild. Just everybody fucking play it cool.
Their office is like the most beautiful office in the world. You open the door and it's just like beauty surrounding you. And whenever you talk with them, you wonder why the games don't ship. They're like, what did you do today? Well, Michelle, he ate cheese. It was so funny. That's a real quote that they gave me. That's not fake. It's like your day was like you had a nice cheese meal, and then you sat outside and it was another gorgeous day. And they're like, yeah. It's like, well, great. No games will ever be public.
They described the room that they did the demo. Did they do this for you? Where they're like, we designed this room to look like a room we slept in a lot in France.
Why?
Because that's where they do their best thinking.
The comfortable, cozy barracks.
The thing
all
with
of
these,
their wives.
the thing with these creative types is that you never know what's going to lead you from point A to point B. So
Sure.
Michelle and Sale eats like a whole wheel of cheese, and everybody has like a really good laugh at it. But that leads him to the decision to throw away everything that folks loved about Beyond Good and Evil 1 and make this buck wild open world universe game that's not going to happen.
I mean, we'll never laugh again.
But what if it does?
Hey, but
If it does,
What
yeah.
if it does, though?
Yeah, sure.
And we all get a wheel of cheese.
explain the scam that this cat is running. He shows a trailer for his game. Everyone's like, hell yes, here it is. He waits
9 years.
15 years later, they show another trailer, and everyone's like, yeah, it's happening. Like, do you not remember? Like, it just happened.
The best part is, last year they showed a trailer for a totally different game, and nobody was like,
Why
"Yo,
does it even exist anymore?
no, I don't know.
What about that other game?" He's like, "Nah." Yo, y'all see that Rayman Origins?
No.
Was that just like, is he just like pulling that on Sony now? He's just like, I got a good thing going with Ubisoft, but what if we did it again? Like, okay, we're going to have this animals fighting juggalos game over here. We're just going to make the trailer. Don't worry
Stop
about
giving
it.
them cheese.
No, the juggalos need cheese. It's the whole thing.
Pigmen with magnets.
Yeah.
How does it fucking work, Jeff?
I don't know.
No
you take
fucking
pictures of them, and then you show the magnets to other pigs, and they go, I know where those magnets are.
And they make that rabbit noise. Wah! Shit. They got it. And Nintendo's like, get me that.
Why do you have such a good rabbit impression?
Yeah.
How long did you work on your rabbit's impression?
Every day.
I just think about those little guys, and I just laugh till I shit.
That explains a lot back here.
They're cut-ups. I'll say that about
It's hard to see it because it's not HD, but you're actually just shitting out of your pants. Right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, no, we got one more day on this couch, and someone's going to be real bummed out.
Only in the 4K.
Yeah.
Only
no.
true 4K high definition.
Someone's going to have to sit there and, well, we'll get a Steam clean.
Stone cold.
I know a guy.
60 frames per second.
Yeah. Look, we have to beam this out to the internet in the highest quality possible because otherwise, like, what are we even doing? You know? If I'm sending like 320 by 240, what is that? This is CBS. Only the finest.
I've never heard a lawyer pick up a phone so fast.
Jeff, I saw a commercial for Hawaii 5-0 where they were fighting a giant robot. What's going on over there?
Well, I'm glad.
Not a joke. None of that was a joke. I just like next week on Hawaii 5-0, they're shooting a robot.
There's a really amazing program at the company where if you're there long enough, like instead of like let's saying like, hey, you get to go on sabbatical, they're like, you can write a season of any TV show you want. And I chose Hawaii 5-0.
You and David Cage got together.
Yeah. I was just like, David Cage, what's up with this? And he said, I don't need the robots.
You will get to free them from their torment.
And I'm like, that's boring. We want the cops to bust the robots because they're crimies. And it's just like, you know, it's so.
Jeff, your script is very good. Maybe we'll remove every other word.
I feel pretty strong about.
No, Jeff. Trust me, and then we'll double them up. So we get a bunch of people saying, we'll follow you, and then we'll have the lead character say, follow me. As if we didn't all just agree, does he the plan? Yes, very good, yes. Print it. Michelle, time for cheese. Wow.
Man, people from other countries are really taking a beating on this section.
It's about time, am I right?
Yeah. 2017.
Yeah,
America's
right.
killing it right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we're crushing
We're on the up and up.
Oh,
We're nailing it.
so has it been? Like seriously, like has the show been a lot of appointments and getting around and seeing stuff, or has it been pretty light for everybody? Like, you have like a Heather? You have like a full schedule?
Oh, I am going everywhere. This is all a ton of firsts for me, right? It's like first translated interviews, so I'm just in a room of like people who
And
like,
you don't know who to look at, or you look at.
the worst. Well, it's also the best because they're very passionate
Yeah,
people.
no,
Jeff.
it's awesome.
But
Yeah.
it's also like, who do I look at? What do I do? Oh, this is a good question. Do they understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I am terrified, but it's also been very, very exciting, and I'm fortunate to be here, but also, holy shit, get me out of here.
There's definitely like a fire hose effect to it, especially like with, you know, there are a lot more people here. Like last year.
There's a ton of people on that floor.
Yeah, last year we were doing stuff like making phone calls from the show floor and recording podcasts directly on the show floor.
worked last year.
Yeah, all kinds of weird stuff that you'd never been able to do at E3 before.
No, I just shove people aside and go, I'm from Kotaku, and that goes everybody's like, oh yeah, cool, we're cool with that.
Oh yeah, you guys are the best. Let's go.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't think
gamers.
I don't think the extra people would be an issue. Except the way that, if you haven't been to E3 before, the way that the show floor is laid out is that like the big, like Sony and Nintendo and Microsoft and like EA and Ubisoft and Activision all demand that they be in the very center of the show floor, right in front of the fucking front door. And everybody else, like those booths aren't as crowded, but everybody just swarms to Nintendo and Sony. Like, I think it's not a problem of like there being too many people here. It's just that everybody walks in and walks 20 feet to the Nintendo and Sony like clusterfuck and then stops. And it's like you have to just buffalo your way through them to get anywhere.
It's also a poor convention for fans,
It's
right?
really
like,
is.
so
much. Yeah.
Seriously,
I mean,
there's not
how much
much
were tickets?
for them. Like it's just not designed that way, and maybe it'll pivot that way. But like I walk around, and it's like. When I was done with meetings, it's like, all right, I'll just walk around for an hour. Like, what would it be like if I was just here and enjoying things? Like, there's just not much for you to do. And PAX has figured that out, and they're trying to pivot. 8 years too late, and maybe they'll figure it out. Maybe it'll get.
They'll have to. I mean, they'll definitely figure it out.
It has to become essentially a PAX that like adopts a thing like a Gamescom, which is like
Gamescom
business hours or like press hours or ahead of time. But it's just it's a novelty for fans that have paid. But that novelty will wear off fast, I think, because there's just not enough for it. It's not a good fan convention.
Yeah, and so GI Biz did an interview. They interviewed a few people. They walked around and said like, so what do you think of the E3? And they actually got a couple, and I think we ran into a couple people that were the same deal, that were like, it was the same response you would get at something like PAX, where people were like, I waited in line for like 4 hours. And it was awesome. We totally hung out, and it's like, some people were just more than happy to do that just to get a glimpse of
6-hour lines for Assassin's Creed Origins that people were like, yeah,
like
totally.
Playable or like theater
playable,
things?
playable.
Okay,
I think.
Well,
I hope.
Right.
I pray for 6 hours.
Oh my
I'm pretty sure they had that like 45-minute demo if you were waiting in line for that stuff.
Yeah, and
I feel like though, like I mean, they're not getting the real press experience, which is like, what if I told you you could come here on like Saturday and then Sunday night watch an entire gameplay demo, and then like Tuesday and Wednesday go behind closed doors and watch that exact same gameplay demo while the publicist watches you.
Now you're talking.
Nah, it's pretty good, because that was my entire day.
I don't wait 45 minutes for my parents if they're lost in a city somewhere. Are you kidding me? Like to play Assassin's Creed? No, like you are on your own.
That would be an amazing plot for the next Assassin's Creed game.
Actually, your parents are playing Assassin's Creed.
Oh, is that the new meta layer?
Your parents have blended into a crowd, and they're just like walking near them, just going.
It's so worth it, because you're gonna play as that bird that just like
that bird.
Find my parents.
Scream! That bird, it doesn't even go up and down. It's just perfectly still.
It's a very good bird. It's very good at what it does.
It's good birds, Austin. It's good birds.
What if we fire Kinsha Hall back up and filled it with vendors?
We had this thought earlier.
That's already happened. It's called South Hall now. And do you not go to the gamer store?
I didn't stop by the gamer store this year.
No, there are like 3 now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's a challenging
real good
shop.
socks.
But like clearly, the show would probably need to change just to be a better time for the people that are paying this money. And they were not very upfront about what people got. So
the Coliseum thing happened later,
right?
Like,
and you
like,
got
how is
people
that
that
not
thought
incorporated into the show?
Yeah, you got people that thought that they would get into the press conferences. Well, they're like, can't wait to see Microsoft. Like
it's actually weird because especially with like Bethesda and Sony, you pretty much have the same experience as everybody else. I mean, if you
how do you feel about trailers?
Yeah, right. Do you want to watch a video? Because we're watching a video.
Yeah, but in Sony you gotta see like bodies hanging upside down, writhing next to the video.
Will they jump off and get me?
Yeah, I mean,
no, they will not.
Maybe. I mean, who could
That's
say?
4D.
Yeah, no. So we watched all those press conferences here with the air conditioning on, and it was pretty great.
Did it smell nice?
Good.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. We just kind of hung out in here. We talked and watched on the internet, and I had some water.
Nice.
And it was
nice.
It was a
An
pretty good time.
influencer pointed bright lights at me and Patrick for like an hour.
What? God. Did he influence you about anything? She, sorry.
Well, we don't know if it was her fault. We really feel it was the two guys in front of us.
It probably was. There's 2 guys in suits, like where Griffin and Plant are.
It might have been them.
It could have been them.
We didn't really look that close.
And it was just like someone was just keeping them lit to film their live reactions to the whole
press
show.
conference. And not just like a little light, like one of those lights, like a big ass light. I had to hide behind his head, and then Austin just gave the death stare,
and then she
just
fucking walked
cowered.
away.
It's a lot of wild stuff. Like, I was at the Sony presser, and I was like, I'm going to be all super professional. And then there's, like, an influencer fellow who I'm pretty sure was some type of luchador.
Oh, I saw him.
Yes, he was like, we are here and we are ready, and I'm just like, I'm just trying to get like my Wi-Fi working. I really need to start sending stuff to the home team. But he's like, I am pumped.
Yeah.
I will break you into 1,000 tiny pieces and then shit those pieces out.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
E3.
That's where I'm headed with, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, give us one more year. I'm gonna be up here pooping my pants, and that's how you get the hits.
I don't want to just throw influencers under the bus.
No.
No. I will name names.
Oh, okay.
Engadget brought a video team, and I was trying to play that Wolfenstein, and like, you or me, and I am Engadget. This is a nice guy from Engadget. I'm not going to say his name. But the video guy had like one of those lights, which is not meant for one person. Like, literally like, so Engadget dude and Chris, how do both of you feel about this game? It's like a 30-minute demo. He's like, just talk about what's happening. So I'm trying to play this like game about, like Nazis. And he's like, what do you think about this? And he's like, playing the game, he's like, Nazi killed me again. Got killed by a Nazi again. And the light is blinding me, my eye is twitching, my contact is dried up. So I'm changing my contacts like directly into the camera in the Engadget video. The whole time thinking like, somebody's gonna turn this into a damn GIF. And then it's gonna be me who's the new shit kid.
The new Star Wars kid.
The new crusty contact
And that's
board.
when the money comes in, and
Now
then
I'm
suddenly
rich.
you're the Engadget guy, right? You graduate up the chain.
Finally, AOL!
Yeah.
I'm drowning in money!
So that's where the good game coverage lives, I'm told. If it's not there, it's Ziff. Pretty much these days.
Anything good happening?
I'm
Why
sorry,
are we not very
Monster Hunter. There's a Monster Hunter.
Fuck yeah, there's a Monster Hunter.
I'm gonna hunt all the
I'm
monsters.
gonna hunt
Do you want
10
the monsters?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Would you say 10?
Yeah, no, stop. No, I'll do much more than 10.
There's at least like 12.
Okay.
That is no joke. That's the most exciting announcement of E3 for me.
Absolutely.
Here's what I've been trying to reconcile all week. I love E3. I genuinely do. Like, I still get really excited to like. It's still so novel to me, and it's like this basic primordial thing of like, oh, this isn't out yet, and I can play it. Fuck yeah.
Yep.
But I have this I have this spider sense now of just like Beyond Good and Evil 2 is a good point of Justin saying like, oh, it's another cinematic trailer, and the tech demo that they have is like kind of half a tech demo, and I see that and I say like, oh, that's fucking Nintendo Direct. We're making a Pokemon game on Switch. Surprise! Of course you're making a Nintendo. Yeah, like of course. So
I don't know. Like, I feel like Nintendo is just the type of company where that might be sort of a surprise because they might just fuck this up forever. You're like, I don't know, maybe it's just like another 10 years of the 3DS somehow.
This
Like,
is
what are we
also the
doing?
same company that recently said these NESs are selling great.
Stop! Quit! So like.
I hate money.
the Metroid Prime 4 reveal, it didn't do anything for me because it's a fucking logo. Like, I need it to be tangible because it's happened a billion times now where you see it and then it's gone. So like, I guess I'm jaded about that stuff. But at the same time, like the Bethesda press conference, I get it. It's all games that come out this year, and that's cool and it's concrete. But there wasn't anything very exciting. I feel like that's kind of across the board how it was.
Lots of sequels.
And so as jaded as I am about like, oh well, that's never gonna fucking come out, or that's not gonna come out for like 4 years. That's all you got is the cinematic trailer, or just a logo reveal, whatever. I'd still want some of that.
Yes.
For me, Monster Hunter World is the only one where it's like, here's a cool reveal for a new game, and here's what it looks like being played, and it looks fucking great. That's like, I think the only one of those that happened this entire year.
Jeff, why do you think, you've been in the game for a long time, like why do you, I feel like usually at this point, the reaction that I've seen, broadly speaking, is a little bit tepid to all the pressers this year and the announcements and stuff. Why do you feel like at this point we're normally mid-console cycle, assuming that's where we're at, is when things are like cranking, and this would normally be like a huge year at another E3. Why is it a little more pulled back?
I think everyone is in a weird spot where they're trying to find that balance between what's the right time to announce a game and versus shipping it and that sort
Right.
of stuff.
One end of the spectrum being Sony last year. It was like,
Yeah.
Shimu 3, help us make it.
Yeah.
Bye for a year.
Exactly. Also, we're not making it, so run away from the Kickstarter.
Quick counter argument. They're like Breath of the Wild, Persona 5, Yakuza 0.
Nier Automata.
No, it's a banging year.
It's a banging year.
Yeah.
E3 ain't doing it, but like we're getting games.
No,
we are mid-cycle. It is cranking.
Right,
It's just,
and so I think that you have a lot of companies that are trying to find that middle ground of when's the right time to announce a game, and that's changing because of the way the internet covers games and the way that streaming has become such a big deal, and like all that stuff is just getting ripped apart and reformed in new ways as publishers find new ways to cut people like you out of the announcement process and all this other stuff. Because it's like, yo, we can just do it ourselves.
I get it. I get it.
I think a part of it too is like there are people now out there who are making their own stuff independent from content creators like Nintendo or whoever who are making more interesting stuff. Am I interested in Metroid on the 3DS? Yes, but also AM2. Right. I can't even say AM2R came out, and that's a better version.
Yeah.
Already, I'm looking at a better version of remake of Metroid 2, and like, am I gonna get excited about some sort of? Oh great! Oh, you got the guys who did the bad Castlevania.
Right, that was the moment where you're like,
I'm super stoked.
they're doing a new 2D Metroid. Sweet. Oh wait, oh no. Yeah, that is kind of a weird one. But for me, it was I think a couple of things that happened. I think I'm finally completely broken on the like, and this has been happening for a while, but I think this year maybe the last of it maybe got kind of pushed out of me is the like who won E3? Like it doesn't fucking matter. Like Microsoft is not out there setting the message clearly with the way they're pricing the console and all this other stuff. It's not about can we crush Sony? Can we, and Sony for their part is just like, yeah, we sold a lot of these things. We're just gonna show you some trailers.
got this YouTube playlist to hit play on.
And at least Nintendo is just literally pushing play on a video instead of Sony pushing play on 8 of them or whatever.
Individual videos.
Yeah.
Some guy's gonna go, oh shit.
Oh no.
Exactly. They got a whole thing. He's got like a turntable for trailers, and he just goes, and then the next trailer starts. It's very exciting. So I think like everyone has games that look fine or solid. There's stuff that I go like, oh, I would like to play that when that comes out. I would like to play that. But also, it's a ton of known quantities and sequels and stuff where you look at it and go like, I've been doing this for a while. I know exactly what that game probably is. Hopefully, it has some twists.
Can I ask you about a specific game though?
Let's hear it.
The Shadow of the Colossus HD thing.
Jesus Christ!
Like we're.
They did it on PS3, right? They did
it on PS3.
Yeah, they did the HD PS3.
And then, but I think it's also on PS4.
Oh, is it on PS4?
I thought they brought a version of that over.
Not
There's
yet.
not?
That I'm aware
So they had
of.
to remake it entirely.
Yeah.
From the ground up.
And
I felt like they must have thought that was a home run, and then like it came out and people were like,
what?
Well,
I think everyone had to sit there and think like, is this a new thing?
Yeah, I was really excited about that.
I peaked so fast, and then literally what broke me out of it was I saw the fucking Sword Colossus. That's the first one you fight, and I was like, oh, I know exactly how to do him.
Sure.
Over, like done.
But everybody in the room was like, this is perfect though because I've never finished it. And I was like, why have you never finished it? And then they're like, oh yeah,
I guess so.
Well, think about this, old man. There's a bunch of people who never played that game in the first place, and the PS4 is selling really well. No one bought a PS3. That's not entirely true.
Yeah,
but the
like,
PS3 was not.
Even people that bought a PS3, if they didn't buy a PS2, why would they buy an HD collection of games from the PS2? So like, actually properly remaking that game is essentially a new game.
You've heard what Sony thinks about what old games look like, so they have to update
they have to do this.
Always.
They're out there saying, "Oh, this stuff looks like garbage. F that. We're paying these people to remake it so we can sell it to y'all."
Fuck Tomba. Fuck Jumping Flash.
Never say that again. Never say that again. Even in jest.
Fuck Blasto. Fuck Blasto.
All right, now you're talking about like.
How I think one of the weirdest calls was putting that Undertale announcement in the pre-show. That would have been an absolute
They could have engendered so much goodwill.
It violated a real law where it said the word Vita in it, so they were like,
"All right,
nope, cut that."
Isn't it coming to PS4 as well? Though?
Yes.
Yeah, PS4 and Vita.
Yeah, but also Vita.
They could have whispered that much.
But they were like, "Oh, Vita, that sounds like some pre-show."
That's the only Vita game, yeah.
Fucking orchestra to play that music. That would have been.
And I think that there's a lot of stuff like that where everyone is trying to figure out what their press conferences need to be or their briefings, or whatever we want to call them now, because you had
briefings, media conferences.
stuff like that in the pre-show. Nintendo announcing games immediately after it announced some games.
One of Sony's coolest games. We went and played earlier today.
Yeah.
Have you seen this Hidden Agenda game?
Yeah.
I'm so
Made by Supermassive.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
guys made Until Dawn.
Oh,
Sony
okay,
had
yeah.
no
Cool.
interest in making an Until Dawn 2, and so
Right.
they're making a really boring-looking military game.
Bravo Team.
Bravo
Team,
Team.
the
Bravo
most-
Team.
Ghost Squad Bravo Team.
But they're making this game called Hidden Agenda, which is apparently part of this Sony Europe initiative called Playlink.
Playlink,
which
yeah.
is
Please don't
essentially
shut us down.
Yeah.
Another Sony Europe studio.
They're taking the you don't know jack sort of idea of like, rather than using controllers, you're connecting your phone to the TV. And the one we went to go check out was this game called Hidden Agenda, which uses the same sort of like motion capture like technology of Until Dawn, but it's this. It's about a thriller,
It's a
like
thriller,
a
it's like
7
a serial killer.
serial killer, and it's 4 people or up to 4 people, and you use it on your mobile phone, and you're making the decisions together. And so, like, if you split 2-2, you have to get in the room and decide like. This has to be a majority. This doesn't move forward without all of us
Or
figuring
you
out
can
what
spend
happens
like a
next.
currency thing to like let you
takedown
demand.
card.
I'm going to make the decision,
You
motherfucker.
get 3 cards.
It's really good.
And so what's great about it is that it's not just that you get to play the card and then like Austin gets to make the decision. Austin gets to play a card.
We
I'm
should
making
shoot
the
this
decision.
guy.
Yes. And then I get to say, fuck you, I'm playing a card. On top of that, I'm making the decision.
Yeah.
And you have up
That's fucking.
It's really
Why
good.
the fuck didn't they show that?
Exactly.
Also, can I say, I'm glad you actually got to play it. Because so this booth is like there's a big glass window with a living room inside of it. You can see people having a great time.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh man, I gotta check this out. I walk over and I go, hey, one for that thing. And they go, are you from Europe? And I go, what?
That's
they go,
right.
Are you from Europe? And I was like, no. And they're like, well, this is for Europe. And I was like,
You're here.
I don't know what to do. I was like, is there another one of these over there? And they're like, Brexit really fucked us.
You just have to lie. Like, no, I am Europe. I am Europe.
I thought I needed to show like a.
There's
inside.
You just see David Cage and Michelle on top.
This game is still really cool. When outside, I'm just saying, like, no one saw this fucking game, and it's amazing. So on top of that, you're making the decisions, but then in the middle it'll say, like, all right, like someone is going to have. This is the hidden agenda part. So then this is the part where you're supposed to hide your phone. And so when you hide your phone, one person of the 4 gets a secret objective, and it is essentially usually contrary to like what you would want to do in the situation. So like I ended up getting the hidden agenda.
It's like there's a guy who is maybe wrongfully accused, and he wants to present his case to a judge. And Patrick's hidden agenda was like, don't let that motherfucker present his case to the judge. Shut him down.
That is.
And he's
That's
going,
my.
and he's,
That is my favorite
so it's like the
shit.
or resistance in 2 days, and I'm like, zap that guy.
I mean, it's that fucking Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles shit of like, you got something you want to. That game was so good, it was so ahead of its time. But you have shit you want to do, but you're working cooperatively. Or are you?
Yeah. Well, and that winds up happening. We're like, well, you end up splitting, and then I know that I have this sub-objective, and so we ended up pinning it on this like PlayStation employee. Like we managed to gang up on this guy and be like, yeah, that's the dude that's got the hidden objective. And 3/4 through sort of the sequence, you can guess who's the person that has that objective. Yeah. And then we all pinned it on him because I managed to switch it over to him. And we got to the end, and there's like one decision left. And there are these like I guess quick time sequences.
Oh, they're bad.
They're bad because you're controlling the cursor through the phone, and it's a little delayed.
That doesn't sound good.
But it doesn't work great. But if you manage to complete it first, you get an extra takedown card. So you are incentivized to like try and like participate in it. I managed to get one of them, so I had 2 cards.
Everybody else had one.
Everyone else had one, and I just let everyone go, and then I was able to play the last card. Pick the decision I wanted. Everyone is very upset at this point.
Innocent man's
I have
life.
ruined that innocent man's life. He is
good.
going to
really
the chair,
good.
and I have plus 100 points. So fuck y'all.
They also have a like
the guy's name was David Jaffe, right?
they have a
look forward.
They've got a Jackbox. They've got a Jackbox ass looking game. Also, they show off.
There's 4 of them. Europe only let us into one
that's
season.
you.
Yeah, Europe was like, you get one.
all of Europe.
I love the Jackbox. I love the Jackbox games. Like I played all of them. I adore them. This looked really cool because you could also use the camera, which the Jackbox games don't do. They have like the ones where you input answers or you draw for like Drawful and TKO. But you could actually like use the camera for different things. So like during the video presentation, they took a picture of Shuhei Yoshida and said, "Draw riot gear on him."
Right.
It's the fucking. That's so good.
I was just like, it was so good, and then also you're like, why are we trying riot? It's like, draw Shuhei Yoshida as a riot cop. Like,
And actually, he doesn't need to be around you. That's actually the mission every time you play the game. It's just like, find a picture of Shuhei Yoshida, draw him as a riot
So you can
cop.
find a picture, take a picture of it with your phone.
Right, take a picture of the picture.
And then draw a little riot gear. It turns out the shortcut is to just Google search Shuhei Yoshida riot gear.
Yeah.
And then when that comes up from his cosplay days.
Circle it. They've uploaded 100
Yeah,
images.
exactly.
It's like looking up
here
your
we go.
name with Sonic. You know, you can just find
Pretty much, yeah. That's my original character.
That was
Shuhei
okay.
Yoshida riot cop.
That whole
the
section would
hedgehog.
have broken up that press conference in like a really refreshing way. I
But
feel like.
yeah, I feel so. That's what I said about their showing last year. Is that it was just they just showed a bunch of videos and said nothing about it, and it was just like, okay, these games look interesting. You could have like told some fun stories about these or broken it up and all this, and they chose not to. And then apparently I was the asshole. This year, same exact style. Like to a fault, to the point where they had other more interesting games around the edges of the broadcast, and this was the year that everyone realized, like, yo, I don't think this is a good way to do this.
Yeah. Sucks.
And yeah, I just
don't commit to it full. Like the idea that like he comes out, Sean Lane comes out and says, "We got games to show you," and they commit to just showing like these guided demos and trailers, like and just like committing to the games. Get it? But sometimes like. Hidden agenda, like come out, like you do the gimmicky thing.
Especially at this point in the cycle. I mean, you think about it, they gave a bunch of interviews prior to E3. Like Sony was out there talking about how much they hate old games and how they're selling a ton of PS4s.
Right.
So, they're like, at this point in the cycle, SingStar is really important, and we want to go broad and all this stuff. And then you look at that press conference, and you're like, that doesn't line up with everything you just said. Yet you have those games. You just chose not to showcase hey, there's a lot of different stuff coming to the PlayStation. We sold a lot of them. You should check this shit out.
Is it wrong for me to say that having seen Sean Layden in person, he looks like he's funding some sort of misadventure led by Bane?
I mean, I'm not going to tell you what's right or wrong, honestly. I don't know that I've ever seen him in person. Now
He
that you
looks
mention it.
really like, oh, do you think you're in control?
You might be onto something. I think you might have figured this
Who's
out.
Phil Spencer in this fanfic?
Show now.
Oh.
Yeah, it's that conference is a bummer, and because I think they've got good games. Underneath it all, you look at it and go like, all of this stuff looks interesting regardless of when it's coming out. Like there were very few things that I was just like, what the fuck.
They also have a lot of really good first-party devs and a lot of really good relationships with other devs, and like Ubisoft sticks out in my mind as the press conference where they actually brought those fucking people up on the stage,
Humans that are excited about the media.
Like the dude who is the creative director on the Mario X Rabbids, and he was gonna cry, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna play that
Actually, there were
XCOM
two
weird
cries
looking
at
game.
Ubisoft.
And Cell as well.
Yeah,
he's crying because that game's never coming out.
No, it's gone. And then,
well, yeah. That Rabbids game is probably one of the coolest
Surprising.
things.
I
played it. I was like, it is so much fun. Like the moves they put into it to make this XCOM thing feel like fun and refreshing.
Yep.
I was just like, yep, I'll 1000% play this.
That's what stuck out to me. Like playing it, you're running on this little map, and the maps are just the battle maps are just right there, and they're tiny, and anybody can go pretty much anywhere in one move.
Yeah.
And so it's completely different from XCOM in that way, in that if you leave anybody exposed, they get fucking massacred. You leave your cute rabbit Luigi out exposed once, he will get fucking destroyed.
What I like about it is they actually started with the initial idea of we bring out Shigeru Miyamoto on stage with a gun, and then they work their way backwards.
How do we make a game around that?
Now what?
How do we get there?
Imagine that this hadn't leaked for weeks. You hadn't already seen Mario with a gun,
exactly,
and it was Miyamoto came out with a fucking gat. Yeah, okay, I'm here for this.
yes, but I'm sure he loves that gun. I'm sure you love it.
Yeah. And
Reminds me of a trip through a cave once.
Right, yeah. As a boy, I used to garden and smoke motherfuckers. Just imagine this walks out and it's just a Glock. Just I got this.
That's next year.
Yeah, let's hope. The sequel is where it's
the gritty reboot.
They fell into
Shadow crossover.
They fell into the real world and AK-47s and
There's a vision, cries.
Cheese wheel.
Trump's America.
Tom Clancy's Rabbids. We go.
Far Cry plus Mario next year.
Yeah,
great.
Really
Mario's
mixing
the
it up.
pastor.
That's the father.
Father Mario.
Father Mario.
I drew a very sad version of losing my religion.
Yeah, we got some pretty good,
Jesus.
pretty good awful covers of Duran Duran songs.
How many years have to pass before they can do Mad World again?
I feel like we are on high alert for Mad World
It's always
every
back
year.
up.
Yeah,
It'll be fun again.
it's just like days since Mad World. It's like, oh well, reset that.
Why didn't Cliff do that with Lawbreakers? What a power play that would have been.
Oh shit!
And he was like, how do you like that, epic? I mean, 10 cent.
Yeah. Now it's
a good Cliffy impression.
Yeah, it's really good.
Kind of just like a
Wow. Wow.
I know
It's very close to your rabbit.
He sounds a lot like a rabbit.
He does.
But I mean, yeah, it's fun to goof. But like seriously, I do feel like there was some good stuff here. Like what's like.
We got to talk about Sea of Thieves.
Yeah,
Sea of
Thieves.
Me and Justin and Austin all played Sea of Thieves together with a fourth person whose name we did not. Did you get the name?
Michael.
Michael.
You made that up.
That game
could have been Mike. Michelle.
Pronounce
Michelle.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
He's gone.
It was the most. I played that game. I played that game last year too, and it was a lot of fun. But back then, it was just the ship sailing, and I got in like a fight with somebody, and I
played an accordion for a while, and you're like, I don't know.
There was like nothing to do except sail, and now this demo is like you can get off, and there's treasure hunting and all this other stuff, and it's just the funniest. We were talking about it before we got on about how it's like
a stage.
It's like an improv. It's like improv where like. I don't think it's going to be the type of game that a lot of people expect it to be, and those people will probably be disappointed in it. Like, it's not going to be this deep pirate RPG or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a game about just doing like really funny. So you have a map. You have a map. And you actually have to like, there's no waypoints or whatever, so you have to look at the map and then look at where you are and see where like the treasure is.
Yeah.
And you press a button, right trigger, to like raise it up to your own face to like read it, and then you let it go and you can see where you are. Or you can press left trigger to turn it around and hold it up proudly in front of people, and Justin wouldn't stop doing that nonstop. So the three of us would be pushing this big heavy wheel to raise an anchor while Justin walks around slowly rotating around the wheel, making sure all of us saw this his good map.
Also, we all had the same maps. We saw the map, Justin.
Also, Justin's character model was just this huge, gnarly dude holding up his macaroni art for everybody to see. It was the funniest fucking
So he drawn it himself.
At a certain point, I went downstairs and got a bunch of grog and got absolutely pounded, and then started holding up my map as I'm projectile vomiting over it.
And then you started playing Sea of Thieves.
And then I began the demo shortly thereafter.
And I know it's just gonna, I know about my brand and everything, but fuck, it's funny to watch a banana just go into the face.
It's great.
It's very good.
Like
in the center of the screen.
Like that.
You have one banana hole. And it just slurps.
Just feed it. Yeah, everyone's a snork in this world.
I've watched it 1,000 times and it's fucking good.
You watched it. You lived it.
I lived it.
How was that?
Oh, bad.
You feeling better?
No.
It was like, you don't think about it, but it's a lot like eating a basketball.
You know, now that you mentioned that.
In what way?
In the rubberiness of this experience. Shit, I'm crying thinking about that fucking banana animation.
It'll be okay.
I feel like that game might end up being a little bit like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which is like maybe not as fun to play, but like very fun to watch, like groups of people.
It'll be the best
like,
stream game ever.
Yeah. Like the right kind of people playing it, streaming it. Like
there was a moment.
Because I played it with strangers.
And it still worked?
It took like 20, well, it took like 20, 30, like most of the demo to like sort of like find our rhythm. One person didn't speak English. That made it rough. They kept dying. Right. And I'm not saying that couldn't work, but like watching them, and I was watching their demo, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I would watch this stream of them playing. Yeah. I'm not even that interested in playing this game, but I would watch them continue.
There was a moment where we were trying to get to an island because you look at a big map. There's a big map in the second like floor, it's like the lower deck, the middle deck, and you have to match that with what the shape of one of the islands is on your personal little maps. And we figured that out. And what we didn't figure out is that the middle deck map does not actually reflect the actual scape of the sea, where there were big fucking rocks and stuff. And there were sails in front of my eyes. I think I was piloting it, so I couldn't see anything. So I was counting on everybody else to tell me what was all around. And Griffin climbed like the mast of the ship to be my lookout.
Oh yeah.
And then you fucking fell into the ocean.
Well, the three of us were out there because we knew we couldn't turn the ship fast enough to get away from the rocks.
Right.
And so we just went out there, and Justin was like jamming on his accordion and showing us his fucking map, and we just struck
Which you can do underwater.
Yeah, good.
Underwater
maps? Fucking shark underwater. That was dope.
The like Justin made a point when we were talking about it for a video about like what the sticking point is going to be like. It's all about like finding buried treasure, bringing it back to the ship.
Yeah.
What do you do with the treasure at that point? Because if it's like you think about it like Destiny, where like you get to work with a team to beat a really hard boss, and if you're doing that and somebody just starts fucking goofing around, you get pissed off about it because you want those rewards because they're
you kind of need to
desirable
know when
and
you
it's
switch
tough to
from
get to.
goofball time.
That's
to
it. Like
let's make it happen.
this like griefing simulator that they've created. Is
Justin sunk our ship. Justin sunk our ship.
Justin dropped
You
the
sunk
anchor.
their ship?
I did. They all jumped off to swim to the island, and
Like adults.
I was watching them, and Griffin started getting chased by a shark, and I was like, "Well, fuck that!" and I raised the anchor by myself, and I piloted the boat over, and I was like, "Look, guys, this is way easier." And I jumped out of the boat, and I didn't drop the anchor.
He ghost rode the whip right up onto the rock.
And then we fucking finished that thing. We went out there, we hit the pace button. There's a button to do exactly like one step at a time, and it counts it.
Yeah.
You dug up the treasure. Me and Griffin brought it back all proud and
He
shit.
was like shooting skeletons while I was carrying the treasure running, and then we turn, and there's when your ship crashes, a mermaid holds a signal flare up like, "You fucked up!"
Yeah, that was on me.
And you
for
can't
sure.
keep the treasure.
But like that's funny that time. But like I don't know after that. We do that one time, and it's like after that like
how many more mechanics are there that would like be like showing someone the map?
I was
like how far
we
do you go?
drifted. I was in an interview with them, and they were like, and say you were in a public matchmaking session with 3 people, and I'm like, no,
Yeah, it won't be.
no, give me another option because that's in no way. And they said the average session lasts like an hour. So like the idea of having a crew of 3 strangers for an hour, like I don't know if we're really trying to like get shit done. I don't know if that's the ideal scenario
But
for it.
I think the thing that really is going to make it, the thing I keep coming back to that I think would be really fun is the PvP stuff, because the last time I played, this time we respawned our ship after the mermaid incident and got on it, and then we saw another team's ship just sitting next to us with nobody on it. So we
dropped
stopped
anchor.
and we lit their ship the fuck up for no reason except to make them not have a ship anymore.
They should experience what you had to go through. I mean, you're helping their demo.
But the last time I played, I got in a for real ship fight where we were being chased and they were head on, and we dropped our anchor, which lets you literally drift and destroyed them, and that shit rules. So like that tension of like, oh, we've got treasure and we have to get it back to this island, and oh, there's other people trying to stop us.
Yeah.
We got to take them down. Like that's good. That's like good gameplay, not the like hitting a skeleton with a sword with a canned shitty animation.
Yeah, the shooting and like it feels like a game jam game in search of like a larger context.
And I wonder,
they're running a beta right now. They have been doing it for a while.
Right.
And talking to developers, they actually struggled whether they should call it a beta or not, because the game industry is ruined what the term beta means, which is largely like a pre-order demo.
Yeah.
And what they're doing right now is actually a beta. It's like we have this thing, like we see what happened with them. We watch people streaming it. Like it's like we have something, but like what do we have? And I just don't.
What do you
that's
build
why like
around
this
it?
like spring 2018 sounds more like fall 2018.
Or it's
I think
Xbox preview program, right? Like
yes,
maybe
that's a smarter way to do it.
Or they somehow find it and they're like, oh, okay, we know what this is now. Boom, build it, go.
It reminds me of Spy Party, kind of like when Spy Party first came out, and you played that, you're like,
that
that was fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it reminds me of Spy Party. That's
No, I think it came
Spy
out.
Party is not fucking out.
He remade that whole game.
Spy Party's out right now.
No, it's
And you
not.
can- hey, listen, right at the bottom of the screen, you see a link. Spy Party. Me and the team, Checker, we've been working on it for ages, and we're
Let's
so
bring Checker. Let's bring Checker out,
Hey,
everybody.
Checker, come on out.
Come on. He's gone. Somebody got
We're still working on Spy Party.
Yeah, we're going to Spy Party.
to present Spy Party.
Yeah. And then there's Skull and Bones, the Ubisoft pirate game.
Like, if I
it
was-
seemed decidedly less like fun, but also like it looked like, hey, this might be a good time if you just like if you're into the murder part of this
I
thing.
bet that was a bracing time on the Sea of Thieves.
I bet.
I have
Crew.
a weird.
Like, oh.
I have a weird thought about that though, because they're basically just repackaging something that they already had made and saying like, "Hey, great! Now it's multiplayer. Now pay $60 or whatever the hell it's going to be for this thing that we already had, that we could already implement, that we could have." For all you know, that could have been a mode in Black Flag, and Black Flag's Black Flag.
Go on.
It's a fantastic game, and like I just don't. I feel very uncomfortable with this notion of companies that are taking something that they had already had and
Yeah.
repackaging
3
it
years
and,
later.
and
I
getting
think
it back to folks.
We have to kind of wait to see what it is, though.
I don't know if that's bad though, because like Just Dance is just a Raving Rabbids mini game that made them a gajillion dollars. But people eventually forget that like that was a Raving Rabbids mini game.
Do people ever know?
I was gonna say, I mean that's real. That's as real as Michelle Phil's cheese.
He could have made that up. I'm just gonna
I believe him.
Real is real, all right.
That I like about this like weird Ubisoft Pirate Battle game, right? Is that everybody else is like, you know what? Competitive games, there's only one way to make it. Well, two. Sports and shooting people in the face.
That's right.
And Ubisoft was like, what if we just never do that? They were like, we made Ubisoft Seed, or what? Ubisoft Seed.
Ubisoft Seed.
Ubisoft
No,
Seed.
Vivendi made
Fuck, you got me. God damn it.
They're like, oh, we'll get ourselves away, and they're like, what if we made a, I don't know, like you're like a samurai and like I don't know, like a knight. And they're like, yeah, like let's do that. And they're like, how do we top that? Well, you're a boat, and there's another boat. Like, what are we gonna get next year? It's just like, I don't know, you're just two cute horses, and you're like friends.
I don't know, you're two eagles and you play it in virtual reality. I don't know.
Their multiplayer stuff is like, I admire
Even
it.
you go back to Assassin's Creed multiplayer, like it's such a
best
different,
shit.
it's like crazy
Oh,
stuff.
speaking of
Spy Party, yeah.
Right, yeah.
But like I think that's great, and I agree. Like on one hand, it's like crud because it's like, well, I would like another Black Flag game, sure. On the other hand, like
I don't know that I do, man. Like I looked at that and was like, you know, like enough time has passed that you have to figure like, yeah, like they're using that as a core because they're that team, and you know, there's that stuff. But I feel like if they're building a full game around it, and I don't know, the stuff that they talked about, that was like, and it's season-based multiplayer. I'm like, I'm out. It's not, the minute you're like pitching your game on announce is like, yo, sports is like, it's some point.
No, you have to do that, like, and he's up.
That's shit.
Not a lot of fake, not a lot of fake chatter. Like
I feel kind of bad for the one dude that did.
Casting, that one dude.
The one guy. You guys are gonna have more of this in the show, right? It's not gonna be. I'm not gonna be the only human being in all of E3 doing this.
Yeah,
Oh no, lots of people are
No, Jethro Tull, you've got it.
You're gonna have other people with yellow shirts on stage, right? And yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Several people
All
with
our
yellow
yellow shirts are very excited to present this year.
There was a distressing lack of people telling each other to stay frosty. Really bothering.
Oh, I don't know. That was like a refreshing change for video games. Is like I feel like we came out of, and that's maybe why people felt like the press conferences were not all that exciting, because generally speaking they were fine, and it wasn't just like all this stuff that was just like super. Like you're not seeing a lot of loops of just like, can you believe this shit happened? Look at this asshole! Like that just wasn't there.
I think there's a law against saying "stay frosty" while you're on the beaches of Normandy too. That's just like a general policy.
That's how they talked back then.
Like stay frosty. Yeah. No shit. It sucks here.
That dude just got his leg blown off.
Yeah, but stay frosty.
Wouldn't have gotten his leg blown off if he stayed frosty.
Yeah, he was warm.
Did you notice in the Assassin's Creed Origins presentation that dude said, the team and I have been hard at work since we released Assassin's Creed Black Flag 3 years ago. And I'm like, are we just gonna all sort of pretend that was the last one? Okay, fine. Yeah. The last one you guys released, Assassin's Crag. Assassin's Crag? Assassin's Crag, excuse me.
You get a whole piece.
So much.
Assassin's Crag.
If you climb to the top, you get
Whoa,
this
is actually a very good video.
It's great.
It's a piece of Eden. It all comes together.
Shit.
Sounds good.
You get the apple up there. You get to watch some videos of some blue motherfuckers doing whatever they do.
Explains when Mike O'Malley would hand the aggro crab to the kids, they would touch it and see the future of the sun explode.
Yeah, I know.
Kill Kristen Bell.
And I guess with that, we'll toss it back to you, Mo.
That was crazy. They would get the trophy each time, and then they would kill Kristen Bell every episode. Every time.
Desmond, you're the best contestant on the show we've ever had. You're really nailing it. You got all this aggro crag, but now we have to kill you. 3 games in, they got it. Sure. Well.
Does anybody remember that first person that was supposed to be 3D part of Assassin's Creed? Did anybody play this? I feel like this is a hallucination I have. There was like a first-person puzzle game stuck in it, and then like Desmond narrated on top of it like a John Updike novel. He's like, I've moved to New York and I'm horny. It's like, what is this game? game.
This sounds real.
I'm just telling you.
This is a dream you had.
No, and he's like, they won't let me go back to the farm. The pharmaceutical company is here.
Someone fixed Chris. What happened to Chris?
Have you been snorting aphids again? No, just lines of them. Lines of sweet nuts.
We got to wrap this up now. After that, I'm gonna go see if this game exists. We're gonna get proof. Thanks everyone for coming.
Yeah.
Busy show tomorrow, or are you kind of like wrapped up at this point? Anyone? Yeah, I mean,
Crackdown.
Crackdown. Yeah.
I have to interview Koji Igarashi.
Cool.
Which is super cool, but again, first time for everything.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. He's usually a pretty good interview. I
hope so.
Except for now that all this stuff about like, Konami is the worst company ever.
I don't want him to hit me with a whip.
He did not have the whip the last time I saw him.
That makes me feel a little bit
At least
safer.
not during the presentation.
No.
We
Okay,
saw
good.
the presentation, and I
Bad
saw no whip.
presentation. I'm gonna put that on blast real quick because I've had a couple beers.
All right.
They did like a 30-minute presentation on Bloodstain that included like a 10-minute segment on what Castlevania was.
It was a full PowerPoint.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Fucking Bloodstain.
No, what the other things?
Castlevania. I'm not doing this. Judges Week. This is Judges Week.
It took them 10 minutes to do that, and they couldn't have just pointed at their game and been like,
This
it's
one.
this.
It's that.
Yeah.
They did that. They did like a point by point what's different.
PlayStation 1?
It's this one.
They did point by point what's different, like 3D this time.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
That was bad.
And that game seems fine, but
Yeah, it's fine. And then they made us play the demo after watching them play.
Yeah, they played the demo, then you got to play the demo,
Yeah, it
which
was
is
great.
also one of my least favorite things. Well, thanks everyone for coming by and closing it out with us. I know it's super late, but seriously, no, thanks for coming. And good luck at the show tomorrow. Good luck with that coconut.
Is that tomorrow?
You gonna eat that hairy fruit?
It's hard to pick the day when your face dies from trying to put a big.
You gotta pick one though.
I feel like you made it this far. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, a lot. It's a big nut.
You gotta lose your
Oh,
teeth.
well, all right.
That's his only mouth for his whole life.
Yeah,
There's science for that. Don't worry about it.
See Detroit become human. It's,
Yeah. They got this whole thing. We'll be back tomorrow with just hours and hours of guests again. And it's probably going to end how you think it's going to. We'll be back tomorrow. Everybody have a good night. Thanks for watching.